I think Envy can be pretty good. We lost to them last time.
Last time we played them, we just 2'd them.
Light break
Now
in though.
Sneaky is caught, the miasma is down, and he is gone. Niski grabbing the kill credit on that one as Cloud9 tries to turn the fight around.
There's a lot of stuff that went down that week that we're not really proud of.
Sometimes they play good, sometimes they play bad.
Our rate of improvement has skyrocketed. And I just want us to be able to play really clean games on stage.
And I just want revenge.
Welcome back to our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California. Only a few matches remain before we have our final playoff seeding, and we know which teams will be sent to the promotion tournament as the fans have packed both of our arenas today. Earlier, we caught Impact entering with the rest of Cloud9, and they'll be looking to show their strength today. Of course, Mike Young made his way into the arena earlier. He's facing off against TSM, who are aiming to grab that second playoff bye, while Team Envy will be looking to show Cloud9 that they cannot be ignored coming into the postseason, looking for a little redemption after their loss last evening. Now, hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, and if you want to be my lover, you got to get with my analysts, Mark Zimmerman and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. Which Spice Girl are you, James?
I'm Sporty Spice.
Yeah, you run around.
That's a given.
I want to be posh.
You want to be Posh Spice?
No, I want to be posh, dude. What are you talking about?
already.
Uh-oh.
Mine.
All right, well, at the end of the day, maybe I'll award one of you Posh Spice,
Nice.
all right, depending on how well you do on the analyst desk. Now, normally, we don't like to draw attention to ourselves, but when an artist draws us, it's hard to ignore. So a huge thank you to Ali Hassanain for helping us with our schedule for the day. If you're tuning in on NALCS 1, your day starts with Riv and Jat bringing you Phoenix 1 versus TSM, followed by Echo Fox and Immortals casted by Freak and Kobe. Over on NALCS 2, Captain Flowers and Azale are all smiles on Team Envy versus Cloud9, with Pastry and Zyrene ushering us into a match between FlyQuest and Team Liquid later in the day. Once again, a very special thank you to Ali. Follow him on Instagram and take a look at all of his amazing sketches. It's honestly phenomenal work. And as much fun as it is to marvel at those drawings, let's go ahead and pull up our standings to see what teams are fighting for coming into the day. Last night, Immortals locked a playoff bye, and TSM will be looking to do the same today, where Team Envy are locked into 6th place as our final playoff team.
And they looked like they were in a bit of a rough spot after their loss to Immortals, because it looks like they are clearly the 6th team. Just they got destroyed in that match.
One of the more crushing victories we've seen so far this spring.
Yeah, less than 52 minutes of overall game time, giving an average game time of 26 minutes per game. That's ridiculous. That's a crushing defeat there. And so Immortals can go into the playoffs saying, you know, that feels really good. But Immortals have been in this spot before as an organization. They've had playoff byes 2 splits in a row back in 2016, and then they didn't make a finals.
Right. It's very strange because, especially when you're looking at this split, it's very conceivable for them to lose in the semifinals, just how close the playoffs are overall. So this is a situation where they could repeat history a little bit, but I wouldn't feel fair holding up quite to the same standard that we saw in 2016.
Right, the run over the course of the split, not quite as dominant as those past iterations, but even still, sitting with a first round bye, the expectation is still that this is a top-tier team that should be able to exceed, or rather excel, throughout the playoffs.
And they've been, you know, kind of touted as that top team all split long. Immortals haven't really ever fallen out of that first place week after week, but people still aren't regarding them as the #1 team in North America because they have to win in the playoffs. They have to win the finals, and that's when people will finally give Immortals the recognition that they've been kind of moving towards.
It's just hard to get that recognition when teams like TSM haven't lost yet.
The pedigree.
Yeah, they're in the finals every single split. CLG and C9, the only other teams who ever won a championship as well. So it's very hard to kind of put yourself in that category till you do that.
Right, and even beyond that, right, outside of Immortals and TSM, who are currently fighting for those buys, just our entire top 6 teams are relatively close together. There's a lot of competition between these playoff teams. So I want to look at CLG versus Dignitas. Again, another game that happened last night. CLG getting the victory in 2-1 fashion. But it broke down in a very interesting way, the series did, in that we had a dominant game out of either team, and then a slightly closer third game to decide the match overall.
It was a strange one just because the game one had that Nasus pick.
Yeah.
It didn't really feel like they lost because of the Nasus. Their four-man group kind of just got engaged on while the Nasus was finally starting to hit that kind of unstoppable break
The Shen
point.
was really good up against it.
I mean,
Like,
Darshan
well, that was the
played
thing.
like crazy.
Darshan's plays was what kind of kept the team in the game, even though the Nasus was kind of getting off the ground a little bit. But the second game was very strange to me just because it came entirely off this insane snowball from Altex Tristana. And when you have a 4-0 Tristana with IE Shiv at like 18 minutes, the game's kind of over. So like you said, two very fast games, and it was kind of hard to glean a lot about the teams from it.
Yeah, but when you look at Dignitas, like something I've been noticing, even though they're 5-2 in their last 7 matches, which is a good trend for them overall, they've played the most 3-game series out of any team in the NALCS, which speaks about the lack of consistency. Sure, they take the top teams to 3 games and sometimes win or sometimes lose off a coin flip that we're seeing, but the bottom teams are also taking them to 3 games, which is something you should be concerned about.
Right, but we do move to best of 5s in playoffs, so they're getting that longevity practice in now. You got to get that mental endurance, physical endurance, getting ready for those playoff long series ahead. But as a result of that game yesterday, we actually have locked in our first quarterfinal. We will see Dignitas against Cloud9 as our 4-5 seeding yet to be decided.
Yeah, and speaking of 3-game series, these teams already played each other twice. Cloud9 won both times, so they have the 2-0 head-to-head, but it was a 3-game series both times as well. So Dignitas has been able to take C9 the distance in those series, but ultimately they haven't been able to come up with the win. So C9 is a bit favored coming into it.
It's a weird thing, too, because C9 also has a great record over the last couple of weeks, but they have only been playing non-playoff teams. So they've had a little bit of an easy road kind of into the playoffs, gaining some momentum and looking much better recently. Contracts has been beasting out, and I think Shrimp is a potential weak point for Dignitas, so you might see an interesting jungle matchup.
I think also within this matchup, it's fun to talk about Patch, right? We've looked at Dignitas more recently as having a fairly solid understanding of the meta, the Nasus pick, as you mentioned, not necessarily the reason they lost, and definitely a cool stab or a trial, if anything. But then, yeah, Contracts, the only guy so far to really bring out Kane to success here in North America. So it will be interesting to see how these teams match up in Champions League of all things.
Yeah, and also the top lane for Cloud9. We talk about Patch. Impact is able to play Maokai and all these other tanks up there, but also Impact has played the last 4 matches for the team, the last 11 games in a row with no substitution. So they're getting pretty much alone time with him on stage. Practice time is no longer split, to my knowledge. So Impact is really kind of revving up for the playoffs, and that's something that I'm looking at coming into this is, are they going to swap it out because they are already locked into 4 or 5 and maybe get Ray some more playtime before they have that series?
Or do they drill one roster to make sure they're as practiced as can be?
I'm personally all about just drilling a single roster, not having those swaps happen, because we're seeing it happen time and time again where these teams that are swapping people out, as soon as they get those 5 that they settle on, they look much better.
Yeah, very much so. Now, with all this talk about playoffs, we can't forget the importance of championship points leading into these regional qualifiers. Now, most notably, we see that Immortals don't actually have any championship points coming into the playoffs, but here's the breakdown of how points were distributed in the spring and how they will be distributed in summer. The winner of Summer Split doesn't get any championship points because they auto-qualify, meaning second and lower will fill in from there. But these are the current Summer Split standings with the championship points held by each team. Immortals topping the table, 0 points. You notice FlyQuest, Phoenix 1, 2 of our better finishers from spring, holding championships, but tied currently for 8th place. You must avoid the promotion tournament if you want to keep possession of those points for a gauntlet run.
And on the side of FlyQuest, they'll be playing TL and P1, so they have this completely under their control, the fact that they're already out of it and they have to beat the 2 teams under them to hold on to those championship points and hopefully get into the gauntlet where High can make another one of those miracle runs.
And we talk about championship points, only a certain amount of teams make it off of championship points into the regional qualifier, and there's a situation where more than 4 teams have championship points that aren't already qualified for Worlds. So if they beat Phoenix 1, who have 50 championship points, and keep them in that relegation zone, FlyQuest increased their chances of going. So them beating Phoenix 1 is very important.
Absolutely. Their matchup today against Team Liquid as well will be huge for FlyQuest in terms of putting that separation between them and the rest of the pack. Now, make sure you join us on NALCS2. Before that match, I will be interviewing Team Liquid Steve about the team and all of the changes they've made throughout the split. Time now, though, for us to throw it over to the casters to kick off the matches.
Thank you, Dash. Hello, I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and hello to you, Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. Are you ready for some games?
I am ready for some games. It's week 9. I'm excited.
I am too. This is the grand finale of regular play for Summer Split, and the map is swept for our first series as Team Envy goes up against Cloud9. Last week, C9 slammed in the Civil War matchup against FlyQuest.
Yeah, they did extremely well. Jensen and Contracts in particular were going off, and they have won 5 straight matches. Actually, I believe it is 4, but matches coming into this series. And that's going from 6-6 to 10-6 where they are now, and they have a relatively easy last weekend. They could potentially, double their wins and come out way ahead. We have to see, though, can they be as dominant against another playoff team in Envy, because their schedule has been a lot easier recently.
And if you're Team Envy, you just want to show that you can be a contender in playoffs as well. They've been struggling against playoff teams themselves.
Yeah, they really have. They're coming into this series off a couple losses. Last night, Seraph looked completely outclassed against Flame, playing up against Immortals. Honestly, the whole team looked outclassed. They really were struggling. They got decimated in 52 minutes or so of total gameplay. Another loss could be pretty damaging to the team's mental state. Going into playoffs, having lost 3 or 4 series in a row is not where you want to be sitting.
Well, no reason to beat around the bush. Let's jump right into the starting lineups on the blue side. Team Envy with Seraph in the top lane. Lyra, the man who carries oh so frequently from the jungle. Niski mid, Apollo bottom, Hakuo supporting, and Coach Violet.
And facing them on the red side today is going to be Cloud9. In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid lane, Jensen. Bot and support going to be Sneaky and Smoothie. Coach Reaper.
Now, as we were listening to the analysts talk about before everything started up here, playoff spots are all clinched. There's no way for 6th to fall out or 7th to move up or anything like that. Cloud9 and Envy, they both know they're going to be playing in playoffs, which is why these last couple of games in this last week could be very important. You get a taste, a preview of what you may be up against.
Yeah, especially, for Envy, if they want to have a chance of making it to Worlds, you have to have more than just that quarterfinal appearance. You have to be able to make a run in playoffs and try to get some championship points together, hopefully make it to the regional gauntlet, or maybe even win the split, right? And they need to prove that they have the level to actually compete with these upper echelon teams.
And the competition is the name of the game, because we talk about teams wanting to get to playoffs and wanting to go as far as they can. And oh man, you better hope that you don't get TSM or Immortals in the first round or something like that. But honestly, if you're really looking to be a competitor, it doesn't matter who you get in the first round, because you need to be able to compete with anyone. And right now, Envy's struggling to do that.
They really are. And speaking of those playoff teams, they got 2-0'd by CLG, then they lost 2-1 to TSM, they got 2-0'd by Immortals, now they're playing Cloud9. Those are 3 playoff teams that they had to play in a row, so a very tough playoff schedule, and this is going to be their 4th. We'll see if they can compete against them, because really, you're going to be playing one of those 3 teams that I just mentioned previously. It's going to be, we know Immortals already has a bye lock, but it'll be CLG or TSM for Envy, so they are going to have a very tough first round.
Let's see what Cloud9 decides to bring up against him here. Envy banning away LeBlanc, Maokai, and Thresh. Their opponents banning out Elise, Zach, and Caitlyn. First pick Jarvan for Team Envy. Cloud9 now thinking about what they want to bring in response to that. Jarvan, we've seen a lot of play out of him recently.
We really have. And it's interesting to see the Zach still banned away red side by Cloud9. Since it was nerfed pretty heavily in the last patch, a lot of teams are kind of shying away more from it, it seems like. But there is different levels of priority, different teams, placing different value on these champions, on these picks. Another one that it doesn't seem to be there's a lot of agreement on is Cho'Gath, because some teams still seem to really highly prioritize the Cho'Gath. Other teams are willing to let it fall completely through pick and ban.
Well, we're not going to get to see Contracts as Kane here in game number 1. They have locked in Rek'Sai for the jungle on the side of Cloud9. Also going to go ahead pick up Tristana there for the AD carry position. Remember, Kalista is still open, but they've opted for the Trist instead.
Yeah, the Tristana has, I would say, a lot better scaling, a lot better sieging, and that is one of the reasons why you are seeing it picked so frequently. It's a pretty safe overall choice to fit in really almost any single team composition. You can go fairly aggressive with it. You can have all-in 2v2 lanes where you can see Tristana rocket jumping in. You can also go very supportive style where you want to play Janna or a Soraka or something like this alongside it and try to get to those late game stages, especially in combination with something like an Orianna. Then you can have these really powerful kind of protect the AD carry type compositions. So there's a lot of options alongside it, and with Orianna being the choice here for Jensen, we may see another more defensive support to be paired there, which really could make Sneaky pretty powerful.
And Jensen is so adept at this champion too. This isn't just Orianna picked as a good champion to a team composition. This is Orianna picked as someone who knows how to use this champion to its full capability. Jensen has shown time and again, especially this split, how good he is on Orianna. So him playing it here in game number 1 definitely bodes well for Cloud9.
And it's his most played champion by far. He almost has an 80% win rate on it, 78.6% win rate, 14 plays. His next most played champion is actually Syndra at 7. So certainly a comfort pick there for Cloud9. And they are going to be the ones actually banning away some of the defensive support, so taking away the Janna from Hakuo. It is definitely another champion that can work very well in combination with the Sivir, and Sivir is one of the champions that can become the hyper carry in the late game. It also may kind of hint towards the fact that C9 wants to play some maybe more diving style champions, because Janna is something that can work very well against those. You know, so if you wanted to bring something like a Kled or champions along those lines in the top lane, then maybe taking away that Janna makes some sense.
Janna also one of the best abusers of Ardent Sensor, the item that suddenly has just catapulted itself to the forefront of support itemization. Everybody, there's been whispers sort of for a while about how good this item is, but now everyone is finally realizing how powerful it is, and Janna being able to get such use out of it. Not surprising to see her banned away Taric as well. Shen and Gnar banned out by Envy, really focusing that top lane.
She's also quite safe, right? Because of all the disengage that she has. So while there are other supports who can utilize it very, very well, they're not as safe, I would say. Something like a Sona can be very, very vulnerable to these ganks. It is a very squishy champion, but there still are a lot of melee supports in the meta. It looks like we are going to be seeing Alistar here from Smoothie, and it's only the second time he's actually played this split, but we know how adept he is at these melee supports. He's played quite a lot of Braum. He plays Taric, he plays Blitzcrank, Tahm Kench, so this is something that's certainly in his wheelhouse, although he hasn't shown a lot of it, and it can be a very exciting champion to watch. It's also a pretty interesting interaction with Sivir, because Sivir, you would think, well, you can block the combo with a spell shield, but when you do the headbutt pulverize, you actually block the headbutt and you still get pulverized, so you still basically get knocked up, and it's very difficult for the Sivir to actually be able to really do anything about that combo, and it almost completely nullifies that spell shield.
Well, if one spell shield's not enough, why not use two? Morgana locked in for Team Envy in their support role, as they also decide to pick up that dirty old Cho'Gath you were talking about before, that's able to hit so hard with the true damage late game while also being so tanky.
Yeah, there's a lot of good matchups for Cho'Gath. We have to remember this could be flex still. It could be going to Lyra, or in the top lane there to Seraph. And it's looking like it will be Galio as the pick here coming out for Impact. And I think that Cho'Gath can match up quite well into that. You can scale very, very heavily. Yes, you will be able to see Cho'Gath sometimes getting pushed in, and sometimes kind of the roams from Galio are going to be more effective. That's what Impact is going to be looking to do. But Seraph can very easily farm this out, can start to stack up his fee stacks, and become very, very powerful later on in the game.
And I really want to keep eyes, like every series that Envy plays, on Lyra this game, because especially recently, we have seen this team completely fall apart when he is shut down in the early game, when he's not able to get going. The team doesn't really have a way to get themselves into the game come mid-game and late game. They're just completely eclipsed. So Lyra on this Jarvan needs to be making those plays and getting the team ahead.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Jarvan is a champion that can be very, very effective in the early game. It's one of the champions I think has probably the best level 2 gank because of the actual CC and the engage range offered by that knockup. So Jarvan, you can do very aggressive early pathing, you can do power farming. We're seeing much more defensive style tanky builds coming out of Jarvan these days. Cinderhulk usually into something like a Knight's Vow. We'll see if he's going to go that route, or if he is going to try to go a more aggressive route with Warrior or Black Cleaver in there and try to take over.
And look at his lanes. If he can manage to hit that flag and drag combo, he's got a Rupture to follow it up in top lane, he's got a Seismic Shove to follow it up in mid lane, he's got a Binding in bottom lane. That is a dream.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of follow-up there for him. That said, Rek'Sai, also another champion that can get involved very early on in the lanes, has powerful ganking, and he's going to have to be wary of the 2v2, because a level 3 Rek'Sai is very strong, and you know, if you go up, you have to be sure not only that you can win the 2v1, but that you can win the possible 2v2, because Contracts is very active in the early game, and despite the fact that he hasn't had a ton of success on Rek'Sai as a champion, he's been very good in recent weeks.
And speaking of recent weeks and kind of that performance Cloud9 has had with their 4-match win streak, this is a team that's also gone on record saying, we feel like we're improving at such a ridiculous rate right now. They talked about how they've identified some weaknesses that honestly were a long time coming in terms of finding out, hey, this is what's wrong with our playstyle, and they think that that's the trick for them getting better a lot quicker, as Hakuo ends up face-checking into Smoothie there. Sneaky now having to run away from Apollo, who lands a couple of auto attacks here onto him. Ricochet going to supply a little bit of extra damage, as shouldn't be any problem getting back in time here.
Yeah, they'll be just fine. And And Smoothie trying to kind of push Hakuo back to not allow him to get up and get that vision, but he gets it anyway. Plus, he's going to be able to get some extra gold from that Spell Thief. So not sure if it was super worthwhile. Envy either way do get vision on actual both sides of the map, and C9 doesn't get vision on either side. So certainly a pretty big advantage early on for Lyra as far as being able to track contracts, because he's going to know exactly where he's starting. He's going to be able to see him at the Raptors. Niski is already in position to try to come up and actually steal away some of the little Raptors from him. And this is actually something that's pretty likely to happen, because with the Winds of War, it gets him so low. So he can actually position, yep, he gets
He got
already.
2. That's so big. You get 2, the enemy jungler cannot hit level 2 off the chicken camp.
Yeah, even with the big one. So normally you actually get level 2 just off the little chickens, and even if you kill the big one, now you're still level 1. So this means that he has to do a leashless level 1 red buff. That is going to be much slower for him. Lyra's already level 2, already on his blue buff, and will be able to have the option to try to either get a super early gank, power clear, or even look to meet Contracts at one of his buffs, because Contracts is certainly going to be at a disadvantage because of this.
And I love seeing the consequences of just those small things in League of Legends, because you get down that early ward on the enemy jungle, it allows your mid laner to time that steal properly, and just getting both of those stealaways might be so big here. Lyra grabs his own Gromp. Contracts was honestly pretty audacious going in like that.
Yeah, Contracts, I think, misreading what Lyra was doing. My guess is he felt like Lyra was going to be taking away his blue. That's the only reason you actually go over there as a level 2 Rek'Sai, because you cannot fight anyone as a level 2 Rek'Sai. You don't even have your tunnel. You don't have your true damage bite. So he's just misreading the situation, essentially. We saw sometimes how that can work out very, very well for our teams. Yesterday, notably, Smithy was able to really read some jungle pathing very well early against Lyra and get a big advantage for his team. And this time, you know, Contracts makes his best guess, but does come up wrong.
Jensen and Niski just farming back and forth here. Niski going to be pushing those waves around, farming them up. Remember, he is definitely going to have his work cut out for him going up against Jensen's Orianna here. You mentioned the 78% win rate, and it's not just stats, too, because we talk an awful lot about stats, but when he comes in the clutch on this champion in so many different fights, in so many different games, we've seen multi-man shockwaves all the time when Jensen's playing this. We've seen game enders out of him. It's not just the stats, it's the playmaking.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that not only can control lanes, can sometimes get his own advantages very heavily, he's always the late game insurance policy. Whether C9 is ahead, whether they are behind, you have to worry about Jensen on this champion because he can turn around fights. He can take over games, and he has done that very, very often.
Wave pushed up, so he's not going to be doing a whole lot for now as the Envy Invasion Squad comes for Contracts Blue. Scryer's Bloom's going to spy him out, force him off. Ward cleared out by Lyra. They got to be aware of that collapse potential.
I mean, yesterday on a blue invade at 4 minutes, they got 4 for 1.
Not good.
Against Immortals.
They're having flashbacks.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit nervous about that. Yes, the MV bot lane is here faster, but Sneaky is already pushing out the wave, so they're going to have to go back to bot to actually catch this, and will not be able to continue on that evade. So Contracts delayed a little bit, but eventually will be able to clear up his blue buff, and all things looking pretty even across the board.
Oh, nice engage from Smoothie. Hakuo going to be jumped on and beat down. First blood, Sneaky. Cloud9 with the instant trigger pull.
Really nice engage there from Smoothie. Finds the combo, and Siki just jumps right in with that rocket jump, and there is some of the all-in potential that he can use with Tristana. So despite the fact that she is that hyper carry in the late game, also has this early all-in potential, very well executed. They even got the summoners down too.
Yeah, you got the heal from Apollo, you got the flash from Hakuo, you still get the kill. That was just explosive from Cloud9. Smoothie wasn't willing to wait. He said, all right, catch him off guard, here we go. Perfectly done from these guys.
Yeah, this is really well done. Comes out of the bush, so just not enough time to actually react there. Full commitment. The Ignite goes down instantly, so Apollo cannot get that full heal out either. And when you're able to pull off that combo, it's very scary because if you fall behind a Tristana lane, they can be pressuring your turret so heavily. So look for them to try to shove up and really extend that advantage if they can. It's also huge that Sneaky's the one who actually gets that last hit because he's already going to be on that BS sword, going to have a very nice early buy.
Sneaky now having that extra damage means the Tristana ramp game is in effect, starting to scale up, doing what he needs to do, getting towards those mid-game well, not really even mid-game, mid to late game spikes that Tristana is so well known for. The Black Shield was also available for Hakuo during that, by the way. He just could not react in time because Smoothie jumped on him so quickly.
Yeah, playing around the vision, right? Coming out of the bush, there's very little time to actually react there, and woo, C9
The
fans.
The Cloud9 fans, that is a passionate fan base, man. 90-10 in terms of that vote, saying Cloud9 is going to walk away with the win here, continue that streak.
I mean, Cloud9 has been winning some fan votes against TSM, which a couple of years ago was something that I felt
Unheard
like
of.
never happened.
Yeah.
And now they seem to be often very even or Cloud9 favored. This is a team that has a lot of fans and a lot of very passionate fans. And I think a lot of that is in part to the fact that these guys are active streamers as well. You know, especially Siki has so much of a following.
They're personalities. They're people that other people like to root for. And right now, they're on one hell of a comeback swing. This is a team that, remember, was looking to be really struggling around midway through this split. Once we hit about the halfway point where the other teams were going to, where Cloud9 actually was going to Rift Rivals, they were sitting on 6-6, and everybody was like, well, I mean, what are these guys doing here? Are they slipping away from the form that we saw in Spring Split? Are they not going to be one of the top contenders? But now they've bounced back. Now they're coming back into their own a little bit. The question remains, will they be able to compete with the likes of Immortals and CLG and CSM?
Yeah, and that's what we'll have to find out. I mean, I think a big part of the resurgence has been the fact that the newer meta has been fitting the top lane, and the top laner, you know, Impact has been performing, I think, a lot better than he had been in the earlier stages of the season. For me, that was the big difference between this season and last, was that C9's top lane had been so strong and was really struggling in the summer split. And now, you know, with Impact performing, they're doing so much better. They have that rock in the top lane. They're looking for another all-in.
Here they go again. Apollo now the victim as contracts come in. Hakuo, Black Shield onto himself. I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive today. Smoothie catching up. Hakuo running away. Lyra comes in, but it will not be in time. Now, can they finish him and make it a triple? Level 6 on Lyra. In comes Niski. Can they turn this one around here? The Cataclysm goes off. Smoothie having a blast away. Jensen makes his way into the fight. Lyra still low, but gets away. Cloud9, 2 for nothing.
Yeah, 3 for 0 now on the scoreboard. They get a lot of summoners out there. The minions are already shoved up. They're going to look for this first turret, and with Envy basing, they should be able to knock it down and get a huge advantage. We'll see if they want to give all that solo gold over to Sneaky, because that could really put him so far ahead.
What a landslide bottom lane for Cloud9. Contracts will stick around, take some of that gold as well. Sneaky doesn't need all of it. He's already got 1 kill and 2 assists. Contracts wants to get a little bit of a bonus going as that jungler. Apollo's? Okay, they're not going to jump on him. They're not worried about this.
That may mean an important item completion or a breakpoint or something for contracts, but I always do favor actually giving it over to the AD carry in a composition like this, because you have so many ways to enable them with your front line. But anyway, here is the play. Feel like they've caught Smoothie out. The contract's already on the way down. Nice combo. No Black Shield able to come out again there from Hakuo, so does not have a reaction time 2 times in a row. And then Hakuo flashless because of the first blood means that they can chase in. Contracts executes him. You can see Talia looking to make the roam down, and Lyra is 6, so they try to turn this around, but Jensen very quickly was on the way, and the Blast Cone was still available, which means he comes in, and he has to retreat, knowing the Shockwave could actually mean 2 more kills.
And Smoothie's flash there was so good because he made sure he was at the very edge of that Cataclysm, so he got over both the Cataclysm wall and the Talia ulti wall, completely getting himself out of danger, preventing that return kill from Envy. Very well played by the Cloud9 support this game. Dude has been going off. The first blood engage, the turnaround there.
His top lane, though, they're actually going to look for another kill. We'll see if Seraph can get out. He does have his flash, but may not be enough mobility, and Envy's roaming up.
This is the problem with Cho'Gath. It's so hard to get away. Cloud9 still looking for the kill, a little bit more, and Seraph's still going. Does get taken out, but Lyra and Niski have made their way in here now. It's 1 for 1 so far. Lyra, fail flash, doesn't get himself over the wall. Niski still chasing Impact down, but the dunk comes in.
Yeah, he's able to live long enough, and despite not even using his ultimate, they do get 2 kills. C9 is pushing mid lane, though, so the trade still goes their way. They're down a kill, but up a mid lane turret, the most important one. And Impact should be able to defend topside as he has his teleport when he does res. We'll see if Niski can actually knock it down before then. Might be able to.
And this is one of the things that's a lot of the times brought up when people are talking about, you know, is Cho'Gath OP? Is this a really good pick? He's so vulnerable because he's immobile.
To be fair, you know, in those situations, he is quite vulnerable, but it's a very tanky champion, and one of the things I would have liked to see out of Seraph is actually just use the Feast. If you're going to die and your team is coming up, you should always use it, even if you're not going to get the execute, because it's putting out that additional damage to then win the fight later on. This is something that Seraph does not do, but it does get taken down, doesn't get that Feast off, was I think trying to hope that he could actually get a stack from it.
Right.
Instead, they're not able to do that, but Envy does clean up a couple kills. They're now looking for a fight again on the bot side. We'll see if they can take down
Lyra tries to do the flag and drag combo, instead just gets jerked all the way back. And now there's nothing that he can do.
Nothing that he can do, and they're going to be on to the Mountain Dragon here, looking to knock that one down as well. Cloud9 feeling like they are in full control, looking to maybe get a steal, but Contracts does have Smite, and there's no jungler up for Envy, so C9 will just simply pull it out, eliminate the chance of that steal.
Boomerang Blade over the wall, not doing anything. Easy money for Contracts. Cloud9 playing as a coherent unit early on in this game.
Yeah, they really are. And Jensen able to zone out Niski.
Niski gonna find himself soloed here if he's not careful. Apollo tries to come in, but Jensen's already done the deed. Now they're looking to get even more. TP canceled. Hako and Apollo still retreating. Cloud9 still on the chase. It was Seraph who canceled Impact's TP.
Lyra is here though, and Siki is not joining the team. We'll see if Envy can try to fight for this. They are falling very far behind.
Smite for Smite, and the patience reset makes it so Lyra can't secure, and Contracts gets the red buff instead.
Yeah, Contract's going to be able to take that away. Another thing going C9's way. You would expect that the teleport from Impact got canceled out there by Seraph, so we may see if that was the case, but either way, Sneaky was pushing on the bot side this whole time, and the fact that C9 was not punished, that he didn't join, means he gets the additional farm, he gets the push in the wave, going to have a great reset for a buy, and everything really is going Cloud9's way. We'll see if they decide to rotate their lanes around, and they are going to send their bot lane top, it looks like, but we'll watch the fight one more time. Jensen getting zoned out. They see that they actually have him kind of locked down here, so Smoothie roaming up, pops the ultimate to break free, and coming in for the collapse. There's just no way to actually react in this. It was the interrupt there, which does at least save some of the lives of Envy, but still, I mean, it's kind of the best of a bad world, since they are really just bleeding out a lot of objectives. They're bleeding out a lot of gold, and we'll see if they can even defend on this topside turret.
Niski really has to show respect to the Orianna that has control of that corridor leading into mid lane as well. I mean, Jensen was right there. The ball was in position, but Niski walked up to it. You saw in the replay, and that's against Jensen's Orianna. That's not something that I think you're willing to do as a risk.
Yeah, I mean, you try to take that greedy path. He wanted to get back in there to be able to pick up some of that farm that was being lost, but taking that path locks them into a fight that they cannot win, and does cost them even more.
Ooh, nice interrupt. Sneaky almost gets himself comboed down. Good disengage, though.
Yeah, the headbutt there from Smoothie was so good, and Niski may get soloed out again.
Not again, Niski. Jensen with the killing spree.
Niski decides to not even blow the flash there, but Jensen gets another solo kill, and he is getting very far ahead here. While on top side, the bot lane going to be looking to pressure up on this turret. Galio has already rotated down to bottom, so Seraph is going to go down to match, but this is something where they can actually look to set up a dive because they're taking away the blue. There's 4 members of Cloud9 up here. This could be dangerous for Envy.
Things are getting very dangerous very quickly for Team Envy as a whole. Contracts finds his way towards Apollo, forces out the Sivir ulti. That being used to disengage means Contracts will back away, but now with that ulti down, that's one sigh of relief that Cloud9 can have should a team fight break out. Hey, they don't even have that thing to fight us with. Let's go ahead and push up.
That makes you play that much more scared. C9 doesn't want to risk executing that dive right now, though, so they are going to retreat back to the Rift Herald. There's a lot of Envy members in the area, though. You can see Lyra moving over here. Talia does have ultimate available, so they may look to fight this. They are falling quite behind and might feel like they need to make a move. So TP's coming in. They are going to go for the fight.
Here we go. Sneaky disengaging, jumping himself away. Lyra trying to go in all the way. Rift Herald down to 1,000 HP. Smoothie's got the ulti pop. Blue team takes the Herald. But now Lyra's going to find himself caught out. Impact there into the back lines. Contracts kill number 1. As C9 now falls backwards. A big shockwave finds 3. And Envy is eradicated from the river. 1 for 4 so far, and Cloud9 finds their 15-minute ace.
They get the ace, and they're going to be able to push both top and mid off this. They're going to take even more, so despite the fact that Lyra wins that Smite battle, C9 comes out massively ahead, and Jensen already so strong, completing these early items, hit a huge shockwave that really decimated Envy in that fight.
That's that playmaking we were talking about. Yes, he's got numbers. He's up 40 CS on his opponent. He's 6-0-2, but he also shows up in those moments. That's what makes this Orianna such a threat. And Cloud9, what a fight against Envy.
All right, so we'll watch it one more time. Watch the headbutt from Smoothie. Hakuo laid on the Black Shield again, and this has been happening almost every time this game. So headbutt out of the flag and drag. He has been so good with these disengages from Alistar. He did it on the top side, but some criticism has to be thrown Hakuo's way when it keeps happening. His Black Shields have not been on point. That turning around that disengage, keeping Sneaky safe was so big, and then look at the three members, they group up, and the triple shockwave from Jensen, catching them all on the edge. You have to be so good about tracking that Orianna ball, or Jensen will catch you like this in the team fights, and Envy gonna fall prey to him once again. Jensen gonna be on 2 items with the upgraded boots, and Niski knows it. They are gonna be in tough this game.
And you can't blame the team for trying to take a fight there because, as you said right before it, they were falling behind. You can't just concede the entire map and expect to play a game that you have any chance in. That's playing not to lose. It's not playing to win.
Yeah, Niski may get run down here now. Contracts.
Flash keep him alive, though. Look at the damage from Jensen, and even Impact in the last fight. Impact did 2.3K.
Galio has some pretty good AoE, and we're going to see top turret go down, so the gold lead going to extend that much further. But, I mean, Jensen is at such a ridiculously strong point at this stage in the game. He completed his Leandries and his Sork boots off that fight, so he's on 2 items, double spell pen, has a lot of CDR. If he gets involved in a fight in any way, he will be crushing Envy. Envy essentially has to be able to burst him out right off the bat to have any chance in a fight. But then even Sneaky is quite strong, and Contracts is getting strong, and it's really hard to actually access the carries when there's this big 3-man front line.
Yeah, Envy's gonna have to find some sort of way to insta-gib someone with a Cho'Gath ulti or a Niski combo or something along those lines, but it just is so much easier said than done.
It really is. Cloud9 is essentially running what is, in my opinion, one of the very easiest comps in the game as far as composition style, where you have 2 threats and you have this massive front line. If you're already doing well, it's so hard to lose team fights because you have to get through all these carries, and there's so much CC and there's so much disruption. Your carries are able to free fire and have a lot of safety. When these comps fall apart, though, is if your carries fall behind, your team has no damage, and then your team fight is pretty bad. In this stage, though, we know Jensen is fed, Sneaky's doing great, and they're looking for a dive.
And the whole team's coming bottom for a party. Sneaky drawing turret aggro means they have to back away for a moment. Rupture fired off, doesn't find the ultimate. Weaver's wall going up, but the turret is going down, and now Seraph is the target. Sean comes through, there comes your knock-up, more damage poured into the front line, and he won't last long. A godlike Jensen takes him out as Cloud9 in danger of losing their jungler now brings in the cavalry. The hero's entrance keeps him alive and makes sure it's not going to be a 1-for-1 as Apollo and Hakuo will hold the line, clear out that minion wave, and halt C9's advance only for a moment.
Yeah, there is a Rift Herald down mid lane, though. Lyra very intelligently dropped that before he came down to the bot side, so fighting back, getting that turret out, is pretty smart. Actually, excuse me, Niski was the one who actually dropped the Rift Herald. Either way, a good play from MB to try to at least get something back there and claw their way back in, because it's often actually really tough when you are losing this badly to get turrets with the Rift Herald, because the winning team usually has enough time to respond. So the fact that they have picked up, turret on the top side, thanks to Apollo slip pushing, now this turret in the mid lane, thanks to that Rift Herald, at least gives them a little bit of hope.
But that hope will quickly fade unless they can find themselves some sort of amazing fight, or Cloud9 ends up putting themselves in a spot where they throw heavily, down 6,000 gold 20 minutes in, 13-3 in the kill count.
I mean, unless it's pretty much a clean ace and a Baron, it has to be a lot of fights in a row, because they are so far behind, and I think that their composition is so much harder to execute than that of C9 from this stage, when you have Tristana already on 2 items with so much protection, and Jensen so powerful, plus a lot of engage, and they're going to be looking for more fights.
Here we go again. Seraph's supposed to be the front line, but Cloud9 has no qualms with going in directly onto that Cho'Gath. TP from Impact there off to the side, just in case he needs to make a hero's entrance. He won't have it for the next few seconds still, though.
C9 may just start up the Baron. They have double Mountain Dragon. I think that's going to be the call. Start it up, make Envy come to you, and then turn for the fight, because you cannot just stay at the Baron and fight it at 21 minutes in. It will do a lot of damage. We'll see when they turn.
Smoothie popping the ulti immediately at the start here. Weaver's wall fired off. Baron under 3K, but Cloud9 has decided to go for the fight. Impact, flash taunt onto 2. Lyra the target. Sneaky with the auto attack firing time. Contracts grabbing the kill onto Hawkwo as well. Seraph having to run away. Contracts taken very low. Hero's entrance again to keep him alive. Legendary Jensen as Contracts falls. It's a 2-for-1, but the Shockwave finds the carries. And a double kill for this Orianna yet again.
Catching both the carries there from Jensen. Amazing flash shockwave at the end of the fight. Great patience from him. And C9 get 4 kills. They're going to go right back to the Baron. And despite not having a jungler, they will start it up. They have to keep Lyra away, though, because he is on the map. Doesn't look like he's even going to be able to get there in time. And Cloud9 has all but locked up this one.
22-minute Baron after killing all but a couple members of the enemy team. 10,000 nearly the gold lead. It's going to be a push towards the base coming up next, and honestly, I don't know how Envy holds.
I honestly think they can end with this Baron. It's a very high chance. They have such strong diving with Alistar and Rek'Sai and the Galio, and they can really siege down these turrets. They may want to play it a bit more safely, look to knock down multiple inhibitors, look to collect the outer turrets, and just extend their gold lead, and that is also a very viable option. But if Cloud9 wants to get aggressive, there's a high chance they close it out.
And Seraph needs to be looking out as well, because they have started the past couple of fights jumping onto this guy just because he has no way to get away.
Yeah, and when the team is actually not strong enough to fully dive, with this essentially dive composition where you pop the Silverall, you throw in your Jarvan, you throw in the Cho'Gath. I mean, the Cho'Gath is just going in, and then he's like, hey, guys,
all right,
where's the team?
Throw a couple question mark pings down there, and everything's good to go. Cloud9 good to go in the top lane, pushing down the tier 2 very, very rapidly. That'll be turret number 6 for them. All that's left is the enemy base.
I mean, they just knocked down 2 of the last outers in a couple seconds with this buff, and now the Baron buff enabling them to go straight for the inhibitor turret. It's gonna get knocked down very fast. It's gone.
Impact just channeling the taunt there on the front. Seraph backing away with the black shield to keep himself safe. Orianna ball thrown down right next to that inhib. If Envy tries to defend it, they're going to be caught out. Niski now jumped on Smoothie again with the initiation. And Jensen legendary as Envy is routed. The game is over. Sneaky is on a killing spree. And Impact grabs the inhib. All that's left is to put the last few shots into Envy's remaining structures. Nexus turret number 1 falls. Nexus turret number 2 is the target until Jensen and Smoothie again go in. Jensen decided to pad those stats just a little bit harder as Lyra can't find his way back into the spawn platform. Nexus turret number 2 attacking, but a double kill for Jensen in the enemy fountain. The Nexus will go down pre-25 minutes. And in game 1, Azale, Cloud9 makes a statement.
Jensen just 100 zeros Apollo in the Nexus to finish that game off. 12-0-5 for him on the Orianna. And oh my God, what a performance from Cloud9. They were watching Immortals yesterday, and they're saying anything you could do, I could do better.
We can do it just as well, if not better. That was such an amazing show from everyone on the team. Contracts going in, Impact making sure he was right there with him, protecting him. Smoothie's constant engages, Sneaky's damage. I'm not even going to put Jensen in this list because the whole game was a highlight reel for him.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Smoothie as well. In particular, he really stood out to me. Yes, Jensen took over this game, but I think the Alistar play from Smoothie was so good, so quick on actually disengaging, knocking Lyra out of his flag and drag almost every single time in the team fights, finding the critical engages, allowing them to push the pace, great vision control. Really, C9 can be proud of this game as a whole. They're playing a playoff team, and they made it look extremely easy, and this is the kind of form you want to see going into these tough matchups that they're going to have, is they have Dignitas in the first round.
That's what we talked about, right? When you have a playoff team versus a playoff team, it's kind of a preview of things to come. But for more on that commanding victory, we're going to send things down to Dash and our analysts.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Commanding is one word for it. There's plenty of other crushing words that you can use. Demolish, a clinic, any of these things. A great game at that. For Cloud9, this is exactly the way they want to be coming into Week 9 in terms of form when it comes to the way they're facing up against playoff teams. You mentioned that more recently, the success they've had has been against teams that they're not necessarily going to be facing in the playoffs. All right, well, here's one of your playoff teams, albeit the lowest ranked playoff team, but you come in and you put up a performance similar to what we saw out of Immortals yesterday. things are looking good.
I mean, it's just such a crazy game out of them where they are able to play the patch very well, and we get to see once again that people just can't target mid laners. So Jensen gets his hands on Orianna, that's his comfort champion. Top lane gets pinched as a result, but there's so many tanks up there now. He's able to take Galio last. Envy were put in a weird spot where they weren't sure if they wanted to put the Jarvan or the Cho'Gath up there most likely. They go with the Cho'Gath, it's hard to criticize it.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, if you swap it, Jarvan's like a better lane matchup, and then the Galio doesn't get to build Abyssal Mask first item and help Jensen out. But if you put the Cho'Gath up there, pretty easy to gank, but does have a little bit of kill pressure when he hits level 6. But that's kind of the difference.
All right, so a bit of stuff around champion select. Really, though, it came down to the play. And Smoothie in the bot lane put together some really impressive engages on that Alistar. Again, showing that if you put him on a playmaker, he is willing to make the big play.
And these have to be fast, because it's Black Shield and there's a Sivir spell shield as well. So you have to sit in that bush. You have to have those snap engages. The Sivir, isn't really that great of a matchup into the Alistar because the headbutt pulverize. You will always eat the pulverize afterwards. But right here, Smoothie turns it around, and they weren't expecting this, even though they have full vision of it. Aqua was trying to reward the bush and doesn't Black Shield, even though he does have it up there.
Yeah, multiple 2v2 kills for that duo of the bot lane. And this is a big thing because so typically when we talk about C9, we're looking at it's the Jensen show and how does the rest of the team support him. When you're coming into these final weeks and you're looking to be in top form, I think top form for C9 is, yes, a well-performing Jensen, but the supporting cast needs to step up to his level in a sense.
That's the big thing, is there always needs to be one guy, and recently it's been Contracts, and Smoothie has started coming back with all the playmaking supports now. We've seen Monteric starting to step up, and here on Alistar has a huge game around the bot lane early on. They get the turret after that play, and that's kind of what gives them their first gold lead. But then, like you said, it's the Jensen show. He's like, don't forget about me, guys.
Always comes back to the Jensen show. Let's roll a couple clips here because this guy is solo killing people multiple times over throughout the game, landing some of the most integral shockwaves.
Yeah.
A 12-0-5 scoreline. Are you kidding me?
It's ridiculous, and that's a 24-minute game. So he accelerated the pace so heavily with those solo kills into the team fights immediately afterwards. And Jensen's just team fight fundamentals as a mid laner are so damn good. He is so aggressive in the lane phase as well. He's not getting like gigantic CS advantages over people. This game he did, but in general, he just knows how to play the lane and the team fights with the lowest risk possible to him.
Right, and I mean, like, shockwaves like that are why he gets player of the games. Not like because he's keying it off of a great engage by Smoothie. And Smoothie played this team fight really well with a couple nice headbutts, but at the end of the day, it's a massive, unassisted, basically 3-man shockwave that wins them this fight definitively. And later on, there's a team fight where Impact on Galio's running away is like, this fight's over. And Jensen flashes forward, is like, no, I'm getting 2 more kills. Gets another ultimate. This guy is such a playmaker, gives himself monster leads.
Yeah, and so Jensen's just been performing incredibly well the entire split. And coming into playoffs, everybody's eyes are on him because right now he seems like that pivotal member of Cloud9, and we're looking for him in those clutch moments as it moves forward.
Yeah, but the honorable mention goes to Smoothie, and this is where I do want to expand the conversation to the rest of Cloud9. Again, we're looking at these other members to step up to the plate, and it was interesting, I think it was last week, Mark, we were looking at player of the games, and we actually noticed Sneaky, maybe not with this player of the game here, but Sneaky actually holds the most player of the game awards on the team, which makes it so interesting that we're constantly talking about the team as relying on Jensen. To a degree, I feel like we've gotten to this place of expectation that Jensen just has to so wildly overperform for us to actually give him a nod of player of the game.
If you just look at this game, Smoothie was like this close to getting it. If he didn't get all those solo kills, and if those team fights weren't his own plays, if let's say they were following up on Smoothie engages, he never would have got the player of the game this time. Like, he has to play so well to pull them away from his teammates when they're stepping up.
Well, I also feel like player of the games is going to have a little bias here because of the fact that when the team loses, Jensen has like an 8-1-2 scoreline, right? So when they lose, he's the best performing member on the team.
Right.
When they win, somebody else has to step up to assist Jensen because he's always going to perform at a very consistent rate, even in their losses.
Right.
So when they win, we look at the person who's not Jensen and go, they won because he stepped up. And, Jensen's still doing his thing. So the person will more often than not actually get favored in that.
On the side of Envy, struggles continue here. Again, they're looking to prove themselves to these other top-tier teams. They've got to instill a little bit of fear into the opposition coming into playoffs and at the same time bolster their own, mentality moving into these best-of-5 series. This is another knock to that mentality. How do they recover from this? What's the solution for Envy?
It feels like their bot lane has slowly started slipping down, you know, the kind of rankings, if you will, where at the start of the split, it's like, wow, Apollo looks like he's one of the best ones out there. Hakuho is really stepping up. And their bot lane's been very, very quiet ever since they've kind of gotten off some of their comfort picks when they were getting the Caitlyn's and the Kalissas. And it feels like now that they're forced onto the Sivers and stuff, it doesn't look quite as good.
Yeah, I feel like Apollo is still actually very good. I just felt like Hakuho that game, he got shut down early, blew his flash, and then the next time he was going to reward the bush, and then they had already given up 3 kills by the time that he had really been able to counterplay Smoothie. So I feel like that was Smoothie really hard outplaying Hakuho, and not so much Apollo in that sense, because Apollo's kind of like letting the support dictate the bottom lane for the most of it, and then when they get to the mid lane, he's able to kind of pop off.
Well, Envy looking for 2 wins in a row here. We're taking a quick break. When we return, though, it's Game 2 between Cloud9 and Team Envy. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
What's it let me? Yeah, when you're being on top. Wait, there we go. Oh, thank you. I need more. Turn him up more.
All things looking pretty even across the board.
Oh, nice engage from Smoothie. Hakuho gonna be jumped on and beat down. First blood, Snaky. But Lyra and Niski have made their way in here now. 1 for 1 so far. Lyra, fail flash, doesn't get himself over the wall. Niski still chasing Impact down, but the dunk comes in. As C9 now falls backwards, a big shockwave finds 3, and Envy is eradicated.
Eaton, no shorty. Header!
To keep him alive. Legendary Jensen, as Contracts falls, it's a 2 for 1, but the shockwave finds the carries, and a double kill for this Orianna yet again.
of course, there's not really many bad things about playing a clean game. It's more, for me, it's more that we prove as a team to ourselves that we can play this clean and we can be a good team. Like, for example, I think TSM does a pretty good job of it. They usually, when they're playing well, don't take like really risky gambles or like really bad fights. So I want to strive for that, and I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes to like my team, of course. I really want us to succeed, and of course any player should have the mentality, but I want to win finals, and I've gotten so many chances, but we couldn't win, and that's really unfortunate, but hopefully this time we can make it happen.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Cloud9 definitely had a clean game in game number 1 of this series, but the teams are readying up on stage for the second bout between Cloud9 and Team Envy. Taking a look back at that performance, though, there's 2 players that really stand out to me, and like they did to you too, we had this discussion. Smoothie, first of all, 1-1-14 on that Alistar, 71% kill participation, including the first blood. So much work done by this guy.
One of the things that has really constantly impressed me about Smoothie is his ability to bring out picks that he doesn't necessarily show a lot and perform at a super high level on them. Sometimes you'll see a lot of players, it's like, oh, well, this is meta. They bring it out. You can very clearly tell that they're not that practiced on the champion, don't have full mastery over it. I can't really recall any situations like that with Smoothie. It always feels like, oh, he brought out Terra. Oh, well, he's great at that. Oh, okay, he brings out Bard. Oh, well, I guess he's one of the best at that too, right? He's so consistent, such a high-level player, and I think it's been such a strong addition to Cloud9 as an organization.
And when a player who does as much work as Smoothie did doesn't end up getting player of the game because somebody else stepped up even harder, you know that it's got to be somebody like Jensen, who just had ridiculous numbers in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was an absolute monster, putting out almost 35% of the team's damage, almost 900 damage per minute. Pretty ridiculous, especially when you realize how early on they ended the game, and that gets more and more inflated the later you go, generally, as you do more and more damage. So Jensen definitely with a monster performance and making his case to become the MVP.
It's that Cloud9 fidget spinner. That's what he's doing. That's how he's staying focused in between the first couple of games. He's making sure that he's going to keep on rolling with that momentum as we head into game number 2. And honestly, if Cloud9 can keep that momentum up, it is going to be a fast series overall.
It certainly is. And Envy is not looking to go out like they did yesterday.
Nope.
A couple very quick games against Immortals and Cloud9 smashing them in game number 1. This would be their 4th straight series loss to a playoff team. They are going into playoffs. That's not the situation you want to be in. So Envy need to be able to bounce back, need to show us something better. Perhaps it's time to just kind of dial it back a little bit, try to draft some very safe lanes, try to enter that mid game in a place where you're not already at a disadvantage.
And I am not surprised at all to see Orianna banned away. I was thinking about doing one of those hangman tweets with ban Orianna in between the first couple of games, but I decided against it. But obviously, Envy was on the same wavelength as me mentally coming into this one. So Cloud9 banning away Kalista, Elise, and LeBlanc as their choices.
I mean, great, you banned away Orianna, but do you really feel that much better playing against Jensen's Syndra or his Talia, right? That's kind of the problem with that. And if you're so scared of a player, you have to kind of ban away the most vanilla champion in the role. That does kind of worry me because Maokai and Zac and champions like this are available. And it'll be interesting to see if they actually do prioritize Zac over the Maokai. To me, that is kind of shocking. I think that Maokai should be a tier above Zac right now. But that being said, they could actually get both here.
Both of them? That's disgusting.
I think they should take both. I think not taking Maokai would be a mistake. I think you put Maokai for impact. That's incredibly strong front line already. And that would be such a powerful top side of the map.
That's so busted. Maokai plus Zac together. Oh, man. Let's see what they decide to go for here. They do go for the Sivir, making sure that they've got some powerful AD carry potential there. We saw Sneaky go off 2 last game. Honestly, nobody on C9 didn't have a good performance in game number 1. Sneaky was able to deal plenty of damage with Smoothie constantly providing those engages for him. They do know that they're up against Thresh and Talia on the side of Team Envy. Jensen going back and forth. He decides to pick up his own mid laner here.
All right, so they are going to go with the Syndra. Definitely a very standard pick for Jensen. His 2nd most played this season. Has always done very, very well on the champion. Certainly one of the strongest ones, and I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Talia. Talia sometimes can have that earlier push, but that being said, playing with a non-combat ultimate against someone who has one of the most powerful combat ultimates in the game can be pretty tough in that isolated 1v1. I'm not expecting Maokai to go through another phase of pick and ban, but it's crazy to me that neither team selected him.
I don't know if in a 1v1, Syndra's ulti counts as a combat ultimate, because as soon as you cast it, the combat ends as the other guy dies.
That is true.
Rek'Sai locked in on the side of Team Envy, though, so they're getting their own jungler going. Rek'Sai up against Zac, as Twitch and Alistar are banned away in the second phase of the bans. Team Envy not wanting to go up against Smoothie's pick again either.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're doing that strategy where you use in solo queue, you just got smashed by something, you ban.
Ban whatever you just lost to
like,
because you tilted.
I don't think I want to play against that again.
Be like, nope, played against this guy last game, not doing it here again. They will ban the Maokai as well.
All right, so it is going to be Maokai taken away, not going to allow Impact a chance to grab that in the final round of picks for Cloud9. I think that is very intelligent. That being said, J4 still untouched, and the big and ban priorities have been a bit of a head scratcher for me from some teams where you see people picking J4 first overall and then ignoring him completely, not even in the pick and ban whatsoever.
Yeah,
it is definitely a bit strange.
It's somewhat sketchy, but we'll have to see how the last few picks of the draft play out. Envy thinking about their own 80 carry to go up against that Sivir. Apollo hovering here on the Vayne for a hot minute. Does he actually want to go with this one?
I do not think so. I don't think
no.
we'll play Vayne into
no
Zac
Vayne
and
today.
Syndra.
Hey, look, it's that champ that you and I lost an ARAM to an hour ago.
I've lost many an ARAM to Varus.
He's a very good ARAM champ.
That's true.
All right, well, let's see if Apollo's Varus is going to be as intimidating as that one guy's on the ARAM map, as Cloud9 decides to lock in Gnar for themselves in the top lane. That was banned away in game number 1. Also grabbing Smoothie's Taric. You brought that up as an example of one of the champions that you've seen him play so successfully. He's going to be playing it this game.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Grabbing the Taric, especially with this very engage-heavy comp, you have that massive front line of Gnar and Zac who are looking to dive in there to be able to get that damage done. And you can time that very easily when you're using it aggressively alongside the Sivir ultimate and that dive. You just pop the Taric ultimate as they go in. You're always going to get a lot of value from it. And that's why I think it's more powerful used in the engage than it is defensively.
Envy going to respond with their final pick being the Galio. They played against it last time. They're going to play as it this time. And hopefully, for their sake, they want to accomplish what Cloud9 accomplished with it in game number 1, which was where as they went in, he was able to always provide this amount of protection to whoever was going in, whoever was in danger. The hero's entrance was time and again finding itself used well in those fights.
It certainly was. So they are going to have that Galio, and you can utilize the Rek'Sai kind of as a way in, but I don't think it's the most powerful way in there for him. This is not, an Olaf with Ghost charging in there. This is not a J4 setting you up. So they do really rely, I think, on the Rek'Sai as an entrance for Galio. We'll see if they're going to be able to perform there. I also think that the Galio, while you can do fine against the Gnar in a 1v1 in the earlier stages of the game, the further in you go, the harder and harder I think it gets. And it certainly could be tough for Seraph in that lane eventually.
And Team Envy also has to make sure that they're still in a good spot from that first game. They don't want to end up sort of falling down that rabbit hole of what all went wrong, how did all this end up happening this wrong way. You've got to be able to mentally reset after a tough loss like that. We always talk about mental resets and being able to come back in a series, but especially in one that starts off like that, it can be pretty rough.
Yeah, it definitely can, and especially when you're on a pretty nasty streak. It's really, I think, gets harder and harder every time you lose to be able to bounce back and continually keep coming back and trying to stay positive, trying to stay confident, because it can kind of seem disingenuous. It can kind of feel fake when you've lost 5-6 games in a row and you're like, we can do it,
All
guys.
right, here we go, guys. 11th one's the charm. That's not exactly the way that it plays out, but you do have to keep yourself in a mindset where winning is still the goal, and it's a realistic goal. Because this is a team that's going to playoffs. We've said it 2 or 3 times now already, and you need to be able to show that you can contend with these other teams, that you're not just going to be a quarterfinals team and then you go home.
And most importantly, you need to show yourself that you can actually contend with these other teams, or it's going to be extremely hard to actually compete, to be able to go in. If they go into playoffs losing 6, 7, 8 games in a row, how do you even start to think about beating one of the top 3 teams in the league in the first round? It just seems almost an impossible feat.
And it's the opposite for Cloud9, right? We talked about how this team was struggling early and in the middle part of this split, but now towards the end, they've just completely flipped the switch and turned back on and found those things that their strategies were missing, like the players have expressed. So they're going to be going into playoffs on a high note, especially if they win here. And tomorrow, of course, they still got 2 series overall left to play, including this one.
Yeah, I mean, if they can win this series, that's 5 straight series wins. If they win tomorrow, I believe they're playing Echo Fox or one of the lower tier teams. So there's a good chance that they would win there. That would be 6 straight series wins, a huge boost in confidence for C9. You can see Impact trying to steal away some of these little chickens. Not going to be able to, but he will be able to actually get a fair bit of damage down on Seraph, as Seraph is just eating all of these hits, running the lane. And he's going to start lane out at like 30% health.
That's a feels bad, man. And now he just walks back towards the wave again. He might take even more damage.
Playing against a range champion can sometimes not be that fun.
No, Gnar is not the most fun thing to lane against as a melee champion. Turns out Hakuo and Apollo take a little bit of damage, trade a little bit back, to be fair to them as well. But keep an eye on these two, especially because last game, bottom lane just got completely run over. Zera might be looking for contracts here, who smites his own blue buff away and walks out.
And you can see Niski actually was moving over there as well. But this is not a lane that has that explosive potential. Sure, Sneaky and Smoothie could still win the lane. This is not Tristana Alistar, though, where they can, on a moment's notice, flash in and jump forward and take out the opposing lane. They're playing with Exhaust. They're playing Sivir, who does not have a move block, who could not really follow up on these engages nearly as well. That being said, if Zach comes down there and if they actually have their jungler show up, then it becomes a lot more threatening.
Lyra stealing away the Gromp from Contract. He tries to slingshot himself in there, but Lyra takes the Blast Cone out, gets himself away to safety. Don't really think Contracts will have much else to say about that. Fires off the Scryer's Bloom just to keep eyes on him. Mid laner 1v1. Jensen getting the better of Niski for now.
Yeah, Jensen actually getting way better of Niski. Niski's out of pots too, so not only does he have this massive health advantage, Jensen hasn't even used a potion yet.
Jensen really stepping up as we enter the very final parts of Summer Split. Wants to make sure that when they go to playoffs, he is a force to be reckoned with. He wants other people to respect what him and his team can bring to the table and wants to make it to that final spot again. Cloud9, one of the teams that historically has been able to do that. Whether or not they win, whether or not they lose, they're always a competitor. One of the few teams that actually has a victorious banner hanging here in the LCS studios showing that they have been split champions in the past.
They certainly have, and Jensen kind of trying to greed out and stay around for this extra wave may mean the wave actually kind of gets frozen against him, which may punish him a little bit, but Seraph out of mana and actually gonna get blocked, may get taken down.
Nice job by Impact. Flash for Flash. He stopped the Justice Punch by walking forward.
It's been a while since we've said this one, but top dive means Nara that started it. Impact looking back in form, and you gotta remember, he was going into that form right before playoffs, and here we are right before playoffs again. Impact having some good games, and now crushing Seraph, getting that solo kill. It's got to be demoralizing. After the level 1 start, he gets chunked out, he gets taken down, and he's going to be in for a tough game.
Seraph has got to make sure he doesn't allow this one to slip away. One more look at how it happened.
This is the thing with Galio. You can only trade with your spells up. You have to hit your 3-spell combination, then you have to retreat. Impact simply stepped past the Winds of War, and Seraph is basically out of mana there. He can't actually continue the fight. He can't do a long trade. So anytime you use your spells on the mini wave, Impact can just right-click on you and take this long trade. That's where Gnar is really going to start to take over.
Seraph having given up that first blood, but Envy still has the gold advantage overall, up about 300 over their counterparts. A big part of that is here in the bottom lane, where the farm advantage is going the way of Apollo and Hakuo. Like you mentioned, Sivir Taric, not that much of a lane threat, as Niski continues to eat damage from Jensen.
And to be fair to Seraph, he's still up in farm there. You know, Lyra stole away the Gromp, so that's some gold going into Envy's pockets. They're doing well in farm across the map, but Contracts looking for Niski.
Elastic Slingshot comes in, the flash gets popped, and Contracts did his job.
Yeah, being able to get that summoner out very easily. Niski really respecting that. Not sure that it was actually going to land. It looked like it was a bit short to my eye, but it could have maybe clipped him there. Lyra is up around the top side. Would love to get a response kill here and try to kind of slingshot this lane, perhaps back towards Seraph.
Back jumping in, Mega Gnar comes out. Now he turns back into his tiny self. Finds a little bit more damage through that boomerang blade, but with Lyra hanging around, Impact won't really be able to do much more for now. Although Seraph has no ability to fight him 1v1.
Yeah, the fact that Contracts actually can't duel Lyra is what pushed Impact back. Because Contracts had to retreat back into his jungle, it meant that it could have been a collapse from Rek'Sai, and now it's going to be a bit of a smite fight here. Contracts does get it. That was big.
Making sure that he can secure that Wolf. Good job on him winning that fight. Niski hanging around. Remember, he has no flash, and Jensen now has level 6 available. Really, really got to respect the damage output coming there. You get hit by one of those Scatter the Weak stuns, it could be a death sentence if Contracts is hanging around and can follow up.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, as you said, without the flash, right? They forced it once. If you want to try to go for that return gank, we know Smoothie makes a lot of room toward mid lane, and no spell shield there from Sneaky.
Nice hook from Hakuo, but now Apollo's the one who's got to watch out for the damage. Spell shield comes out there at the last minute.
Good trades back and forth, but MV bot lane is laning quite well here. I don't think that's too much cause for concern, though, from C9's side, because Taric and Sivir are so powerful in these team fights, and they're more there to enable some of the other champions as well. You know, Sivir is fine in lane, but you're not picking Sivir to dominate the lane.
Right.
You're picking Sivir because she's a late-game damage threat and because of the ultimate to actually get Smoothie and Contracts and Impact into the fight. And Taric, likewise, is much more of a team fighting support than it is a laning one.
You withstand the lane. You don't win the lane. As long as you get out in decent enough shape, you're going to be just fine as the game scales up. Ooh. Impact tries to jump in. He's got Contracts backing him up. They're looking to grab this kill onto Seraph, but that turret stings an awful lot, Azale.
Yeah, that was not a very well set up dive. I don't even think...
Ooh.
I mean, Contracts really had no business going in there after you saw Impact actually get tagged by the Justice Punch, because once he got knocked up, once he got interrupted, he is by the turret. Contracts tries to go in to follow up, but there's no damage available. It's not like you have Mega Gnar, so a bit of a silly dive trying to come in there from Contracts. Does cost them their flash, but no lives are lost.
And it's funny what we heard Smoothie talking about right before this game, saying he respects teams that can make sure that they take a lead and not do risky plays, not do those big gambles with it. And then right there, you see them make a risky, gambly type play on the top side. It just goes to show that no matter how much a team improves, they always have other improvements to make. You're never quite going to be the best you can possibly be. There'll always be something that you can improve on. And sometimes it's calls like that that can really be dangerous. Fortunately for them, it does just cost them the flash. They don't end up giving a double kill or something crazy like that.
Mm-hmm. And that's why League of Legends is such a complex game. Because it's not just about controlling your character. It's about understanding where people could be on the map, breaking down all the different possible decisions, and always trying to go for the best possible one. There's so many complexities to the game. Another hook coming out. They're actually looking for an all-in here.
Full-on 2v2 bottom side. Taric ulti comes out. The Cosmic Radiance keeps them all lit up and invincible for a couple of moments, but the disengage from Envy just popping that ulti. Now, though, Azale, we might see some more action down here with that big Taric ulti cooldown expended. Impact again, jumping in on Seraph. Taunt channeled. Doesn't exactly do a whole lot for him. More Big Ben's going to be thrown out there.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to continue to chip away at Seraph. It's definitely a frustrating lane to play, especially since the Triple Doran's build has been kind of taken away. It's not as easy to get to that infinite pushing
Yeah,
power.
Got to build real items now in Gallia. What a bummer.
Feels bad.
No more G's spamming these early game items.
Hey, man, and that's how you survived a lot of these matchups. And Impact already back up here. They're looking to push him off the pink ward, wants to defend that. They have a nice vision line with this pink ward as well as the one below Envy's red brush. So those two are going to keep Impact feeling very safe as long as he's playing aggressively and pushing up. He can defend them and know likely where Lyra is coming from.
Very good situation for the Gnar for now. That CS advantage will continue to build, become much stronger. Ninja Tabby's already built on Seraph. Pretty much the best defensive item you can go against an auto-attack reliant champion in top lane. You always see high-level top laners do this kind of thing in a matchup. They know they're going to be losing. The amount of damage reduction you get is so effective, plus the extra movement keeps that Gnar just a little bit less effective than he otherwise would be, as Envy hanging out in this bottom side river, clearing out the Scuttle Crab. First Drake is Dragon, so we might see some contention for that. Usually you won't see it until the first turret goes down, though.
And Impact is actually zoning Seraph completely off the mini waves. Multiple waves have actually died to the turret, and he's up 2 levels, but this is the risk now. Niski's coming up, but looks like he's just been able to walk out scot-free.
He's just gonna style on these guys.
I mean, look at all the minions that are dying to the turret. This is so much experience in gold. Seraph was actually ahead or around even in CS earlier in the game. Now he's down over 20 CS, and the experience is the biggest loss there. So that's such a smart play from Impact. Knowing that Seraph cannot walk to lane through him, he simply denies all of those minions instead of trying to chip at the turret a little bit. This is actually much more effective, and I think a really great play from Impact.
Seraph just now ticked level 8. Impact has been level 9 for half of an experience bar.
Yeah.
The difference between these two is really, really large right now, and it's only going to get worse as Impact gets stronger and stronger. Nice wall up there. But Seraph just feels like he's been rendered completely ineffective in this lane. There's nothing that he can do to Impact. This is all at Impact's discretion.
Exactly, and Impact would love to sit in a side lane for the rest of the game against Seraph, because that is something that Gnar really does excel at. Galio needs to get to the team fights. Galio needs to get out of lane and make things happen elsewhere. But if you're always pushed to your turret, it's very difficult to do that because you're always going to be giving up turret damage, because you're always going to be giving up that experience and guaranteed gold.
Getting that Black Cleaver up and running, which is what he'll be doing first and foremost for Impact, will be very important for that as well. Help shred through some of that armor that Seraph will be undoubtedly building to try to stop this harass and this bully.
And a lot of it is also about the cooldown reduction, because once you hit that cooldown reduction, you hit level 9 for your boomerang, pretty much every time you catch it, you can just throw it again. It gets to the point where, yes, there is a little bit of a delay, but it's non-stop harassment, it's non-stop wave push, and it really does raise the power of Impact in this lane. He's going to be looking to just chase after Seraph.
Seraph trying to get away
Level
from
10.
this one, but Impact is hastened up. Seraph is slowed down. Oh no, he's got the Mega Gnar, the wallop, the slam, the damage. Seraph's gone. Impact with the solo kill for the second time this game.
Yeah, both the kills are solo kills here for Impact, and this is going to prompt C9 to start up this dragon. They know that they have the TP advantage on top side. Impact's going to be shoving this in. Should be their dragon, and Impact is just so far ahead. We'll see if Envy wants to fight. It looks like they do. They are hanging around here.
They're bringing everybody in. They're going to find the pull onto Smoothie. Cosmic Radiance not coming out just yet. The heal comes through. Smoothie is down. Apollo, Hakuo, and Niski running themselves away now. Lyra in the back of the pit, going to nearly be executed, but he's not able to be taken down just yet. Contract's grabbing the Drake, but Envy may still find themselves a hell of a fight. Impact gets taken down, and the game is tied up in kill.
Lyra actually played that fight so well to survive and draw so much pressure, utilizing his tunnels, his flash, as well as the ultimate. And they came out a lot better than they should have, but you've got to say, where was the ultimate from Smoothie? It was so late. He used 3 or 4, maybe even more globals before actually dropping that ultimate, and if it had come down earlier, perhaps C9 can actually fight back better. They still do get the dragon, but you've got to favor that trade, certainly for Envy.
All the way, now up 1,000 gold over Cloud9, and really just getting their footing back in this game. Things seem to kind of be slipping away, at least top side, but having that little bit of a shutdown onto Impact, stopping his steamroll a bit, and just winning that fight has got to do wonders for morale for the team as well, saying, look, we can beat these guys.
Yeah, and here is the fight again. Jensen is going back to mid lane to actually take the CS, while Niski is faster on the play. So now he's un-CC'd, he uses his W, he uses his flash, he uses his heal, he melees, then he does it. It's not like it was that slow, but I feel like you want to just instantly drop that for some hope that you're going to be able to then survive while you're utilizing your other spells. The fact that Sneaky is pushed out of the fight by Lyra with the Rek'Sai ultimate means there's no damage coming back in, and Lyra just skates right out untouched. So Lyra really utilizing the full Rek'Sai kit very well to survive in this fight, and had they got the dragon also, it would have been really big for Envy. But either way, they're looking for first turret, and they're at a big advantage.
Ooh, Niski caught out in some serious trouble here. Jensen brings him down. I was just about to compliment Niski on the amount of damage he put into that Drake fight, but then some compromising positioning ends up getting him killed. I will compliment him. Niski had some awesome team fight presence, and then some sub-awesome positioning in mid lane that got him caught out.
Sub-awesome. I like that. Describes my League of Legends play.
Let's... Cloud9 pushing up mid lane. Looking to take the tier 1 turret, but Envy is going to stop that in its tracks. Apollo, Hakuo, and Lyra are enough to clear the wave out.
Impact is killing their turrets top lane, though. No one is up there, and Seraph wanted to shove in the wave, but his base was so delayed that they're actually losing a lot of damage on this turret. Impact already killed 1. He'll get the second as well. Envy's gonna just walk out scot-free. So some poor lane assignments coming out from Envy. You know, they get themselves back into the game with a great team fight, but then they are not taking the next steps. Yes, you want to push in the wave all the way to turret, deny some CS, but is denying a bit of CS worth losing a turret or a turret and a half of your own? Of course not. So
I'm going to vote no.
Yeah, I'm going to vote no as well. Unless it's surrender vote, where I might be going.
I was going to say, at this point, I mean, it's 15 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
But Envy does have the ability to come back and win these fights. We've seen that. All jokes aside, their team fighting was solid when they fought at the Drake, but they have to find a way to give themselves that opportunity, right? Because Impact split push, like you said, it just is out of control right now.
And you can't slip up on the easy bits, right? Things like lane assignments, things like this, I think are much more simple to do. It requires focus, it requires, you know, clear shot calling and decision making, but it is not like a mechanically difficult thing. It is something that they very easily know that they messed up. They just need to keep that clarity during the game and be able to stay on point with those, because these little mistakes really do wear away at them and give up a lot of leads and a lot of advantages that they sometimes do accrue.
And the Rift Herald goes the way of Cloud9 this time. Remember, last time they did try to take it, but Envy ended up stealing it away in that crazy team fight. Now Envy pushing onto the tier 2 bottom side. Cloud9 doesn't have anybody here just yet. The minions will expire momentarily, but Envy still has enough firing time to bring this one down.
Yeah, nicely done by Envy. Gonna rotate down bot side. The Cloud9, they get the Rift Herald, but the Rift Herald for a turret is not a great trade, because the Rift Herald is not a guaranteed turret. It's an opportunity to take a turret.
Right. It's the way Zyrene puts it. A turret is a turret, but a Rift Herald could be anything, even a turret. Or it could also be nothing.
Could also be nothing, as we have seen a couple times. But either way, C9 are putting faith in Impact. The fact that he got the solo gold on a couple of turrets topside, as well as having a big CS advantage, a couple kills, means he is very far ahead of Seraph, and now a red buff on this Gnar is pretty much the last thing you want to see. C9 has also done a good job of controlling vision around this topside. You can see a couple of those wards across the topside jungle really are going to keep them a lot more safe, and they're going to pull Impact down now to try to threaten this mid lane turret. But Niski doing a good job already clearing out the wave. We'll see if C9 can actually take it down.
Shelly goes in, rams her big void head into that first turret, and gets rid of it. Lyra now fighting Contracts off in the side of the jungle there, but now having to retreat as Impact provides the covering fire. You can see Impact also working towards that Frozen Mallet second item. Once he gets that, you legit can't go anywhere near him unless you're willing to fight to the death.
Especially in a long lane, right? The fact that both of these turrets are down on the top side, if C9 can maintain vision control up there, and he can get into that long lane against Seraph, if Seraph ever moves forward to try to push out a wave, you can get chased down and killed. So it almost pushes you back to the point where you can't do anything except sit under your turret and try to wave clear.
Seraph with his Righteous Glory up, at least will have that contribution to the team fight now the next time the 5v5 happens.
And the fact of the matter is, Galio, even from behind, can have a massive contribution in a team fight. You know, Apollo is still quite a lot of farm ahead of Sneaky. He's doing very well down in the bot lane, so if you can actually protect him, keep him safe, and have Niski and Apollo putting out a lot of damage, then it can not matter nearly as much if Seraph is behind, because the hero's entrance, that ultimate, still adds flat damage reduction. He still is offering a lot of CC, and while he's not as tanky as you want to be, he's still very powerful.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Azale. Cloud9 going for a Drake. Envy collapsing.
Impact's almost
taken
Mega
low. Contracts in some trouble. Impact looking to go Mega before time runs out. Contracts goes invulnerable. Impact jumping in. Mega Gnar onto 2. It's Apollo. He's down. That is a huge pick, and Sarah falls right after a double kill for Jensen. Niski on the run, threaded volleys, firing off into the back lines as Jensen will weave himself back and forth. Exhaust comes through. Impact still on the hunt, and Niski, you're running to the wrong base, bud! Impact cuts him down, and Cloud9 gets themselves a Drake +3.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back to clean up that Drake if they want it, but they are going to have the ability to do so. They get all those kills, so this was a much better team fight from Cloud9 than the first time around the Dragon. Very early Cosmic Radiance coming down from Smoothie, putting that ultimate on the team, allowing them to get that engaged, and the fact that Impact is able to find Apollo and take him down right at the start meant it was almost a sure victory for Cloud9.
You cast a curse to the sale. You're the one who said Apollo's still ahead. All you got to do is protect Apollo. And Impact says, hold up. Let me take care of that real quick. The Mega Gnar into the wall. Just no way out.
it's certainly easier said than done, but Seraph did not even use his ultimate during that fight, and that may have given them a chance to do it. Either way, they're looking for the engage. Seraph is in, and they're trying to find Sneaky.
Going after him. There comes the taunt into the hook, and Sneaky is down. Smoothie likely going to follow here. Hakuo flashing forward, wants to provide more CC. Lyra coming in from the side. Smoothie trying to sidestep, but it's a double kill for Apollo. And sure enough, they're going to make a liar out of me, too. As soon as I say Cloud9 wins a fight, that'll get him a Drake. Envy wins a fight, and they're probably going to get the Drake.
They probably will, but Impact shoving up on the top side, creating some pressure there, so they may not feel comfortable to do it as mid lane is pushing, top lane was pushing. They're going to go for it regardless and pick up this Dragon. Cloud9 not going to be too concerned, but here is the fight again. Hakuo looking to bait out that spell shield, does get it, and watch how much faster the Cosmic Radiance come down this time. They know the fight is going to be fully committed to, dropping the Cosmic Radiance in time to actually save contracts. Everyone gets inside it, then Impact flashing forward, catching them with the Meganar there, and no chance for Seraph to actually get off his ultimate as he was caught up in that combo too, stunned up pretty much the full time.
And Niski on the run. This feels so bad when the only way to run is towards the enemy turrets.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you're hoping maybe you can get out and make some miracle escape. It's always worth trying to at least buy time and see if you can get anything else from that, but very little chance for him to get out, and you can see in the top lane, things are just going worse and worse. 3 levels up now for Impact. Certainly not something you see very often in professional play.
And that Mallet's running. Exactly what we talked about now. If that minion wave is anywhere other than beneath Seraph's turret, he has no business in the lane.
And the fact that he's on the Negatron now means even if you are landing all your spells as Seraph, you don't really have to care with some of this magic resist. You can pretty much completely ignore everything that Seraph can do and just right-click on him.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot he can do back besides trying to clear waves under his turret and trying to hope that someone else comes help him. And then in that case, Impact just has to back off, and his team's going to be able to get advantages elsewhere. Because for now, they're establishing vision control around the bot side. He's going to be pressuring this tier 2 turret, and they could be looking at Baron very soon. I mean, look at the incredible vision Cloud9 has in the river around Baron. That's like 7 wards or something if you scroll from here down.
Which, when you have your top laner ahead like this, is exactly what you want to see. Fight breaks out, though. Contract. Let's bounce, getting himself away. Smoothie caught out and brought down. Cosmic Radiance not able to save him this time. Sneaky still trying to fire off here. The Weaver's wall blocking him out, but Lyra comes into the back lines, and Sneaky is in some serious trouble. Lyra grabbing the kill on that one as Contracts caught out next. Passive is popped. They still got to squish those little blobs, and they'll do it no problem whatsoever. Envy grabbing a 3 for 0 right next to the Baron pit.
Oh.
As Jensen grabs one on the back end.
That was big. Taking down Lyra eliminates any chance of them going for the Baron, and I was surprised that Impact did not decide to TP in. He had teleport advantage there over Seraph. Maybe could have tried to turn the tides of that fight. Felt that he could not, though, so he is going to hold on to it. Try to keep pushing up, maybe take away this blue buff now. Envy does get a couple kills, though, and they are holding the gold quite close, despite the fact that Seraph is at such a disadvantage.
I mean, honestly, the gold's close. The kills are dead even. Turrets are, you know, an advantage for Cloud9, but Envy is playing this game much better than game number 1.
They certainly are, and here's the engage they're looking for it again. They know that Impact is bot lane. They know that Jensen is mid lane. They have the numbers advantage, and they are willing to commit to the fight. And Sneaky getting kind of pinned back here by the Taliyah wall. Does not have his flash, so he can't actually get out. And by the time that wall expires, Lyra is already there. Flash rate on top of Sneaky. Very well executed dive onto the backline. Jensen knows it's a lost fight at this point as Impact does not TP'd in. They are going to just fully retreat. But it was key that he waits here with this ward and gets the snipe onto Lyra because Envy may have been able to go for the Baron.
Excellent damage from the Cloud9 mid laner, making sure that everything doesn't go completely wrong there. Damage in the last team fight, 0 and 0 on the top laner, and support from Cloud9 as Smoothie just got destroyed before we could do much of anything. And as you mentioned, Impact was split pushing. Wasn't able to contribute to that one, and he's such an important part of the team that if you don't have him in these fights, you're really going to feel that.
Yeah, you certainly are. I mean, he is so much of the advantage, right? This is a guy who's almost 3,000 gold ahead, and their advantage is only a bit over 1K, right? So if he's not in the fight, there's actually more gold on Envy in the 4v4, but C9 trying to rush down the Baron. Lyra is over the wall. Will they commit for this? We'll see.
Do they want the 50-50?
Nice
Guess
play.
not. Very nice play. Stopping the Cloud9 engage.
Oh, they're into the
makes its
combo.
way there. A rampage for Apollo before the invulnerability kicks in. Contract giving himself in the back line now. Impact grabbed up, pulled into the middle of the fight, juggled around like some sort of circus sideshow, and Cloud9 loses to Unstoppable for Apollo. Jensen now the one in danger. If you can bring him down, you can make some serious moves. A shutdown for Niski, and Envy goes for Baron.
Envy's gonna get the Baron. What a great disengage on that team fight from them. Hawkwo with an incredible play, and Seraph coming in with the hero's entrance. We'll see if Contracts and Sneaky are gonna try to pull off a miracle, but it doesn't look like it's way too late.
Oh no, Contracts just ends up giving over another 300 gold, and Team Envy Azael now find themselves comfortably in the driver's seat.
SC9 goes for the engage, but they're not able to pull it off properly, and I think that they need to be better coordinated on these fights. You need to be dropping the Cosmic Radiance as they're going in. Look at the Flay. Disengages both of the leaps in there from Impact and from Contracts, and Smoothie goes down before the Cosmic Radiance actually falls. The Cosmic Radiance does not land on anyone except Contracts, who's already out of the fight, and then Impact is in there by himself. They cannot continue. So C9 not really having the proper coordination on these engages. You really want to see the Taric ultimate going down as you're entering the fight, because it creates so much chaos. The opponents cannot actually fight back whatsoever for the first couple seconds, and that's going to give you a huge advantage.
I feel like the story of so many fights this game has been the slow Cosmic Radiance trigger pull from Smoothie.
And it's interesting because I never really feel like he's one of the guys to be caught in those situations. And we were praising him before the game for how clean he always looks, no matter what champion he's bringing out, but I really do not think this is one of his better Taric games. Certainly, you cannot place all the blame on him by any means. He's still playing solid, but you expect a very high level to come out from him on this Taric, as it's something he is very comfortable on and very practiced at. And he has not been as good as he normally would be.
That being said, it's not just Cloud9 having mistakes, it's Envy doing well, capitalizing on those mistakes. This is a team that looks like they're a contender in playoffs here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Hawkwo with that Flay probably won them the team fight, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I mean, the fact that not only does he disengage Contracts, but he also disengages Impact, that would have been an enormous amount of CC coming out to start the fight for C9, which would have meant Sneaky and Jensen could have piled forward, but really good timing on that play from Hawkwo, and that is kind of the playmaking potential of Thresh.
And Hawkwo is sitting on that perfect support score, 0, 0, and 9 so far. Almost full kill participation, no deaths, no kill secures, just doing everything he can to help his team out, provide that utility, and he's been doing a great job of it. Talisman of Ascension up and running for him too means when he needs to get somewhere fast or get out in a hurry, either one of those are possible. Sneaky still honestly struggling this game too, not really coming online. 0, 2, and 4 has 2 items completed, but when you compare that to Apollo, who's got 3.5, well, Sneaky's got 2.5 if I'm giving him a fair amount of credit here. It's still an item behind, and Apollo is just such a threat.
He really is, but that being said, Cloud9 are in a bad position now, but they have very good wave clear between the Sivir and the Syndra. So if you can sit back and you have strong scaling and good wave clear, there are ways to actually hold on and stay relevant in this game. Sneaky eventually will complete that IE. We'll get to those stages where he has Last Whisper. When he has IE and Last Whisper, he's going to be a monster in the team fights because the ricochets can really start to take over. Envy is going to knock down at least this one turret, but this is not a game-ending Baron power play by any means. It is giving them a good advantage, but still in the side lane, Impact is going to have the edge there. It's not as large as it was over Seraph, but Cloud9 would like to slow down the game, wave clear with their 4-man squad, get Impact in the 1v1 against Seraph where he can start really being effective again.
The Baron buff wears off, with Envy now sitting almost 5,000 gold ahead of their opponents. And what you really want to see out of a team like this now, a team that, remember, was 10th place in Spring Split. A team that people were surprised to see make the improvements that they did this split in summer. They now know that they've clinched 6th for playoffs. You want to see them show what a top-tier team can do, and that is translate a lead into a win and do it in a way that looks good.
Exactly. That's something that would really build a lot of confidence for them, and you can see, hey, they're pretty good at actually closing out these games with the lead in the late game. Very strong late game. If you look at those stats from Envy, 19 and 4 is actually really impressive. This is not an enormous lead, though, and they are up against Cloud9. So we'll see how well they're going to be able to actually close this one out. If they could force that third game, it would be pretty big for Envy.
3 different Gargoyle Stone Plates running now as well. Really thought it was important to point those out because that item is such a game changer in team fights. It can make your tank just so ridiculously hard to kill that even if the coordination isn't 100% on point, it'll buy enough time to make up for it.
Yeah, and one of the really nice things about the item is the fact that it's a pretty short window, but it's such a big amount of damage reduction. So you actually use all your spells at the start for maximum damage, then utilize the item while your abilities are on cooldown. So you're not really missing out on much damage at all. And that's kind of supposed to be the downside of the item. So as it expires, then your spells come back up and you're always able to utilize it to really maximize that damage and the survivability.
Impact knows that Seraph's right next to him, but doesn't want to risk this right now. Knows that his team is nowhere nearby.
And you see, he doesn't have the vision in the jungle anymore. So he doesn't have the confidence to actually go forward because he doesn't know, is Lyra up here? Is Talia up here? That's a 1v1 he would love to take, but it's not
that was
what he wants.
Good interrupt. Lyra tried to take his tunnel away, but Contracts hitting him with the elastic break. The fight is going out. Lyra pops his Gargoyle Stone Plate. Smoothie gonna be in some danger. Cosmic Radiance comes down. C9 is all invulnerable and shining in this fight. But are they gonna be able to maintain it? Smoothie taking low. Contracts taking low. Big Gnar combo. As Contracts is right back there into the middle. Apollo is gone. Seraph will not be able to tank any longer, and Cloud9 has their fight.
Can they chase though? They get a couple kills. It's the 2-for-0. Baron is not up. So C9 get those kills. They hold on and they're gonna be able to close the gap a little bit more, but it's not going to mean anything more than that. There's no big objective from the take, and the waves are pushing in, so they will stabilize, but not take over.
Not letting Envy win that fight is so big, though, because if they do, they're right next to your base. They just march on in, and they really start to close this game out.
Yeah, and you saw how good of a Taric ultimate there we got from Smoothie, really making the difference, getting it on all 4 members that were essentially in range of damage from Envy. It gives them such a head start on this fight, and let's look one more time as you called it out. The interrupt on the tunnel keeps Lyra over here, but it looks like it may be an Envy fight anyway as Contracts is getting hooked in. He pops the ultimate very quickly coming out of this, spamming the ultimate where he can no longer be disabled, pulls back to his team, and the Cosmic Radiance is going to drop down. Notice that Smoothie positions it so it gets pretty much down on everyone, and they do fly forward. As Impact gets into Mega Gnar, beautiful 3-man ult there, pulling in Apollo, the key member, and being able to utilize that leap, which he still saved, to follow and clean up that kill was just great.
Cloud9 still holding on, still showing themselves as a contender here in this game. Damage in the last fight, over 4K for both Niski and Sneaky. And let's be honest, Impact wasn't far off. Fight breaking out though now. The catch out onto Seraph, nearly able to bring him down. Envy now peeling themselves back, protecting their top laner. Cloud9 wins that fight.
I mean, that's the ricochet damage coming out of Sivir. When you get to this later game stage, you just have to hit anyone, and there are tanks who you can hit, and the ricochets will bounce that damage back into the backline. IE is really the last item that Sneaky really needs. He has that armor pen now. When he gets the ricochet crit, it's going to be massive, but they made it on Hakuo.
No, Hakuo caught out as Contracts now going in for more. Niski and Apollo get themselves back. TP used by Seraph onto the mid lane. As now Contracts and the rest of Cloud9 may be able to go for Baron if they want to. 5 versus 4.
Contracts is looking for the engage. They're actually going to try to turn and fight this. In goes Contracts. He got
go. There's no way to stop it with the play this time. Let's bounce on the big targets as now the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Envy goes out and Seraph tries to stand but will not today. The hero's entrance makes a hero's exit as Cloud9 still pursues this one. Seraph should fall momentarily with the stretching strikes connecting. The wallop smacks him down. And Cloud9 get their fight. 4 dead on the side of Envy. TP used by Impact. Lyra having to run away, and the minions will march into the base.
They're actually going to try to end through by here, I think. We'll see if they have enough time, but popping the ultimate, utilizing the TP, says they are committed to trying to finish the game here. 35 seconds on Seraph, about 30 seconds on Niski and Apollo, and I think they're going to be able to close this one out.
It's only Hakuo and Lyra. These guys are both pure tanks. Look at Lyra's build. It's essentially a tanky support. He goes in trying to stop it, but what can he do? The kill comes out. Jensen takes the credit. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a close fought second game. But Cloud9 knows how to end, or do they? I may have spoken a little bit too soon. Apollo now back alive. Chains of Corruption come out. Niski making his way now into the fight as well. Hakuo down. Cloud9 still taking down the Nexus. 1/4, 1/5, 1/6.
See you later. Cloud9, 2-0.
What an ending there for Cloud9. Able to find the engage by the Baron. Such a great bait there from Contracts and a fantastic engage. Really turns around this game, gets them the kills, and then that was a quick decision to actually commit for the end. Most teams would have gone back to Baron, I think, and taken that guaranteed objective, but they commit the teleport to save the minions for the inevitable push. It was actually 1 minion alive when they got to the Nexus turrets. Had Impact not TP'd so quickly, there would not have been minions for them to complete that push.
And I'm always impressed when I see a play like that because, like you said, most teams would clear Baron, but that instantaneous decision-making, Impact saying, no, TP, we win here, this is it. The whole team goes there. They all commit as a group. There wasn't any hesitation where some guys were like, I don't know, maybe we should still take Baron. Everybody went together, and they just barely finish it all in time.
I mean, Lyra tried to give his life to clear out the minions so they could have the backdoor bonus to actually defend those turrets. And had there not been that one last minion, I think those turrets live long enough that Envy maybe comes up and has a chance to defend, right? But it's pretty crazy to think if one more turret shot had gone off on a minion, maybe Cloud9 doesn't win that game. So very fast TP from Impact, very fast thinking, and an impressive way to close out a game that was looking pretty good for Envy for a lot of it.
It really was a game of just these small individual moments. Whether it was Hakuo's Flay or Impact's big Meganar in the jungle, there were so many just 1 second single ability differences in what could have been a fight going one way or the other.
It's been a rough weekend, though, for Seraph. I mean, he finishes this one 1-5-4. I believe yesterday in the series he was a combined something like 0-15-4. Definitely had a rough couple matches, I think, against Impact. Impact, to me, really was the big game changer. With the massive advantage that he had on Cloud9, he was able to buy a lot of time. He was so effective in the team fights. And really, without that, I don't know if this is a game that Cloud9 wins.
Impact, I mean, I always hate saying this because it's his name, but he had such an impact in this game. The 2 solo kills. I mean, when you start a game 2-0 and both of it is just your top laner saying, oh, hey, I killed the other guy, by the way, don't worry about it. That's ridiculous.
And he was able to convert that into both the top lane turrets, right? So give that global gold over to Cloud9, give that advantage over to his teammates as well. He was creating pressure. He was big in the team fights. Certainly a lot of credit has to go to Jensen also, who kind of quietly was 8-1-5 as he seems to
sort of
always end up being.
Slip under the radar.
But really a lot of the big plays certainly were made by Impact.
And the rest of the team was able to respond to the fact that things weren't going that well for them. We criticized Smoothie's Cosmic Radiances. They weren't completely on point early. They were good, especially in that fight in the jungle where we said Impact had the great Meganar. That Cosmic Radiance that you brought up, the 4-man effect was huge too.
Yeah, I mean, Smoothie had some really good ultimates in this game. There's a couple that maybe he would not be super happy about. He talked about how he's a perfectionist, and I think that's something that you have to look back at and think, hey, how can I improve on? What is the optimal way to use it? How early do you use it? Because if you use it too early, it's wasted. If you use it too late, it's also wasted.
Well, for more on that series, I'm happy to be the first one to send it over to Avali May, who's standing by for an interview with C9's jungler.
Thanks, guys, and great cast on the day. I am here with Contracts. Contracts Game 2. What a big turnaround. Can you please tell me how you guys were able to take that game?
Well, that game we were actually ahead. I'd say pretty ahead early, and we had a lot of good fights. But then mid-game came, and we started taking really risky, bad fights where we wouldn't fully utilize Taric ulti, and we were just making a lot of misplays in team fights, and mechanics were sloppy, and I don't know, it was just going all bad. And we found it hard to make plays with Zac because I have Rek'Sai and Thresh to cancel my jump. So it was really hard to find angles. And overall, I mean, we just found like one fight at the end and turned around the game. And Impact played a pretty huge part in this win, I'd say. So yeah.
Well, you were able to figure out those angles and picked up the win. This is actually your 5th match win in a row. To what do you accredit the success to?
5-win streak, I think it feels pretty good. We're just focusing really hard for playoffs, and during our slump, we're not finding we just weren't meshing together really well, and we just kept losing our leads, or we wouldn't have the best macro. And I think everyone on the team is just working as hard as they possibly can to improve that, and I think we're doing really well for ourselves now.
And it's all worked out. Right now, I want to pick your brain a little bit. We're coming to the end of the split. Last week, you were Rookie of the Split, and we have 3 wonderful candidates, one of who you just played against. In your opinion, who do you think should be crowned Rookie of the Split?
You know, I'm not too sure. I think it's either between Mike Young or Niski, but Mike Young has been not been performing too well, and P1 as a team hasn't been doing too hot. So I think overall probably Niski is better. Yeah.
Not even your own jungler trying to fight for your own role?
Nah.
Well, Contracts, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and we're going to go ahead and throw it back to our casters.
Thank you, Avali.
At the great interviews of the day.
Yep, great interviews on the day. But at the conclusion of this series, I want to talk a little bit more about the team comp that Cloud9 had. Because we talked at the start, we were saying, oh my gosh, they got Zach, and then they got the Gnar, and that was able to work so well. Break this down for me a little bit, Azale. Why was this comp so effective?
I think it's so effective because of all the inherent synergies it has. Okay, you have 3 frontline who essentially want to engage. You have a big speed up from your AD carry who allows you to engage. You have an AoE immunity ultimate from your support, which also enables your engage, right? And then you have the backline damage. You have a lot of good targets actually for Sivir in the frontliners of Envy, and you can essentially just ricochet damage to the backline. You have Jensen to try to zero out anyone who gets knocked down low. So I think it's a very powerful composition from C9, and it was interesting to hear Contracts talking a little bit about it and why he had thought that it wasn't going so well. You know, he also kind of pinpointed the fact that some of the Taric ultimates weren't utilized to their full effect.
And although the game was close, that composition did end up finding success at the end. We've got a replay for you guys of that final team fight that happened that Cloud9 was able to find their win in so successfully.
Yeah, I think Contract's so smart here, waiting on the side, knowing that Envy had no choice really but to try to contest this Baron. They get baited in. He finds the knock-up on both of the carries, ults them into the team, and that spells disaster for Envy as the Cosmic Radiance was there. There's no real chance for Envy to fight back, and this TP was so smart from Impact. We're not actually going to get to see it, but immediate TP to the bot lane, preserving those minions, starting the push, full commitment to ending, you know, sneaky popping Sivir ultimate to run them down faster there. Like, there's not even a tier 2 that was knocked down yet on the bot side, but that's where they end. That's how they did it, and it also speaks to their preparation for getting the wave pushing, you know, and having that wave crashing at the time they're around Baron, because normally, even if you can't end there, you're creating pressure. You're making someone answer that wave, and all these little things that C9 did right were kind of rewarded all at once.
Yeah, that final play from Impact there, making that teleport, is just the icing on the cake of just his fantastic performance throughout this entire game. He is our player of the game in game number 2. From the first bloods to the team fighting, the Mega Gnar ultis, and that final teleport, he just did it all.
Yeah, extremely deserving player of the game. The solo kill up on Seraph. Then he goes back. He's going to look for another one on Seraph, and really was completely dominating the top side of the map, carved out for himself at one point a 3-level advantage, was able to knock down both of the turrets by himself on the top side, and then making big plays in the team fights was really what closed this game.
And what an awesome thing to see from someone who, for so long in this split, the commentary around him was he doesn't look to be in the same form that he was in spring. He is back.
I mean, he's coming together right at the right time here for C9. They need the consistency from Impact, and look at this engage, finding both the tank and Apollo. Multiple times he was able to find Apollo on this Varus, who was having a very good game for himself, but you know, Varus is susceptible to the engages. He was always able to find it in Impact. Really impressive stuff from him, and it's very promising for Cloud9 and their fans as they go into what's going to be probably a pretty tough match against Dignitas.
Right, and this team has one series left to play now in the regular split. It is up against Echo Fox, which is one of our weaker teams, one of the teams that did not qualify for playoffs. They beat Envy here. This was their tougher of the 2 matches this week. Things bode well for Cloud9 to close this out on a 6-series streak.
Which is so impressive, especially considering they started 6-6, right? Going from there to 12-6, the team has made big improvements, but they have not been playing a lot of the very best teams down this stretch, so it still remains to be seen. How do they match up if they go further in the playoffs against teams, you know, like Immortals, like TSM, because they haven't really found as much success against them.
It will be a difficult task for Cloud9 to accomplish, but with the form they're currently in, it is one that they can do. We've got another series coming your way next. Before we jump into FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, make sure to tune in for Dash's interview with Liquid Steve. Don't y'all go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
You know who it was paid by.
Africa kid.
Africa in, right?
In? Yeah.
Yes.
In playoff?
Yes.
Oh, Africa so good when Lira left. Ah, becoming better and better.
Fnatic very good now. You know?
Which may punish him a little bit, but Seraph out of mana and actually gonna get blocked, may get taken down.
Nice job by Impact.
No, we can fight. Hey, Bears, Bears. He's stunned. Galio.
Impact grabbed up, pulled into the middle of the fight, juggled around like some sort of circus sideshow, and Cloud9 loses two.
This in goes Contracts. He got
There they go. There's no way to stop it with the play this time. Let's bounce on the big targets as now the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Envy goes out, and Seraph tries to stand, but will not today. See you later. Cloud9, 2-0.
Welcome back to North American LCS. I'm joined by Liquid's co-owner, Steve Liquid Aaron Set, to talk a little bit about some of the organizational changes that you guys have gone through throughout the course of this entire year. So first of all, thank you for taking the time to help provide some clarity on these issues. I think where I want to start is, as you are one of the organizations that has gone through the most roster changes, most player changes, structural changes throughout the course of even just your org's history, and shown that you really are looking to find the best practice, the best solution. Have you guys found that yet? Do you feel like you have an overarching philosophy that you can now stand behind in terms of player development and ultimately making your decisions around starting rosters?
Yeah. So Team Liquid, we've been around for the LCS for over 5 years, and we try things. We are always pushing the envelope, and that's one of our philosophies, is that we're never settled for the way things currently are for esports or gaming. And we've done that with the first team to put players in individual rooms or move away from a gaming house. We just locked down an office where we're going to have all of our teams practicing and playing, which is like a mile away from the studio here.
Nice.
And we've been the first to import a player from another region. Back in the day with Edward, we were the first team to do an O1 visa for Elements, which was the first of its kind. So we're always pushing the envelope. And when you try a lot of things, some things don't go well.
I was going to say,
and that's just how it works.
On
right?
top of things not going well, sometimes you face massive amounts of criticism. So how, in the face of all this criticism and in sometimes disappointing performances, do you as an organization choose to charge forward with this philosophy, knowing you might be pissing some people off?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that you have to stay true to what your belief is. And for us, it's the development of players. It's creating a variable mindset, that things can always improve, that you can actually teach players to be better than when they come in. And I think Team Liquid, we deserve some recognition and credibility for the way that we've developed players into the scene. And prior with Team LoL Pro and Curse Academy and Curse EU and Curse Australia, I mean, these are teams where we brought in a number of players that are currently playing in LCS, right? We've developed players. That's been kind of something that's been core to us, and we lost that actually this season, really.
Was there something that triggered? Can you pin down why it was you lost that?
Yeah. Well, we decided to sell our NACS spot, and we sold that to E United.
Yeah.
And after that sale, we did not field a challenger team. And that was, I think, a major mistake in terms of our strategy for developing players. And it took us away from something that was really a core competency of our organization, which was developing talent. And we had done such a great job with that. So we've already moved back to that. And we have an academy team now.
All right, so now let me dive into something that's a little bit trickier to navigate, right? Which is the most recent trade with bringing Dardoch back onto the lineup, because as you talk about the development of players and in some cases making them better, than when they came to the org, there was controversy around him, leaving. We saw, of course, the documentary released. And now, after making multiple pit stops to other teams, returns to Team Liquid. Just help provide some clarity for me on the decision to bring him back into the roster and why you think this time around it's going to be different.
Josh is, we fully understand, probably better than any other organization, the things that he's done and said. And those have to factor into our considerations on bringing him back onto the roster. And that's why it was so important for me to get the opinions of the players that had previously played with Josh. So Sam, Matt, and Piglet, they had competitive experience with him as a teammate.
Very much so.
And the unanimous decision was that bring Josh back.
Okay.
Let's play with him and let's see how things work out. And for me, it was it's going really well so far. And he has been a great teammate. He's collaborating. He's a shot caller. And so I'm very hopeful because the team is behind him and he's really doing well. But it's up to him. His future is in his hands. He gets to write the next chapter.
I like that. I like that outlook. And of course, his move is right alongside the move of Mickey coming over to North America. He's going to get his debut today. So I know a lot of NA fans are very excited about the prospect of him performing in the mid lane. For you, again, replacing Golden Glue here in the mid lane, what was the thinking around bringing Mickey in, especially as he is an import? And you already, in a sense, are an import-heavy roster with Reignover on the lineup or at least at your disposal.
Yeah. So we wanted to evaluate what options could be available at the time that they become available. And one of the things that's not working for us is that there's not many player options in between splits. I'd say 99% of all contracts are going to end at the end of a season. So that's not working for us. But when things become available, we're going to look into them. We're going to evaluate and find out what may work for us. And when Mickey was released from ROX, we spoke with him a few days after, and we said, hey, this may be an option. Let's evaluate it. And in those conversations, it became clear like he would add a lot of firepower to the roster. It's really interesting because Riot just released some advanced statistics, just the other day. And one of the those stats is the damage that's dealt.
The damage rating.
The damage rating, exactly. And for Mickey's damage rating, he's actually second to FLICKR in all of LCK,
right?
Which is really impressive, and I think it's a good stat. And so for us, we're very hopeful. And some of the misconceptions we had about Mickey, like what about his English and how is he going to integrate into the team? He's doing really well.
Right.
We've got a tutor for him that's going to be working with him twice a week. His English is actually better than what we thought it was going to be, and he's already earned the respect of his teammates, playing extremely well.
I want to close with this, and it might be a difficult question to answer. How do you measure success for the decisions that you've just made? Because you have such a finite amount of time, right? In terms of the scope of this season, right?
Yep.
For Liquid right now, the goal is to avoid the promotion tournament. Well, you've only got this week of play, and if you successfully avoid the promotion tournament, you're not playing again.
Yep.
So how will you know if you've made these right decisions going into the offseason and even into the 2018 season, ideally, right? To know we've made the right decision, or hey, we need to be looking at the other guys whose contracts are coming up in that postseason to maybe replace more players.
Yeah, I mean, for us, we are disappointed in our performance this season, and past split and current split. We've disappointed ourselves, we've disappointed our fans, and the thing is, I'm not going to rest. I'm not going to just sit idle and just allow that to happen. I will continue to work hard and evaluate whatever options may be necessary in order for us to be fighting for one of the top spots in LCS, like we had been doing for 5 years.
Right.
So for us, we lost it, but just for a little bit, and we're going to get it back in 2018 and beyond. So I've got to stay focused on winning and making sure that that's the priority.
One thing I can confidently say is that no one can ever accuse Team Liquid of not trying things, right? Not looking for solutions and answers. Once again, Steve, I want to thank you for your time, helping provide some clarity on all the moves they've made throughout the split. Time for us now to throw it over to the game to see how the new roster shakes out.
Thank you very much. We're going to get straight back into the starting lineups nice and quickly. But before we do, I am Julian Pastry Car, and my last-minute roster pickup was Aiden's Irene Moon.
Oh, man. How much you pay me?
Maybe not enough. Welcome to the team, though, as we are going to get into our second series of the day, FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. Let's just get it going here. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side for game number 1, it will be FlyQuest. In the top lane, Balls, Jungle, Moon, a mid laner High, Bot, Wild Turtle, Support, Lemonation, and Coach Thinkard.
And on the red side, it'll be Team Liquid. Of course, fielding Mickey in the mid lane. Top lane, of course, will still be Lorlo. Jungle will be Dardoch. Like I said, Mickey in mid. Piglet in bot with support Matt and Coach Kane.
And again, we heard a lot from Steve. It's always good to hear from organizations. And Steve, a lot of insight into the type of decisions that the team wants to make. But the obvious one is Mickey is in. And this is a hyper-aggressive mid lane player.
Yeah, Mickey kind of got a reputation for being somebody who likes to roll the dice a whole bunch. There was the whole, roll 6 Mickey, roll 1 Mickey, depending on how he was doing that day. And he's wanted to find some more consistency and be like, why can't it be just roll 3 or 4 all the time?
I think you need a bigger dice, to be honest. Get a D20 in there.
Get D20, yeah, my man.
Buddy. We'll see if it works for Liquid, because like we said, there's so many changes. Dardoch needs to be in the roster effectively with no other... with needing a non-import player, which does mean that one of the better performing members of Liquid in recent weeks, Rainover, cannot play in this game.
Yeah, they played against Cloud9 last week, and it was Rainover who got them their 1 game win against them. But so far, Team Liquid, because they have Piglet and no other possible import in the AD carry position, or kind of, I guess, domestic player, they have to run Piglet, which then means they only have 1 import slot left, and it's between Mickey and Rainover, and you can't run both, so...
Certainly not. So we'll see what happens here in this draft. Bans are already done in Phase 1. Elise, Galio, and Talia banned by FlyQuest, with Callista, Zac, and Caitlyn banned away by Team Liquid.
Yeah, this meta has been so interesting in picks and bans. Maokai priority is very high. Thresh is also something that's like secondary priority. Callista's up there. A lot of teams are still picking up the Zac, even though it was nerfed and had a large win rate drop on the live patch. But now we're seeing things like the other stream, Mike Young played Shyvana. Like, it's been pretty crazy how things have been going.
Feels like in general, diversity just keeps growing, as Maokai will be the first pick here for FlyQuest. This is certainly something that will carry over from the last patch, and so with that champion, honestly, on Liquid's side, Jarvan being picked up, can be top, can be jungle. It's been one of the premier picks in that side of the map, it feels like.
Yeah, pick up a flexible champion. Of course, Dardoch and Lorlo both can play that champion. Also taking it away from Moon, who's been kind of favoring it himself, even before it was kind of coming into the meta. But there it is, Matt Life back on the Thresh here. It's a champion that, even with the bug fix that happened where his Flay was having a longer CC duration than intended, means that you can't Flay and then the hook will land almost every single time with very little time to flash, it still has, you know, a very high presence in professional play as a playmaker.
I mean, it has to feel good as, you know, a Thresh player from a long time ago in Matt, having Thresh finally be what feels like the best support in the metagame. Tristana, though, is going to be the AD pick for Turtle, and seen a lot of this champion from him historically, but in general, recently, it's been one of the most played bot laners, it feels like, in the NALCS.
Yeah, and Turtle has gotten his hands on it a few times. Right now, he's 3-1 so far this split, and he has a pretty good performance on it. With the Black Shield and the tank line of the Maokai, he's in for kind of a good game here where he can leap forward. He can be that aggressive wild turtle from the ages of old where he would flash forward, and now it's going to take a little bit more to lock him down with the Black Shield coming in from Elimination.
Yeah, we always talk about kind of the insurance a carry like Tristana gives you as well. It does scale so well into the late game, so TL say we're going to take that as well as Kog'Maw will be the final pick of Phase 1 for Team Liquid, going to be in the hands of Piglet, barring some real nutty shenanigans.
Yeah, Kog'Maw has been a champion that has been popping up so much lately, but especially when you have a Lulu or a Janna on your team for the Ardent Sensor. But this is not going to be an Ardent Sensor support here from Matt, and it's just going to be Piglet trying to be aggressive, but it's a little interesting because there's things like Sivir still on the table. You could even go for a Varus here, but they feel as though this is one of the better champions to play and try to scale alongside the Tristana.
Feels like technically you can apply it, it's just not very good.
Yeah.
The old Thresh Lantern as Lucian banned away there by Liquid. That'll be a mid laner taken away from High. FlyQuest answer back with a Gnar, so perhaps predicting that to be a Jarvan in the jungle, but of course taking away the Narvan combo and is taking one of the best top laners out.
Yeah, and when you're picking your support that early, because kind of teams were kind of moving towards having support last pick and picking their mid in the third slot on the first rotation, now you start banning out those top laners because you can last pick top and kind of take away the Maokai flex power of FlyQuest and try to get something kind of neutral there. So we'll see what happens. The Shen ban comes through, and this match is incredibly intense for both these teams. They're both sitting at a 4-12 record coming into this week, tied for 8th place in a 3-way tie, I believe, and they need to pick up wins. Both of them do. Of course, FlyQuest play against Team Liquid and Phoenix One, who are both teams that are at 4-12 or 4-13 in Phoenix One's case. So getting that win would definitely put them in a much better position to avoid the promotion tournament.
Like you said, tie for 8th. We're going to break it now in this series, as LeBlanc is the final ban there for FlyQuest. Shen was the top lane pick there for Liquid, as Orianna will be Mickey's debut champion here in the NALCS.
Yeah.
Nice easy one to kind of, you know, smoothly transition you into your first game.
Exactly. With Taliyah banned away, and it's a champion that Mickey was picking up towards the end of his LCK run, the Orianna is a champion that's neutral here, so picking something against it's not really going to be incredibly punishing. And that's why Team Liquid pick it, because they want to have that counter pick for top jungle flex, take away the power of the Maokai flex pick, and there they go. So they know that they'll be up against a Maokai top and a Rengar jungle from Moon, who's pretty much the only guy playing it right now. He's playing it up against Dardoch, who's known for the one-tricking of the Rengar way back.
The only other guy that maybe will play it in this current climate, but Rengar is certainly the type of champion Moon likes to play. Ball's going to be on tank duty this game, and looks like High has found Corki as his pick of choice. Definitely a team that likes to play this style of champion. So FlyQuest, I think, very straightforward, very simple draft for them, and certainly picks that suit them.
Yeah, and they kind of pushed him towards this because High has played 16 Orianna games, and then his next highest is 8 Corki games, and then it was 4 Lucian after that. Otherwise, he's played a little bit of stuff here and there. So banning away the Lucian, taking the Orianna, kind of pushes him most likely in terms of probability towards that Corki.
Well, it looks like maybe last pick, Shogath here for Liquid, going to get the other major tank of this patch. I think for me, the biggest question is where is it going to go? We've seen a lot of top lane Shogath feel like it doesn't succeed that often. I'm not seen too much jungle, but at least in the current configuration, Lola's going to have Cho, and Dardoch will actually take the jungle job.
Yeah, playing the Cho'Gath into the Maokai is not always that fun because he's an incredibly easy to gank champion, and Maokai's point and click Twisted Advance makes it so easy. So I expect some ganks up top very early on from Moon, and Dardoch will have to try to sniff them out if it is going to be the Cho'Gath in the top lane. They still have 5 seconds to swap it, and it gets locked in at 20 seconds, and then no takes backsies.
Yep, and that's going to be the situation. So top Shogath there for Lolo. Definitely expecting a lot of aggression from both these junglers. These may very well be the 2 most aggressive junglers in the league, actually. going head-to-head here in Moon and Dardoch. Certainly players that like to get involved early, like to get some aggressive ganks happening, and both Rengar and Jarvan especially are champions that can pull off a lot of early pressure. So if we're looking at top lane for one of the easy lanes for FlyQuest to maybe pick on, then I imagine Dardoch's going to be right there next to his good friend Lolo.
Yeah, here's Bro. We'll see what happens up in that top lane. That bromance, you know, it was strong before, and now Dardoch's come back to him. And we'll see if he's able to camp for Lorlo here. But Moon, I mean, he's kind of had those up and down performances, and FlyQuest as a whole have not been able to find that consistency. But on the Rengar, if he can get those early kills, start getting some stacks, and the top lane's the easiest one to go for, then I definitely feel like it's a great place for him to show up and start snowballing.
I think so as well. We haven't talked too much about the bottom lane either, but certainly seen a lot of aggression from Piglet and Matt. They've been, I would say in recent weeks, actually a very successful part of FLICKR, despite the team not having too much success overall in the split. So sometimes their aggression gets the better of them, but a lot of the time it does find them nice windows to get ahead and stay ahead. And that's what Liquid are going to be looking to do here in game number 1 as we move out onto Summoner's Rift.
Yep. And also they got kind of countered in the bottom lane. The Tristana's an incredible pick right now, and then there was the Kalista as well as the Caitlyn bans from TL. But the Kog'Maw came through, so they're going to try to keep him safe with the mobility that he'll be able to be offered from the Thresh Lantern. But then the Thresh got picked in the first round. The Morgana as the counter came through from Lemonation. So the Morgana is both going to keep Wild Turtle safe, and it's going to counter what Matt wants to do in the early parts of the game. And like you said, it's been a very successful bottom lane for TL recently. I was actually looking at some stats for TL. In terms of first blood percentage, they are second in the league in getting first blood. And in first turret percentage, they are number 1. So TL take the first turret 73% of the time, which is the most frequently is first turret in the entire league. And that's a team that we're looking at tied for those bottom spots. So they are getting some advantages off the lane and off of their macro play early. It's just those later parts where things start falling apart.
And that's been the common story for a lot of his lower tier teams. I think all year long, to be perfectly honest. Certainly, you know, are talented, can play aggressive and get ahead, but staying ahead and then closing out the game is going to be the big one. So this could be quite the series, Irene, but nothing too crazy happening at level 1. Lemon did land a binding onto Piglet, but just a bit of poke as everyone fanned out. Looks like Moon is going to start on his blue buff with some sapling help there by Ball. And same side there for Dardoch, getting some help from Lolo on his red buff.
Yep, giving him some saplings. Though, Moon gonna have a little faster jungle clear on the top side, not doing the Raptors that was warded out by TL, as well as the red buff. So they know that Moon started on the top side, and the reason that they warded there on the bot side jungle is if Rengar starts there, it puts his path to top side, which I've been talking about nonstop since the Cho'Gath was locked in for the Maokai. It's easy to gank, and you would expect the Rengar to go there. So you have to kind of ward up early, track that Rengar, and make sure you can't get that first gank off.
Nice binding there for Lemon, though, but looks like, as expected, TL Duo are playing aggressive. Moon smites down the big Raptor, is going to dink 3 pretty quickly here. They might even be looking to pick on this guy, but Mickey with a great ward. Yeah, spot Moon moving there.
Yeah, actually going to ping him out as well. And Mickey, we've been talking about how over in the LCK he was known for his aggression and kind of the plays that would backfire. But that's something that, you know, TL, they're looking for another source of power, another aggressive playmaker, or somebody who can be somebody who's offering lane priority. Matt and Dardoch, though, on Moon.
Flash?
Dardoch flash?
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, no follow, but great pressure there from Dardoch. Moon kind of caught out there again, thanks to that ward from Mickey, but a generally strong collapse from the TL bot side to keep him out of the way. In fact, that might even prompt Dardoch to go for an invade. He's got double buffs here, and Moon's about to recall and lose his red, potentially. Although Dardoch doesn't have all the information right now. He's actually camping it right now.
It looks like he didn't see the back happen there. Got the ward, or saw the ward come out, but didn't see that he was actually backing in the bush. And that was a route from Dardoch where he went buff to his Gromp and then was able to show up bottom. So it wasn't the expected route, but Matt's going to show up, and because they have lane priority bottom, they're going to take that buff and triple buff.
Yep. Moon just kind of forced to go back to his left side of the jungle. Only one camp up right now, and the Scuttle Crab on that side as well. So not a whole lot for him to take as Dardoch kind of wins out in the early bit of pressure.
Well, he saw that Dardoch took it, so I'm actually surprised he's not going for Raptors. If you count Dardoch's CS, you can just be like, oh, this is his route because he had 3, 4, now he has 5. So you knew he did buff to buff and then Gromp, so you'll just take the Raptors. There you go.
Yeah, Moon's certainly a very smart player, so we'll be recognizing little things like that, able to take down that Raptor camp and keep up in experience, but no buffs really for Moon after getting pressured off his red and only getting his blue. So going to try mid instead here.
Yeah, he has open gank routes to top and mid. Had an opportunity to go top there as well. And oh, Q's out of the bush. Maybe looked for the leap and then the Q, but Mickey didn't actually stray close enough to the brush for that.
Yeah, actually kind of respecting the correct side there for Mickey. Able to dodge out any potential pressure there from Moon. And now Dardoch, back where we expected him in the top side. Rupture already landed onto Balls. The silence follows in. Balls does have his flash, but Dardoch, there's the slow. Gonna try and force it out. Oh, the flash knock up there as Balls forced the flash, but Lolo, he's gonna follow, and that's first blood.
Turret shot.
Dardoch.
The turret shot ends up getting a counter kill there. Flash for flash, but Dardoch with a flag drag and flash afterwards to close that distance. Caught Balls a little off guard, but it was well played there from the duo of the top.
Yeah, well, unfortunately going down, Dardoch gonna have to push his way back in, so a worthy bit of few minions taken away, but Balls with the TP back doesn't lose too much, but his life here.
I actually think Balls comes out on top here. He gets the counter kill, which gives him the 300 gold, but also that kill didn't go to Lorlo. It went over to Dardoch, and he's going to catch the wave. Depends if the TP gets used from Lorlo afterwards. But right here, it's just complete darkness on the top side of the jungle. Earlier, Moon had a route into the top lane, but opted for mid instead, and Dardoch saw that Moon was mid, makes his way to the top side, and then the flag drag flash to pick him up there and give him the knockup, but then the root right inside of turret range there. It's one of those ones where it looks like Dardoch has it, but Lorlo gets rooted because he walks into turret range first. But it's well played there from Balls to get the counter kill. And now you see the difference in the top lane is that 11 CS difference, but Lorlo gets to keep his teleport. So this teleport has to be worth that 11 CS that he ends up going down.
It's also down in experience as well. Balls was briefly 2 levels ahead of Lolo, now only 1.
And that's why the wave matters so much in the position of the wave when you gank. And that was a good gank timing if there was no teleport. But you have to use this TP to try and get something back. It has to be worth a kill, I would say, in terms of gold.
Well, we'll see if how that lane continues, and if Dardoch is able to have a revisit here. Right now, TL's bot lane still pushing out. Mickey also consistently pressuring here in this 1v1. High gonna try and keep him back. Level 6 now for Corky should to make that a bit easier, but Moon gonna get spotted here by Dardoch, although who's trapped too as the knockup is gonna land. Moon, no flash, remember. Gonna have to keep dancing around back towards his bot lane. Lemon finally here as the bowler lands through. Matt also chasing in as a 1v1 from Piglet and Turtle means that he can't join for damage. So now a tower dive kind of being engineered as Piglet.
EQ on the side.
He's already tanked it. Dardoch gets a knock-up. Ignite down onto Elimination. Blade's going to miss, but the hook will not. Dardoch able to maybe clean up yet another kill. Should get the exhaust. He's wonderful from Elimination. He also hit. Mickey flashes in. Oh, he wants to make the aggressive play. He shockwaves himself. Still taking a few too many turrets. It's a Turtle able to get the kill, but does go down.
Piglet's going to walk up. He's going to try to kill them both.
Forward, gets one. The lantern there. He needs one more. He already got a double Moon. He's going to get low, and Dardoch able to kill him down as Team Liquid pick up every single kill there.
Yeah, they're going back and forth. High's going to try to get one here on Piglet, who went too far forward.
Execute.
I don't know. He got tagged.
All right, so Moon picks up credit for that kill. A 3-for-2 kill trade as Team Liquid with a reckless turret dive in the bot lane.
I mean, Team Liquid, they're at that point right now where, you know, they have that, not so much a lead in the standings, but they're trying to get it aggressively. Stop muting me, Pastry. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, Elimination gets the binding here, and this was just a collapse. Mickey is there way earlier than High. High has to clear out that mid wave, and so Mickey is kind of going back and forth between mid and bot and can't make up his mind right here, and comes in a little bit later, says, all right, we're committing. The hook to keep Elimination in, and then the final hit doesn't land, and now there's no minion wave. Wild Turtle was focused on that. Mickey misses the Q after his flash on Elimination, and then has the shockwave onto Wild Turtle, who, like I said, known for jumping forward like that. But then he gets the counter kill. Piglet picks that one up, puts the auto right in, gets another on Moon, but it's not quite the finisher, and Matt got him out just barely out of turret range. If he was still in turret range there, he eats another shot, and Piglet goes down.
Unfortunately, Piglet still dies because you know where to run after that play with High finally roaming down. But if you need an introduction, a very quick one to the newest base of the NALCS, that is Mickey to a T. Flash aggressive, looking for the play under the turret.
Yeah.
Expecting a lot more of that. That was a medium roll.
Yeah, I was like, that was like a 2, I would say. Maybe a 3. No, it's a 2. It's a 2, because he's still on the bad side.
Well.
But then he shockwaved immediately after as he jumped in, so.
That was a 4. You know?
A 4? Wow.
A little bit better. Man, I don't know, it depends. You have to make up for the 2.
Yeah.
You gotta have a good roll after that one.
We'll call it a 3, right in the middle.
All right. On average, not too bad for Mickey as he makes his first play on that bot side. TL up not quite 1,000 gold, but do certainly have a lead in total pressure. You can just kind of tell the amount of urgency that Liquid are currently playing with, but Moon's starting to farm back up now and does have level 7 as Dardoch looking once again towards that bot side with his ultimate. Does get a ward down there. He's going to be spotted as Fly. Should be able to play back towards their turret.
Yeah, and this turret on the bottom side of the map, 2/3 HP.
They didn't hit the turret, Zyrene, let me tell you.
No, they did not. They went for those kills, and 2 of them ended up on Piglet. So that's big for them, because he's going to go for that Blade of the Rune King first here. And once he starts getting that sustain like he has with the Vamp Scepter, it's much harder to get him out of this lane. And even though they have the Tristana, who's known for that poke, and also having... Hold on. We'll talk about that in a second, because High going aggressive, the High Moon combo. Gonna spot Dardoch and Mickey.
To 2v2. Oh, there. Great route there from Moon over to follow. Elton also roamed down trying to cut off Mickey, but Moon already took down Dardoch. TL actually maybe a little too far forward in a 2v3 as the box is burnt from Matt. Mickey just couldn't find a way around. Balls just walked down. Really good play there from FlyQuest.
Yeah, Moon with the outplay there onto Dardoch. The flag and drag to flash back into the bola there. That's one of those plays that you get to kind of brag about for a little bit afterwards.
And these 2 guys know each other well, so certainly the kind of play that they'll be holding over the other for a while.
You think about it, Moon was on the Team Liquid Academy after Dardoch went up. And then when Dardoch got benched from the main TL squad, Moon was the replacement for a little bit. A year ago, when Dardoch was a rookie, Moon was the guy who came up. And now he's saying, all right, let's see how you're doing on Liquid now, brother. Comes back. Nope. Outplays there. So good. Even the smite there from Dardoch on the Scuttle Crab, he's just like, I need to survive for as long as I can and let Piglet and Matt actually help us out, but still not enough.
Ooh, good predict there from Matt. He's going to find Lemon. Lemon still trying to turn it back around. Roots onto Piglet, but that's not enough. Piglet able to kill him with the ultimate as Dardoch still back down here. Turtle gets some trade damage back on map. This is a 3v1 turret dive. Turtle's got no help.
Yeah, he's going to have to back up here. Mickey is keeping High busy in that mid lane. And they're going to pick it up, and Matt, he actually took advantage of the black shield window. There was no black shield for 6 more seconds on elimination. So Matt walks aggressive and reads him.
And that's full solo turret gold, I believe, to Piglet as TL walk away. Getting themselves that first turret. 1,500 gold ahead now for TL. It's Balls and Lolo duking it out here on the top side. A lot of farming happening right now. That Balls with a slight CS lead, and after that roam to the mid lane, he was able to apply some pressure, but TPs are back, and we'll have to see maybe what happens around the next Drake fight. Fly did get the first one a couple minutes ago. It was an Ocean, but the next one is an Infernal.
Yeah, and there's going to be some fighting over that, and Piglet's in a fantastic spot right now. He is 1,400 gold up over Wild Turtle at the moment, who hasn't gone back to spend just yet, but it's the Blade of the Rune King completed for Piglet, as well as his boots too. So Piglet is in a fantastic spot, and this happens so often. I can't think of how many times I've had to say this in the early game, where they got the first turret, they got some early kills, a lot of them are on Piglet, and now he's in a position to carry. And this has kind of become the standard here for Liquid. Now they're having a play where they swap up. Question is, do they have the tempo? Because sometimes they drop the ball here and get outpaced, and they lose 2 turrets for 1. But is FlyQuest aggressive enough to push this?
They are going to push through, so we'll see what TL do respond with. They take the top out of FlyQuest, took the bottom. And looks like Piglet's going to push at least one wave. Dardoch also on this side of the map, but currently hitting the recall button. Looks like they want to defend. TL need to make sure they time this play properly. Although Piglet is just laying into balls right now with that W active. It looks like Fly not going to go too far forward. Lola here to catch this next wave, so all is fair in that turret trade. TL still up 1.
Yeah, and now it's going to come back to the swaps. I think they might actually put, yeah, exactly. FlyQuest will put Wild Turtle on the top side, try to push that wave out before any Infernal Drake comes up in the near future, but also get control of that area and take back the Rift Herald control, because TL actually have pretty much full topside vision. They would be able to see everything that goes on from FlyQuest.
Certainly do have that all in place, so TL doing a nice job kind of again getting the early lead that we expected, but very thin margin between these 2 teams as Team Liquid have actually swapped their duo to the mid lane now. Looks like Piglet's found a safe farming spot for now. Mickey, though, is going to join back down there with his first completed item, Morello Nomicon, but High has also finished Trinity Force, so all that stuff is in place for these mid laners. And again, that next fight likely around maybe this Rift Herald, but probably the Infernal up in a few minutes will determine a lot of how this mid game is going to look. And both of these teams have struggled to find leads and carry them to the late game from mid. So pretty pivotal moment coming up in about 5 minutes time.
Yeah, so far Mickey's done pretty well in CS, actually incredibly well. At that 10 per minute mark almost, depending on this next wave. Gonna get the blue buff handed off to him. And well, not too much can really be said just yet about Mickey, except that he's had lane priority at the times that he should. He's roamed and kind of gone back and forth on it, but communication being something they're still developing here on Team Liquid with the guy who kind of got in the last week. We need more practice time with him.
Yeah, certainly not had a lot here. That's very important to remember that Mickey is, when we say recent addition, we really mean recent addition to the team. As High actually has found Matt level 8 to 11 doesn't feel very fair, but the package burnt there from High did not want to chase blindly into Team Liquid's jungle, just trying to cover Turtle, who is getting damage done here under that top turret.
Exactly, and also High wants to go back and kind of reclaim the mid priority, but Moon looking top. Dardoch is here though to catch him out.
Yeah, Moon's already found him. Hook is gonna work, gets it out of the leap! And Moon's gonna try and turn some damage down, but Dardoch picks up his 3rd kill.
Matt, where has this guy been for like the last few weeks? Like, he has been showing up pretty consistently now with Piglet, and they've been winning that bottom lane. This was like something that he was invisible most of the last split and a half. The meta shifted, but
maybe,
I still feel like it's like his play and his confidence has come back.
I think that certainly helps, but Dardoch backing onto Turtle, finding Lantern from Lemon. High actually maybe get a catch here. Blue buff goes over to Dardoch, Lantern out. TL with a nice invade. Dardoch gets low, but gonna be safe for now.
Yep. And now everybody's going to reset. There's a minute left before that Infernal Drake comes up, and you know they want to fight for it. Trinity Force Power Spike could come through for High, and people want to complete their backs here and get those core items that they need. I'm also like looking at the inventory of Moon right now. He has a pickaxe and he has a ruby crystal. The only thing that those 2 items build into is the new Edge of Night, which we have not been seeing at all. It requires those 2 plus a serrated dirk, and instead of having the magic resist on it now, it's damage and HP. So maybe, and I guess, you know, there's some other items too that kind of include it, but I still feel like this is the one that's kind of sticking out to be like, what's going on here?
We may very well find out, but didn't help him enough here in this top side replay.
Yeah, Piglet almost kills Lemonation, and then the leap gets him out of the air. It's basically Dardoch reading the position of Moon there, seeing him with the wards, and then just counter ganking. And that's what this match has been a lot about, is who's getting there first and who's not making the play fast enough to have their the other team reinforce in time.
That's pretty important in this type of jungle matchup, so certainly been a good look for Dardoch, up 3-1-1 with the Knight's Veil already done after that Cinderhawk. So nice and tanky as we look at this next Drake fight. Turtle trying to get the bot lane pushed out of the way.
Man, Knight's Vow, even though it lost 50 HP and went down from 400 to 350 and lost some cost effectiveness, it's still just that go-to item on Jarvan's. We're seeing this build from Xmithy, where he'll go from Cinderhulk straight to Knight's Vow. Knight's Vow, though, on a Kog'Maw, I feel like that's definitely something that you want. Keep that carry safe who's already fed, shut down the enemy's win condition, and now we're having a TP in from Lorlo, and the fight.
FlyQuest first to the Drake, do get it, but can they get out safely? Dardoch, great binding there from Lemon as Lorlo look for the flank, but Turtle is going to shoot him away with the Buster Shot. Balls use the ulti to disengage, and FlyQuest, a very clean objective taken.
Yeah, and now they have to kind of get towards that mid lane again before they lose anything, and this is going to be mid priority to Team Liquid. Matt's warding up, making sure that they can push this in. This might be that mid turret, because they're here very quickly, and both Turtle and Moon back. So, yep, that's going to be mid-turret traded for the Infernal Drake.
All right, nice trade there for Liquid. Do manage to get something out of it despite not finding the fight they were looking for. Still up in gold by about 2,500 or so. Always a tough one to get in mid. See if FlyQuest can answer back here. Is TL fade towards that Baron side. Actually, Rift Herald's still up. So that's the objective they're going to look to get. And TL, if they can get this as well, will actually end up with an objective over FlyQuest, just thanks to a nice play mid lane.
And this would help them get mid-tier 2 as well and push that down. It's going down so quickly. There's the TP from FlyQuest.
Flash from Moon after the hook there from Matt, who does get rooted by Lemon.
Yeah, they're kind of
getting chased.
Squeezed in here.
Knockup not going to find him, but Dardoch able to lay the ultimate in. Matt still fighting as the flank actually came from Balls. Moon does go down to Matt there, but Piglet, I don't think he's going to last the night. Does flash out of the way, but Dardoch going to be the target and will go down to Turtle, who's maybe going to look for some resets. Matt hooks away. He's so low.
Yeah,
Does not want to give Tristan another kill.
Yep, has to kind of run away from this. Lorlo, kind of the one being chased down by Balls and Wild Turtle, but they're going to go for the top lane turret push instead, and the mid lane turret push. See if Mickey can actually clear this out. He does have Shockwave still, so and he's at that point as well where he has enough to actually make sure that they don't push this wave in with just Q and W.
Should be simple enough for Orianna, but a nice double play attempt there from FlyQuest as they do grab that outer turret. The big play extension does mean FlyQuest find a few kills, and again, the objectives end up even. Although they are different is maybe the important thing to track. 2 Drakes there for Flyers. We'll check with that in after the replay. FlyQuest really wanting this angle. Teal may be a bit too greedy here for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, they kind of get pinched in because there was a push on the top side by the Maokai, who doesn't have his Nature's Grasp, which kind of gives TL the comfort to go for this. But Moon flanks alongside Balls, and then Wild Turtle's a little bit late to this fight because shoving the wave, but it doesn't matter because Lemonation and High were able to kite on the side and give them just enough of an opening to feel like this is the way that TL has to go instead of 5-man barreling in a certain direction. And the builds right now are just so interesting to me because this game, you're seeing Moon go for that Edge of Night. He does have the serrated Dirk, so I'm pretty much confirming it, locking it down, where it's attack damage, lethality, and health, and then it has that shield, the spell shield that's been nerfed a bit, but that'll mean that if he gets hit by a shockwave, if he gets hit by a hook or a fillet when he jumps in, if he preps it correctly, then he wouldn't get interrupted. And then the other thing that's interesting to me is Elimination. He went for the coin at first on Morgana, so I was like, okay, he's sacrificing lane pressure. That gold generation pushes him towards Ardent Sensor, and he has Stoneborn Pact as his mastery. So the way that this works is if your champion in support has a CC, you run Stoneborn Pact. We even saw this with Trundle in a professional game where he would pillar, give Stoneborn Pact. People who auto that target get your Ardent Sensor buff from the Stoneborn Pact heal, which is crazy to think about because Morgana's Stoneborn Pact heal is not going to be very big because it's based off your max HP. So she's going to have a very low heal, but it's going to be all about giving the Ardent Sensor buff to people that she Qs or that she auto or gives the ultimate to so that her team can have that buff.
Yeah, Elimination. Again, someone's kind of often been on the cutting edge of this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And supports, I think Ardent Sensor is a hot topic among many supports in solo queue
right now. If you are augmenting your masteries and build path to give yourself a way to activate Ardent Sensor,
it's probably a good item.
There's something going on here.
Seems good. See just how effective it can be once he finishes it, not too far away, and did still go sweep up while Ice Stone, so going to have that standard suite of utility tools here. But a lot of jostling around this Baron side right now.
Yeah.
FlyQuest is trying to brute force down this mid outer turret.
And this game is actually super close right now. There's only an 800 gold difference between these teams. And we talked about Piglet being up 1,400. The gap is closed. It's only about a 500 gold lead for Piglet, who hasn't been picking up as much CS lately. And also Wild Turtle was able to pick up some kills. So the 80 carries right now have the most gold on each team respectively.
Yep, 2 items done for Turtle, so he's ready to go as far as this early team fight goes. Edge of Night also finished there for Moon, so we'll see if he can find a really nice angle, prepping that spell shield up. Gonna have to do it pretty carefully, but certainly a player that is capable of finding some pretty epic Rengar angles.
Ooh. And also, like, just looking at, like, the generation of the Eye of the Oasis versus the Relic Shield, he's actually generated 400 more gold than Matt has. So even though Matt has a kill and 4 assists, the 2 assists from Elimination plus that Ancient Coin passive is going to give him enough to actually catch up there.
Yes, what you were hearing was correct. That was the sound of Team Liquid trying to take a 2-man Baron. I mean, Cho'Gath Kog'Maw, not the worst 2-man Baron squad, but...
It's not the best either, but... Yeah, we'll see.
Got some damage, got a smite built in with the feast. I don't know.
You gotta check it, right? It's that damage check. You go into a raid as a 2-man, you're like, we can do this. Let's just check it out. Oh my god, get out!
At least it wasn't a wipe. Team Liquid do all stay up.
Bubble Hearth?
Get out. Get out now. Well, that's what TL do. FlyQuest with enough pressure still towards that mid lane as Turtle is going to move down to that bottom side to answer a big double cannon wave. That's a huge wave, actually. He's going to be able to sweep up nicely, very quickly with the Shiv plus his charge.
And like I said, Piglet hasn't been picking up much CS lately. He's actually down almost 50 here. So that's going to be a big advantage for Wild Turtle, who now is going to be able to get the Ardent Sensor from Elimination, landing his hook, or sorry, not his hook, his Q, as I see the hook come out, or his ultimate. That's going to be Piglet getting his Runaan's Hurricane. So he's a lot of single target damage right now. So Piglet will go after a single person instead of having the Runaan's go after. He's got the Rage Blade.
Does a lot of damage to this as well. TL looking for the Infernal Drake as Turtle maybe just hoping for a snipe. Moon could get in there, but Dardoch with a smite able to take it away. Fly did have vision there, but decided not to make the play. Had decent setup for it, but TL just a little too fast.
Yeah. And TL, you know, a little too fast on these objectives, and now with Piglet completing that Rage Blade, the Rage Blade plus the Blade of the Ruined King combination is very good at killing Baron. So TL, they've already tried it once. I feel like they may go for that cheeky Baron play again if they're able to get vision control. Because I definitely think that one of their struggles has been closing the game out, and from a macro perspective, that's a little bit harder to kind of execute on. But if you are able to get a cheeky Baron, it can circumvent some of those issues you have in map rotation communication. If you're able to just kind of have a lapse in vision for a few seconds and pick it up.
Well, right now it's FlyQuest that have all of that vision on the left side. Turtle actually mid right now as High's getting the side lane pushed in the bottom lane. Again, Fly still have this mid lane outer turret to deal with. They don't have that much central position on the map to really move through, and TL are now going to take advantage of that and clear all this vision out. But Moon waiting in the brush, might have found map, but the hook's going to land.
Yeah, onto
follow up. Playback is good into the box, but Total here going to shoot into Dardoch. Bolt is here as the trap is kind of set. Piglet moving forward, trying to find that snipe, but not going to get it as a binding does land onto Dardoch.
He's low.
He's going to re-engage. Turtle should have enough damage here. Dardoch down! Team Liquid's going to lose their jungler.
That team was not expecting Elimination to land that binding. Even FlyQuest was like, wait a second, and the binding lasts long enough for them to actually close that distance and get back onto Dardoch, who was just trying to exit as all of his team was running up as well.
Well, investing in a heavy flank does cost them position on this mid lane, so now FlyQuest are going to be the ones to push through, and High, he is just shoving Lorlo in the top side.
High is stopping a teleport from Lorlo. He also has range advantage over Lorlo, who you can
He's going to get blown up, but he takes down Turtle on the other side. Might even look for Elimination with a passive, forcing the flash. Piglet at least going down with a fight.
He's getting a lot out of that, too. He got Mickey's Shockwave on top to try and get the counter kill onto Wild Turtle. Oh, Mickey kind of turning that one around there because it was just stand your ground fight. And I feel like the Tristana at 3 items, definitely a little bit better than the Kog'Maw, who's at 2.5 now. But this play from earlier, Matt plays this so well. The hook into the flay, into the box, slowing Moon down. Moon doesn't die because the follow-up is just not there. And then the binding, the flag and drag through, so he has nothing to get out. And you can see Piglet was already going back up. He's like, all right, we pushed them out. We got their jungler low. Maybe it's time to sneak a Baron. Who knows?
Well, unfortunately, Turtle dying means that FlyQuest's next objective gets cut off there as well. So no Baron, no mid-turret, which would have been the easy one to get. So Piglet's heroic last stand does at least give Team Liquid a little bit of map position still. Binding again, hits Mickey this time. He does have his Ludens completed, working in towards his Void Staff. Blue buff also going to go over to High, who can comfortably solo it with 2 items also completed.
Right now, the big thing that's standing out to me is Wild Turtle so far. The Rapid Fire Cannon, the Energizer build is completely online for him, and he's 2 levels up over Piglet, who has been struggling to get farm, struggling to get anything as they're grouping. And so he's doing kind of the group up and like be with the team strategy, but I feel like now more than ever, we're seeing a lot of split push AD carries. Alltech was doing it, Apollo was doing it, Cody Sun's doing it now, where you pick up that side lane farm and you get 2 levels up over the other AD carry if he's not doing it. And the fact that it's a Kog'Maw means he doesn't get to do it safely. So you always have to have vision control of that side. The wave has to be prepped. And right now, TL have been trying to make more objective plays. So they're putting somebody like Lorlo on the far side of the objective as their top lane gets shoved in right now by Wild Turtle, who's looking to grow that advantage even more.
And levels are so important for Tristana, like, and actually for Kog'Maw as well.
He's literally about to Flame Horizon Piglet.
As a bot laner, pretty impressive there for Turtle. Have a look in with just exactly what that gold lead looks like. Is that 1,000 gold up with a bit extra there for Turtle. Now he's just going to 1v1 Piglet. Dardoch there does find the flash and the dunk. Piglet having to take him down.
Yeah, looks like, 2v1, even though Wild Turtle's been farming a whole bunch. Still not enough there. Piglet kind of caught on, went to the side lane. Like I said, it was unsafe for him to farm a side lane, and TL knew that, so they sent Dardoch up there to reinforce, and it makes all the difference there.
I think Turtle is spending a little too much time there. As FlyQuest are still trying to find a way to punch through the middle of this map. They actually have a gold lead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the difference here. In 6 minutes, Wild Turtle's been able to get 90 farm. Piglet has gotten 20 in that time. He has just been in the last 6 minutes with the team, and now they have to really give him something.
Maybe a Baron. That would be nice.
And this is why he's been with the team so much. With Wild Turtle down, they don't have that threat. This is going to be a 4-on-5.
Oh, Balls with the Nature's Grasp moving in. Moon actually finding Piglet, but not quite enough there. High free firing as Lorlo does get the kill onto Moon, but Team Liquid have to keep fighting. FlyQuest need to try and find Shockwave. Shockwave finds Lemon, who does go down. Yet another kill there, as that's 4 dead already. Sorry, 3 is High is trying to poke in. Turtle, he's coming back. He was actually dead. Yeah. Respawning after getting picked off, but Team Liquid don't get the Baron.
And that's why they did it, because Wild Turtle was dead. Hold on, Wild Turtle.
Oh,
you see
he cancels every single back with the static shift proc, Liquid have to go even further back now and high. He's going to use that space and finally take the mid outer turret.
Well, it was a static shift crit too. It still wasn't enough to kill Dardoch there. But Wild Turtle, 2 levels up over Piglet. And now they're able to get something back. The kills go over. Yes, they stop the Baron, but the gold is still in favor of FlyQuest. And yes, this has started up because they feel like Piglet can do enough damage to this with the maxed out W, with the Blade of the Ruined King. And then he jumps in, and we see Moon go in. He just gets nommed by Cho'Gath there. And this was well played from Lorlo, actually, to hit both High and Lemonation with the Rupture there. It causes a lot of kind of chaos for the side of TL. For FlyQuest.
And you can just see how different that would have been if Turtle was alive, which, like you said, is exactly why TL started it up.
I mean, you see the low health bars at the end there. That Tristana is one of the champions that TL are going to have a hard time catching out. So there's a lot in Wild Turtle's kind of wheelhouse in order to outplay here with the rocket jumps. And he would get some resets, and the fact he's so far ahead, you have to feel fantastic as this Tristana. But look at this, another startup here. They are forcing this so hard.
Yep, going back in again. They should actually get it at this point. Lola with the feast. Oh, they've been spotted, but it's only Matt.
It's done.
It's too late. Yep, the Baron goes over. Feast there for Cho, and FlyQuest just forced to push mid.
Yeah, FlyQuest are going to push mid, try to get this tier 2 turret.
Should be able to.
They should be able to, yes. They'll push bottom as well, maybe get that tier 2 and control of the bot side jungle. But, oh man, TL. They tried it like 4 times. I mean, when was FlyQuest going to say, all right, they seem pretty desperate for this Baron. Let's always have at least 1 ward on it. Because it felt like that was something that's so obvious it's coming over and over again.
Well, TL's persistence pays off as they do take the Baron for themselves and actually retake the gold lead as a result. Less than 1,000 between these two teams as Turtle still happily farming. Got a lot of gold banked up, so should have that full Last Whisper upgraded. Looks like that's Lord Dominion's Regard, because I'm guessing that's Giant Slayer, if my brain recalls items correctly. Almost no. No one almost ever builds this component first.
Freak actually loves this component.
He would.
He's like, mathematically, it's better in most cases, if they have more HP than you. So, all right. And build Lord Dominics.
Pretty easy when there's a Cho'Gath on the enemy team.
Yeah,
and a health stacking Jarvan.
But now the Stone Plates have come in. The Jarvan has the Knight's Vow on Piglet, who is getting a little more CS, but Wild Turtle now already 100 up.
All right, well, first turret's pretty easy one there for Team Liquid, but how much more can they get? Turrets will now sit even. As Turtle with 4 items is just waiting for a team fight where he can really go off. It will not take much if you can get onto the right targets, and even the tanks are going to feel pretty squishy between the 2 FlyQuest marksmen.
2 FlyQuest marksmen, but you have to take into consideration Lorlo here. 8-stack Cho'Gath, level 16 already, sitting at 4,000 HP, and he's got that Gargoyle Stoneplate. Without it on, his Feast is already going to do about 890 true damage, and then that'll add at least 500 more on top of it. So if he can get a full Gargoyle Stoneplate and a Nom.
Oh, Matt actually going to find, a great kill there. Lola able to take down High, does use the Feast, but Lola now Stoneplating up as TL going to try and break here. Turtle firing away, the Nature's Grasp is coming down to lock up 2. Dardoch still tanking low. Turtle again just firing pot shots in, but he just can't find a kill, which is what he really needs. The Black Shield's on. This is the time. Piglet getting low. Almost goes down his Moon. Moves forward as he's able to take him down. Looks for the resets. Turtle looking for Dardoch. Flashes forward, but he goes down. Oh my god. Kog'Maw and Orianna did so much damage there. Piglet, even in death, able to assist as Team Liquid turn it back around.
Ah, that was amazing. He jumps in Wild Turtle. It looks like he's going to clean up the fight. And it's nope. Mickey and Piglet with the burst on him.
They got the Kog'Maw and they thought it was going to be okay, but they may have forgotten about the passive for 1 split second too long. Team Liquid win the fight and take the inhibitor there in the bot side.
He got absolutely annihilated, and that turns the entire fight around and helps them out so much. Piglet as well actually gets blown up there too. We'll see that again. Lorlo, I feel like, gets a little too antsy. I think they have this kill on High because the shockwave comes through as well, and Lorlo flashes Stone Plates and Noms. The whole team blew so much there, and that's going to be the go cue here. There's no shockwave on Mickey, so they feel confident to kind of walk up here. The Black Shield on Wild Turtle is going to allow him to step up, feel good about hitting Piglet here. They kill Piglet, and watch this. He jumps in. Wild Turtle just, that's the Acathian surprise. The QW from Mickey and then that was it. And now you can see FlyQuest are completely routed because their AD carry was full health, and he died in half a second there.
They just waited maybe a little bit longer. FlyQuest could have won the extended firefight instead. Surprised indeed.
You look at that, 8,000 damage, and then he got 100 to 0'd, and then he was the team. He is the team right now.
I want to know how much of Piglet's damage in that last fight was his passive. I don't know how much of that 3,000 was his passive. Well, we'll have to find out later perhaps, but Turtle, you can see just how much he can do in these fights. Laying into tanks, he's going to put up ridiculous, unreasonable, unrealistic damage numbers, but if he dies, not enough to win the rest of the team fight.
This is the Photoshop Tristana, setting some unrealistic standards, you know. Not everybody gets to do 8,000 damage, no, it's okay.
Has anyone ever done over 9,000? That's the real question.
Ooh, in a team fight? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's happened.
I think so too. I think Pobelta did like 6K on Talia in a game that I remember somewhat recently, so 8,000 is pretty absurd for Turtle.
Yeah, production just reminded me that Azir is the champion, so yeah, it's probably happened at some point. But yes, this Tristana, like I said.
Sivir also back in the meta. Those champions do cheat.
Very much so. But, I mean, Turtle kind of the team right now. Even like High getting picked off later in the fight, still, it was like mostly Turtle's damage. It's pretty much his whole team combined ×2, and then you'd get what Turtle was doing in that fight. And he could have done more. He had the opportunity to do more. Flashed forward while Turtle play, and then while Turtle, goes away.
I almost feel like Mickey and Turtle could actually form quite the team.
Oh, you're making your own roster now?
On opposite sides, unfortunately for them. I'll have to keep that one in my pocket for a lane-by-lane segment, perhaps.
Yeah, confirming that Piglet's Acathian Surprise was about 450 damage per target. So...
That's a lot.
Yeah, looking for Mickey.
Yeah, don't want that to happen again. Piglet still firing off to the other side. He's getting choker, but Piglet maybe on the wrong flank. Lolo trying to find that. Nobody's taking too much damage. Elimination! There with the added center. Turtle just speeding everybody up. There's so much support there in Turtle. Able to slay the biggest tank
jumped
on the
forward
field. Again, he's looking for Piglet, but Dardock, he's going to lock them all up. Piglet finally gets killed, but High with a great package over the top. Takes down Piglet. Is going to bear the brunt of that passive this time. And Dardock, he's getting chased down by Turtle. One more auto needed, and that's enough. FlyQuest, decisive team fight win.
Yep, Wild Turtle there with the range. What he does in that fight is he skirts it on the side. There isn't too much threat on him, and High's trying to clean up here. You did it again, Pastry. You muted me.
I'm sorry. It's so exciting.
Pastry's box, or my box is right on Pastry's side. So I know it's a little different. He's muting me instead of himself. But anyway, right now, FlyQuest going to push.
To contain your excitement,
and I mean, they have double AD carry. That might be game.
Maybe. 2 ADs ready to go. Lemon the only one dead with 4 on the side of Team Liquid. Looking for Matt.
Yeah, they said screw the break.
That's
it's
an
time
ace.
to end the game.
All right, FlyQuest do have enough. Turtle, an absolutely incredible performance from this Tristana. FlyQuest looked a little choppy there in the mid-game. Team Liquid couldn't find it. The flashing off takes down winners Lolo. At least get something back, but the Nexus is what counts. FlyQuest take game number 1.
Exactly, the Nexus is what counts there. And FlyQuest, they win this game, this next one coming up, they're going to be in a very good spot to actually not have a spot in the promotion tournament and to keep those championship points.
And it just, again, everything really riding on Turtle there at the end of that game. You said it, he's pretty much the team in that last team fight where Team Liquid were able to take an inhibitor, by the way, which was still dead when that game ended, but FlyQuest do what they need to do, and like you said, basically Turtle does the opposite of what he did in the fight they lost, and surprise, they win.
Yeah, he skirted the last few fights pretty adeptly, I would say. When he was going after the Cho'Gath and Piglet stepped forward to try and deal damage, he went around the Cho'Gath to the side, gave like 1 or 2 shots into Piglet. One of them was a crit. Piglet had to back up, and then he spent the rest of the time just shooting the Cho'Gath until he was dead. And it takes a long time. You really just don't want to, as an AD carry, dedicate so much time and damage to that Cho'Gath when there's threat in other places, because the rest of the team was trying to dive Mickey, who was peeling back, and then when he put threat on Piglet, it made Piglet have to peel backwards as well.
Well, certainly a fun one there, but we are going to throw it over to the Mark and Dash to see what they make of that FlyQuest win.
The Mark.
It's the. It is the. Come on, Z. Thank you very much, Pastry Time and Zyrene. FlyQuest coming away with a victory here in the late game over Team Liquid. But this entire game was a story of skirmishes being traded back and forth, back and forth. Really not a clean game from either team, to be fair.
No.
But Again, at the end of the day, FlyQuest walks away with game 1, and this is such an important matchup for both of these teams currently tied in the standings at 8th place in terms of making their way out of that relegation zone.
This is exactly the kind of game that FlyQuest finds a way to win as well. When you're playing against these, lower tier teams, they're having a hard time closing the game out. It gets very, very scrappy, and you can count on Hai and the rest of these veterans on FlyQuest to find the one fight that's going to win them the game, because this felt almost like an inevitability for a lot of the game where you're just waiting for TL to finally win the game, and they just never actually did, and they gave enough time for FlyQuest.
And part of that is, of course, in my opinion, the composition put together by FlyQuest. You've got the Maokai. As soon as FlyQuest secures the Maokai, that's where I start to believe that if they can stretch it to the late game, they will find that fight. Eventually, balls will get onto the priority target in a fight. In the late game, death timers are long enough, and they can push from there.
It's definitely one of those comps that's a little bit easier to execute. Both have a great mid and AD carry for late game team fighting. Both have really nice front line, but when you're looking at the Cho'Gath, if he's not actually able to land a Rupture or someone else starts the fight for him, you can have a hard time getting onto someone. And eventually we'll watch that last team fight again, I'm sure, and you'll see that he has a little bit harder of a time than Maokai in a late game team
Before we get to that last team fight, let's go ahead and take a look at the first team fight. This one came at 7 minutes into the game. A messy skirmish down in the bot lane. Everybody gets involved. 3 kills to 2 is the trade here at the end of it all.
A sign of things to come from this game, because there's going to be a lot of these scrappy fights, just not super clean gameplay overall. Matt and Dardoch get a little distracted trying to hop on the moon, and this whole time Piglet's like, hey, dive this one guy into the turret. They never quite sync up, so Piglet ends up tanking a lot of the turret himself. He gets low, has a hard time collapsing. Meanwhile, Dardoch and Matt did not quite have the damage to finish off a single kill on the other side. Mickey finally comes in, he shoots an air ball. He eventually is able to pull the Tristana back onto him, but that's going to lead to a 1-to-1 trade. Meanwhile, Dardoch and Matt are still on the other side looking for a kill.
All right, but here's the thing. At least Team Liquid is making an aggressive move in the early game. In the past, it's not like they've never made an aggressive move here this summer split. But one thing we have accused them of or been critical of is the fact that they play not to lose, right? That they rarely set up a play on their own and put pressure onto the map, forcing the other team to respond. That is a play that they initiated. It forced FlyQuest to respond. And then throughout the game, even with the Baron that they were able to take, they were the ones initiating those Barons and putting the pressure and the ball into FlyQuest's court in terms of reacting to it. And I will say that I at least prefer that look to somebody who's just like, well, I hope we outlane them so much that we can just get, snag the victory.
Yeah, but I mean, ever since week 6 or 7, it feels like Team Liquid has been playing that way, where they don't sit on the back foot that much. Even when it was Rainover in, he had been making a lot of aggressive plays as well. And I think what you saw was that even though they were still kind of keeping that attitude up of wanting to be more aggressive, their play did not match their attitude, because a number of times they floundered when they should have been sealing the game. They got a 3-0 near Baron, didn't actually get the Baron then. They had to go into a reset, and FlyQuest kind of gave it up. And then when they're sieging the bot inhibitor, they don't protect Piglet. He gets bound. They lose another team fight, and at least this stall situation.
And that's where we have to now try and do our best job of drawing the comparisons between, the trade-offs that were made, right? You've got Rainover, who was underperforming earlier in the split, maybe starting to return to form, gain that momentum back most recently. You've got him subbed out, Dardoch's trying to cover for that difference, and then you've got Mickey coming in for Golden Ghoul. I think a lot of people would say on paper that's an upgrade, but we've still yet to necessarily see it for certain whether or not it is. What's your feeler so far? Where are you at on the barometer?
I mean, it's only one game, so I'm not going to make a definitive statement either way, but I do feel like, based off this one game, that the previous roster with Golden Glue and Rainover was a little bit better.
Okay.
I think they synergized better. Their team fighting was a little cleaner. They were still not super good.
Let's clarify. Was a little bit better more recently. Isolated to their more recent games.
Yeah,
We're not
after
saying
week
you go
5
back
or
to
6.
week 1 and you'd rather have that.
Yeah, definitely not. But if you look at the recent weeks, the wins that Rainover was getting, he was very proactive in the early game, and then they were able to snowball pretty cleanly for the most part once they got their leads. This time, despite getting another lead, you saw that the snowball was not nearly as clean. Some synergy issues about exactly who to target in fights and when to walk forward and protect turrets and stuff like that.
Well, to your point then about the roster that was succeeding most recently, I will turn again to Piglet and Matt, because if there was something positive to take away from it, it was that bot lane doing a lot of work. We saw early kills going over to Piglet. Matt on these playmaking supports definitely seems to be rebuilding that confidence that's going to be required of him if this team is going to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, Thresh was one of his original champions that he got his start on. Matt Life was his old name. He was almost a one-trick at some point, but but it's something that's a very comfort pick for him. He is a confidence-based player. We always say that. And when he's able to get a champion he's comfortable on, he can be confident. And you saw him playing very aggressively in lane, and that kind of helped got Piglet going.
We mentioned that there were about 27 of those skirmishy fights. We're going to go ahead and jump to the final one. This came 36 minutes into the game. FlyQuest 4-0 off of the engage from the Maokai. Find the right fight in the late game, and FlyQuest will take it to the Nexus.
Yeah, and you're going to want to track Lorlo a little bit in this fight, where he's just CC'd up, trying to run at Turtle, can't get onto him, just getting chunked out constantly. His ruptures don't land, gets stunned up, and just taken down in a situation where Maokai would have landed the W. So you see Maokai continuing forward, gets on the mat here. Dardoch has a nice turn onto 3 members, and the ball is not actually able to get onto him or into the pit. Ty times that package so well to knock Mickey out of range from getting that combination with Dardoch. I don't know if that was intentional or not, if he actually saw that he was shutting that down, or if he just saw an opportunity to jump forward, but either way, that was critical in stopping a combination ultimate between Dardoch and Mickey, and it was just a fight that no one could actually get involved in on the TL side once their front line went down.
From there, down mid to kill the Nexus, FlyQuest pick up game 1 here in an all-important match between the two teams, while Turtle will be picking up player of the game. What's your opinion on this guy here on the Tristana? I mean, again, the wheelhouse champion for him. We'll recall some of his highlight plays being on this champion, and in terms of that aggressive play style, I very much feel like it's something Team Liquid should consider here going into game 2, either picking or banning away.
It's definitely one of his best champions. It fits the playstyle extremely well. A scrappy game, Tristan's going to love that in terms of being able to get multiple resets. A relatively scaling champion, so it's going to match Piglet, who for the most part recently has been taking scaling champions as well. So you are able to match him in the mid and late game, and then hopefully with the skirmishes, you'll eventually find that one that you get to reset through.
I think we also, that it's just a reminder that FlyQuest here, what's on the line for them is those championship points. Again, Phoenix 1 lost earlier today, so if FlyQuest can pick up a victory, they put 1 match separation between them going into the final day of play. That could be huge in securing the 8th place slot and therefore securing their championship points and a possible qualification for the regional qualifiers.
And this is one of the situations you expect FlyQuest to thrive in, when it is high pressure, when it is a situation where you just have to scrap out the win. Doesn't matter how you get it. This is a team that we said before, tons of veteran players, tons of shot calling experience, and hopefully the ability to keep their composure and actually close out these games.
And that's the key, composure right there. We'll see if Team Liquid can even up the score when we come back with game 2 against FlyQuest. See you soon.
Gank mid.
Gank mid. Good.
Okay.
I carry.
Gank mid and get first tower in bottom.
Just like Scrim.
Free win.
There's the slow. Gonna try and force it out. Oh, the flash knock up there as Ball's forced to flash, but Lolo, he's gonna follow, and that's first blood.
We can fight, we can fight, we can fight.
I'm letting him.
Hi, chill.
Rengar's dead.
Hey, Rengar.
I'm gonna die. Maybe.
I'm Maokai. Rookie flash, rookie flash.
Right,
Tristan's
down. Looks for the resets, Turtle. Looking for Dardoch, flashes forward, but he goes down. Oh my god, Kog'Maw and Orianna did so much damage there. Piglet, even in death, able to assist as Team Liquid turn it back around.
Okay, I'm going in, Lemon. Careful, careful. I'm on a flash. Careful, Ori has ult, I think. I killed them, they're dead, they're dead, they're dead. Can we end?
Welcome back to round 2 of Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. Quite the fun game 1 to kick us off, Zyrene.
Yeah, it was back and forth. Seriously, there were so many moments where it was like if the team fight goes in the other team's favor, then they could very much win it. TL tried to pull a little bit of a sneaky Baron play. They eventually got it, but then the game had a team fight where it didn't go quite their way. And I would say, like, a lot of that is the kind of the communication on the team so far, but individually, they had performed pretty well. I think Mickey in his debut did a good job on that Orianna in terms of lane priority, matched high throughout all stages of the game, and his scoreline was also quite good.
Yeah, just couldn't really break the game open, although TL, again, played FlyQuest very close. So I think something to improve on. Mickey, solid game 1. I'll give him kind of 2 thumbs up for that, but, you know, nothing completely overwhelming or game-changing. And that's, I think, what you expect from a player. Certainly more firepower, which was my favorite phrase from that Steve interview, because Mickey does bring that to the team, but gonna need some time to adjust.
Yeah, you're looking for a difference maker here, and Piglet in that game was set up with first turret gold. He got so much gold in the early parts of the game with multiple kills. That should have been the difference maker there for TL. But Wild Turtle got a whole bunch of side lane farm, 100 CS advantage over Piglet, and then was able to enter those team fights in the mid game with a large advantage where the Kog'Maw was actually a little bit behind in gold at that point when you're looking at the scorelines going, wait a second, this Tristana should be behind this Kog'Maw, but the level advantage also going the way of the Tristana, which we talk about levels on like solo laners and stuff where it makes a difference. AD carries like Tristana, it matters a whole bunch because her range increases from her passive, so the faster you accelerate into those middle or later parts of the game with those levels, the better your team fighting is, and the easier it is to play those team fights from a safe position.
A lot of credit to FlyQuest just for picking, again, a simple comp, but then just playing very calmly throughout that game. We do often criticize them for not being able to close out games, but they kind of did that relatively methodically despite some hiccups. So we'll see what changes here in the draft. LeBlanc and Thresh banned from Liquid, being joined by Elise and Galio on the FlyQuest side. Zach is the final ban there for Liquid on blue side. So kind of a telltale sign there, potentially, that Dardoch just really doesn't want to play with or against this champion.
Yeah, because you could first pick it here, but that means Callista is up. They may give that to Piglet. Caitlyn hasn't been banned either, so might be getting one of those.
Haven't seen her in a little while, so
yeah,
we have to see exactly what FlyQuest want here with this final ban. Nah, once again, will be taken away from Lolo, so kind of setting up that tank pick again, but Liquid, maybe this time it's their turn to first pick that Maokai.
Yeah, so Maokai, Callista, Caitlyn, all on the table here, and you have to think 2 AD carries, 1 big tank, and they're going to take the Callista over the Caitlyn or the Maokai here.
I think over the Maokai is the one that kind of potentially rings alarm bells for me, but we'll see what FlyQuest want to do. I think Ball's pretty much required to take this champion. Super solid, he played very well on it. Certainly one of the strongest champions on the patch, so that's an easy first pick for FlyQuest. I guess the next question is, what do you do now? And do FlyQuest even want Caitlyn as the draft kind of moves forward? We'll have to see. Probably not in this pick. Maybe just taking something like the Thresh away.
Yeah, I love Lemonation's expression there with the notebook. It looked like of course we're taking that. It was like, what are you talking about?
That was waving it at him.
Oh yeah, it was like, of course we're taking Caitlyn here. What? It's funny too, because like they don't have to take it here because of the fact that the Callista's already locked in. There's no threat of this champion being taken away at all, but there is a chance that Team Liquid pick a mid laner here, and then you have to pick Caitlyn in your third pick, or you risk getting it banned away, but you'd love to pick your mid laner there and try to match if that was the case.
Yep, does look like Dardoch might be back on J4. Lolo, again, can play it as well, and looks like Mickey will go back to Orianna potentially.
Yeah, and this is why you don't leave Caitlyn up for later, because then you'd have to pick her here, and then you'd be like, okay, it's between that or maybe Talia here to try and match the Orianna, or even Corki right now.
Go back to Corki.
Feels like the one he would go to. Maybe Lucian.
Double mark to Maokai, pretty good core to any team comp here. And Hai already played the match. I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty good, but I felt fine. Hai's going to just take the pick again here. Certainly Corki, a very stable pick.
Hai is such an interesting mid laner to me, because the types of champions that he plays and favors will always kind of change the whole damage palette of the team. Because there was a time when he would play the mid Zed, he would play the Assassins, and it would be like, well, we need to play Rumble Balls, so like you're playing this champion. And now he's like, okay, well, I'll help out so we don't have full AD. We'll go with Corki here to kind of make sure that we can play whatever we want in the top lane as a flex pick here, because they could still pick a physical damage dealer in the top lane. Shen is still on the table, has that mixed damage as well. We'll see what happens here as the Bard gets banned away from... I call him Matt Life, but he's also Bard Romance, so I feel like he's got 2 one tricks.
I mean, certainly loves both those champions, so I think one of those is a smart takeaway. Morgana banned by Liquid, didn't like that. Lemonation was very accurate with his bindings, actually.
That was like the makeshift get Ardent Sensor in this build. Let's get Stoneborn packed. Let's make sure that it's in here. That was ridiculous, but it helps out because it gives so much stats to the AD carry. And when you're running double marksman, on top of that, it just looks even better.
Well, there's a Braum for FlyQuest. Liquid, one more ban to go. Double support burns there for FlyQuest. Will Liquid respond in kind, or do they have something else to think about here? And again, if another support does get banned, in fact, I didn't even notice Thresh already got banned. That would explain why I didn't see him anywhere.
Yeah, and so you're kind of going down those tier lists. Janna's still on the table. Lulu's still on the table. There's still a lot here that you can work with, and Alistar's another one of those playmakers that you can go for.
Moo, there it is for Elimination. Seen this already on this stream. In fact, Smoothie had a good game 1 on the cow.
That's like the most unenthusiastic Moo ever.
Oh, don't worry, it'll ramp up. Hey,
if he's got the skin, if he's got the Moo cow, then I'm down. See here? Hooks. We'll see if Matt Life goes for it again.
No threat.
All right.
Pick a different hook champion. There's Blitzcrank.
But I feel like Blitzcrank, historically into Alistar, has been like, oh no, I did my job. I did your job for you. I brought you to me, and now he gets to headbutt on the spot. He gets to pulverize on the spot, headbutt the AD carry. So really, the Blitzcrank into the Alistar is going to be rough.
Some juicy targets, though, potentially.
Yeah, they're looking for the...
And that's a Nautilus. Hello.
Yeah, they're looking for the Ballista combo where they can pull the person all the way back into the team. But the Nautilus for top lane, it's interesting. It's an old Lorlo pick. Like, we're going way back here.
I mean, this is such an old tank matchup in general.
Yeah, and even though you can't stack Doran's rings anymore to get that mana back, his wave clear took a big hit. The mana cost on his Riptide went up. And so now you can pick whatever you want there. Yeah, it was like... The Shen is off the table, Nar's off the table. You could pick even Camille would be fine, a Renekton. So, looks like they're going to go with Renekton for balls in the top lane.
And again, credit to FlyQuest for being flexible here. I personally did not expect Moon to take Maokai, but again, FlyQuest showing that if we're willing to pick it, we should be willing to play it in 2 positions, and Balls will get Renekton and get a nice counter pick for himself there in the top lane. So it is Nautilus's first appearance in the LCS split. We'll see how he fares.
And that's how much he's been kind of dead since the time where it was Nautilus Poppy every game. Right? You think back a split, 2 splits ago, it was just all about Nautilus all the time and Poppy.
Did he get buffed recently? Kind of. I think he got some very small change. I mean, like 25+ champions got changed on this patch, so I think there was something going on there, but it would not be major if anything else. Certainly might feel a little bit better to play, but going to be rough with the aggressive champion that Balls is bringing to battle.
Yeah, he ended up getting changes to his Dreadline base damage that got increased by 20 or 20 to 15, depending on the rank, and then it scales to the same. But Q is not something you max early on at all, so the base damage increase of 20 is good. And then his ultimate cooldown got reduced by 20 seconds early, so his early game playmaking is better, and his early damage is slightly better. So none of really any of his big abilities like Riptide or anything like that, but still, the being able to make plays more frequently is what tanks have been moving towards frequently.
Yep, I think laning phase is just the thing we have to look for here. You already said it, Riptide got nerfed, Triple Dorans is out pretty much as far as item choices go, so could be a struggle there in the top side, we'll have to see, but there was a lot of action early with Dardoch and his Jarvan. We'll see what happens here in a different type of jungle matchup.
Yeah, and
2 tanks kind of going to battle in the jungle.
And FlyQuest winning here would be fantastic for them because it would give them the matchup over Team Liquid, who has Dignitas left to play. It's one of those teams near the top that's taking teams to 3 games constantly and is a playoff team, whether 4th or 5th. And FlyQuest, they play Phoenix 1, who's also right below them in the standings. And if Phoenix 1-1, they would be 1-1 in terms of their head-to-head. But then FlyQuest would have a 2-0 over Team Liquid. So they would be in a really good spot in terms of head-to-head tiebreaker if they win this match.
And again, we talk about it for the last few weeks, really, for FlyQuest. Just look and hold on to those points and get a shot towards Worlds in the Gauntlet as Dardoch takes a decent amount of damage there and does get his recall cancelled by High. So decent early start there for Fly. And again, not too much happening here at level 1 as Dardoch is going to, I assume, complete that recall and run back down towards, I'm guessing, red buff, but we'll see. Looks like Moon starting on the blue side of his jungle this time.
Yeah, and I wonder what Dardoch's going to go for here in terms of his jungle route, because he has the Hunter's Machete, which kind of leads me to believe that he's going to go for single target camps first. He may go buff to Gromp. So Demacia and Standard will help you so much in your clear. I've seen Jarvans do it either way, where you go for either the Machete if you're going to go for single targets like the buffs, and then the Gromp, and then you go for the Hunter's Talisman if you're going for a full clear, or you're going for Raptors somewhere in your build. Because now this is just the start where he's getting a heavy leash on his red buff here. And then it looks like level 2 gank. All right, so he's going for it fast. They're going to try to go to level 2 gank here. But this is already warded by FlyQuest.
Yep.
So this would have to be a really aggressive push by Matt simultaneously, and they're going to see it immediately. And Dardoch's like, oh, well, he's going to check blue, and that's already gone. That's where he started.
Excellent read there from Fly. Overall, Dardoch had pretty much Moon's number, I'd say, in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the last game, but this time he will lose out. Kind of guessing wrong there in that spot. And Moon's already over to his other side of the jungle, ready to go, as Lemon Nation does get a pole down onto Matt, trading some damage back and forth.
Yeah, and what happened there was, well, let's see what level 2's come out. Lemon Nation not being aggressive. Okay, Matt.
Oh, Matt takes so much damage already. Hook, he's going to land onto Turtle. Gets the knock up. Ran there from Piglet for a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, looks like he got the reset on Rend as well, so just kind of tossing those spears back and forth. One more on Rend. There he goes. He's doing a lot of chip damage here by throwing them in the minion and getting the reset. So he's trading and then farming, trying to get those Rend resets. But now look at...
Ooh, Ignite already onto Lemon, actually getting very aggressive here. Matt just needs to find the hook. Lemon does have his flash, burns it. Ooh. Heal burnt by Turtle as well. Someone's trying to use here, but again, keep going down. Not enough there onto Lemon, though. Still has his Ignite also, and High is roaming down.
Yeah, exactly. High is coming down. If they continue to push this wave, oh no, they're actually going to kind of teeter back and forth. There's not enough time there. But yes, Moon was tracking Dardoch on the top side of the jungle, and the leash at the beginning for Dardoch was very heavy, and it kind of gave away where Dardoch started, and then they warded the bottom side, suspecting that level 2, which is something that Moon has done on Jarvan multiple times, is level 2 gank. So they sniffed that out, but also Moon didn't get a leash. Moon used his saplings on the blue buff, and then was able to just keep going. So Dardoch invading and putting the ward down was actually big to figure out where Moon was on the map. So you could go for trades as a bottom lane and be aggressive without thinking the Maokai is going to pad there later.
And now here's a room from Matt. High already tried to get down there to assist his team, so Matt's going to respond by trying to find a hook here, but looks like he'll have to back away. And already had a reset for TL's duo here. Piglet going to return to lane with a Cull and a refillable potion. Yeah. So a lot of early lane items here for Piglet.
Yeah, the Cull is an interesting one because normally you like playing Kalista because he's got kind of easy build paths into Blade of the Ruined King. Daggers everywhere. You can just pick those up. Not mess them up with longswords this time. Daggers, real daggers.
Not like last time.
There is a Maokai in that bush.
There is. We know that. Does Lola know that?
If the empowered stun from Balls comes out, because he's saving a lot of his fury here.
Doesn't get it, though.
He's about to have it again, and Laurel's going to feel safe walking up. There you go, empowered stun. Here goes Maokai.
Flash.
Perfect bait.
From the Arcane, and there's Lolo. First blood over to Moon.
Perfect bait there. Balls went through, came back, blew a lot of his fury, because like, why is he charging all of it? And then didn't have the red bar just yet. Autos once, uses the W to have the empowered stun, which is enough for Moon to just flash Grasping Root and get, or Twisted Advance and get himself in there. There's so many root abilities in our...
It's gonna be okay. We got the longsword thing covered.
And we changed the names of abilities. Why is it Nature's Grasp?
I mean, don't think it's a very vengeful Maelstrom anymore, so that's probably why.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, yeah, Balls played that so well with the auto attack into the half Fury bar. And then Moon, just pretty simple pickup there. And this is another reason why we haven't been seeing the Nautilus for a while.
Does have his flash, which is good for Lolo. Didn't have a chance to use it before, as Turtle gets out from under Matt's little robot grab. Certainly a lot of attention being put here into that bot side. Dardoch was there with the blitz, hoping to make something happen. Piglet does have a CS lead as a result, but Southern Lemon Nation will be very good in the mid to late game if they can just withstand the pressure in this lane.
And it has been this bottom lane that was kind of the breaking point. Piglet had such a great early lead with the early turret gold and first turret last game. And then Wild Turtle just farmed up, and it was the big difference maker there in my mind, because Wild Turtle doesn't get that far ahead. When TL can keep their foot on the gas, then you don't have that Tristana popping off, and you have such a large gold lead that it doesn't really matter at what point the Tristana's at, but they weren't able to kind of farm up to that point. And so putting pressure bot, trying to keep somebody down early, and you'll see if it makes the difference, because this is late game calls, late game allocation of resources so far in the series.
Yeah, FlyQuest already up 700 gold actually just from that first blood and some farming alone. So doing well here. Ball's kind of building up pressure in that land. Hook, oh, lands very nice on a Turtle. He's under the turret as well. Elimination trying to defend, but Matt, this needs a little bit more. Turtle trying to get himself away. He does have his heal up, but Piglet chasing down maybe another target. High, though, has roamed down here.
They're baiting in for High.
Looking for that wraparound. Is going to be able to find it onto Piglet as the kill, but I think Matt might be the better target. He's a little lower. Does burn the flash out of the way. Needs a bit extra as the heal. Does get burned. Not going to land. Elimination actually gets the kill with Ignite onto the Blitzcrank. And now Piglet with no sums trying to get aggressive.
And here comes Mickey. Mickey, is he fine? Let's see.
He's level 6.
Shockwave.
Oh, big Shockwave flash binds 2. That's good. Mickey and Piglet get a team up. Elimination goes down. Turtle should be able to fall here to Mickey on the other side. One more auto needed, but he's not going to find a Piglet instead. Grabbing the double kills, he takes down High.
Yeah, and Wild Turtle barely gets out. Another auto attack would have been the difference there. But Mickey shows up right in time and gets those counter kills and makes it a 2-for-1 trade.
Really nice there. Highly impactful Shockwave there for Mickey, who's also winning in CS in the mid lane pretty handily. High, he was the first to get there, but it is going to cost him.
Exactly. So what happens here is Mickey ends up losing a little CS, but that's going to go over to Dardoch in the mid lane. And then the bottom lane is actually nobody's going to be able to pick that up. And this was such a good hook from Matt. The follow into Wild Turtle, who now has to blow his flash very early on here. And over chase. You can see Mickey's trying to reclaim the mid and shove it out. He pushes it all the way to the turret. High will lose those resources. And then Matt, just dies barely to the Ignite there from Elimination. And now Mickey's going to show up and get that Shockwave. This is exactly what you want, is somebody who understands that mid priority and how and when to roam. Goes in, High avoids the 3-man Shockwave, and then Mickey able to kind of get the damage there on Elimination. Pick him up, and then Wild Turtle, getting out. Now they know the flashes aren't there.
Oh! Elimination also going to land the pole, but Dardoch's here. Matt also so low. Lemon with a good flash gets out from under the hook.
Yeah, you throw Matt in. Help? He's like going in. The Alistar's like, thank you very much. I'm going to just punt him into my turret. And no follow-up trap there from Wild Turtle, though, but that's seriously enough to get Matt kind of out of the lane. He's got to go for those honey fruit. And Lorlo's here, and he's going to have to walk back top. Okay.
Ooh, Moon gonna burn the ultimate.
Oh, boy.
Right there. They saw him the whole time. Headbutt back. Lola should be able to get out. Does have his flash. He's gonna be forced to use it as High packages over to the bot lane.
That's a free lane for balls, though, in the top side. And so now you see this gigantic advantage top lane. He doesn't have TP to get back here. Nobody's even close to this side of the map. It would have to be Mickey, who kind of rotates up here to get something. But he's shoving mid. And that farm on top is just gonna go to waste, and you'll see a 35 CS advantage for balls in the top side.
Might even be this turret as well, actually, as the wave
I think so.
back in. Had a big cannon wave to start with, so balls should be able to get solo first turret gold here on Renekton. Unbelievable advantage here in the top lane for FlyQuest.
And let's check that gold real quick, because he's sitting at about, let's say 1,600 gold up.
Ooh, balls looking for something. But Dardoch actually gets the ulti down. Balls maybe in a 1v2.
He has a lot of damage.
Gonna fight his way out. Ult from Nautilus burnt. Balls is like, yeah, come back.
Yeah.
Dardoch's like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, doesn't want to mess with that. And we'll see. Dardoch half HP, so Moon feels comfortable going in, especially when the mid laners have just cleared everything out. Balls will have teleport shortly. Hold on. Bottom lane. Looks like some trading. And there goes the hook. There goes Elimination.
Yeah, Lemon back into the Piglet, actually. Looking for the stun charges up. The auto does get it. Turtle gets ignited there by Matt. A bit of damage back, not enough to kill him.
Yeah, that was well played there from Matt to get the knock-up on Wild Turtle then, because Wild Turtle wanted to follow up Elimination's auto-attack stun with the trap, which then you can't get out of in time. So the trap came out a quarter second too late because of the knock-up from the Power Fist from Blitzcrank, and so Matt prevented some follow-up there that would have chunked Piglet out.
Yeah, High, again, just darting down towards that bot lane. He's done a really good job of effectively roaming this game, which was the thing his Corki was known for. Yes, he is down in CS. Mickey is also playing the lane well and getting down there. Even has swiftness.
Yeah, Swifty.
Just to get there even faster if necessary.
And this just seems about that mobility, because there aren't really many slows on the team. I would say the Caitlyn net. Otherwise, you're looking at something like Merc Treads that you would want. But it's also not that large team fight impactful ultimate with the shred that you would have from the Sorcerer's Shoes. So Mickey going for a roaming style here, trying to affect the side lanes. And this is something that I remember talking to Team Liquid, and they picked up Golden Glue and Link. And they were saying Golden Glue is just a better laner, and Link is a better person who plays to side lanes and roams. He understands when to. And it looks like Mickey has a little bit of both going for him here at the 10 CS per minute mark, but also is favoring those roams, favoring shoving and going to the side lane.
Well, it's definitely a big Drake up for grabs here. FlyQuest still up close to 2,000 gold in this game. But the Infernal Drake is there, so Fly can maybe start a fight for it. Balls is so strong in his 1v1 with the Black Cleaver finished already. Both top laners can TP, but Lolo is going to struggle in that 1v1 as FlyQuest actually looking to make that space as Ball's going to walk down here and start this Drake up nice and early.
Yeah, might get TP advantage in top lane too, because Lorlo has to shove it out. He has teleport, but if he TPs here, then that means Balls has full priority on the top side of the map for the foreseeable future. I feel like TL instead say shove the lanes, shove bottom, maybe deal damage to this turret or force them off, but definitely don't risk that fight at this point.
And Balls smartly is already back up towards the top side. In fact, he's almost there as Lolo getting that wave pushed back, but Balls should be able to meet it at the turret. So really effective roam by Balls, and just a great team play there for FlyQuest to get that first Drake.
And they understand not overkilling things like the objective. If you only need 2 people to do that dragon and the other team doesn't look like they're contesting because you see them in lanes, then just walk away, have those 3 people do it, and then the other 2 can get back to position, because it's a game of seconds when minion waves are on the table and Balls being very aggressive with 2 people missing.
Yeah, Lolo's there, but it's actually 1v3. Ball's gonna get moved back in, gonna try and take a kill on Lolo. Lots of healing from the Q, but Dardoch able to kill him.
Yeah, goes with the Cataclysm for the finishing blow there to save Lorlo, who now gets to kind of get a little bit back in this game, so saving that top laner from falling further down the hole. And this might be that Rift Herald as well, because Maokai on the bottom side, but now, as the bottom lane of Team Liquid, you have to watch out for a 4-man dive. You'd be very conscious that that could happen right now.
Bait was a little too good there in the top lane. Nice work from Liquid to get a kill, but pressure onto this turret as FlyQuest move 4 people down toward it.
It's going to feel really bad if you're Piglet and Matt right now, because you've been doing some good work in this lane, and you almost have the enemy bottom tier 1 turret down. It's very close to falling, but you're going to have to sacrifice your own because of the map play that's been made by the other team.
Might even have to commit the Rift Herald, which TL do just get. We'll see where they look to apply that, as Moon also stealing away this red buff to be able to take it down as he gets the smite.
They actually aren't going to lose their bottom turret there because of the fact that the minion waves weren't stacked enough. Lorlo used the hook. Balls like, what are you doing?
Yep.
And then doesn't see this coming. Feels safe though because he has a control ward, and also the fact that they hadn't really spotted anybody else on the map for a while. You can see it's kind of dark vision across the map. There's only a single ward on the top side for FlyQuest. It's that ward that he has, that control ward on the top side. Kind of left Balls out to dry. There's nothing up there.
Yeah, Balls roamed down for his team. Team responds by not warding the top side of the jungle.
Infernal Drake's up, man. All our wards are going there. Fend for yourself. It's kind of the strategy they went for there, or at least the call, was to put your wards on the bottom side, which they knew they would be playing to in the near future because of the Drake.
Yeah, not going to deter Balls too much, thankfully. For him, he's still 1,500 gold ahead.
And 2 levels up.
Yep, has his teammate ready. So Renekton's still on full-on 1v1 side lane mode. See with that next bit of pressure just kind of buckle for either team here. FlyQuest ramping things up, looking to get that 280 item Caitlyn onto that turret. No major item completed just yet, but either AD of course.
There's a flank ward.
Aggressive teleport elimination is going to catch Matt. Fate's call. Yeah, bye.
Beautiful escape.
Gonna lose the turret though.
Yeah, zoning Maokai ultimate is actually incredibly effective, and it's not even a meme zoning ultimate there. It's actually a zoning ultimate that you use with the Nature's Grasp. You throw it out, it'll cover the entire lane if you try to just get those last little bits on the turret. They pick it up, and now they put themselves a little bit further ahead in this game because FlyQuest with that gold advantage.
Race on for topside. Dardoch gonna channel that Rift Herald after stealing away the red buff, so looks like it'll just be a trade. Dardoch, pretty inventive use of this buff here. So gonna proxy this wave, and yeah, FlyQuest, they're moving up there. I don't think they'll be here fast enough. Cannon Wave plus Rift Herald should be more than enough.
Yeah, High's got to clear out mid. Mickey's going to dip into Fog of War and just back there. High checks it, make sure that he's not roaming. Saw that he was out of mana, so no way that Mickey would roam to the top side or anything like that.
Turret goes down. Rift Herald still hanging out, but Ball should chase that down as he cleans up the rest of the wave. FlyQuest still up. Again, about not quite 2,000 gold at this point. Invade onto this blue buff here, though, as Wild Turtle back down to that bottom side again. Getting a lot of side lane priority here from his team as Moon. Ooh, maybe caught there. Good hook from Matt. W's back in, but yeah, caught out here. Should go down. Knock up there. Gives Piglet a kill. Dardoch alley-oops on elimination.
Lemon has ulti, doesn't have...
Yep, gonna use it now.
Flash.
Double pole moves him back in, but it's too much damage. Piglet grabs a very critical double kill.
Yep, and now they get to look at that mid lane turret and try to take that away from High as Wild Turtle pushes the bottom side of the map. Trying to get something here. I mean, Piglet has 4 kills. He was able to kind of cash in on a cull and not get punished. And so Piglet's actually sitting with a lot of gold right now. Actually the most gold in the game, and 6,700. Balls is second highest with 6,500. Right now he's 1,100 over Turtle. We're in a very similar place to where we were last time. Wild Turtle can't
Another
get out.
great hook from Matt. That's going to be the ultimate committed as well for just some burst damage, and that should be a kill. Dardoch gets yet another. They hunt down Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle was shoving there, and his 90 caliber net, after he was shoving and used that last Q to shove the wave, didn't have any mana to actually use the 90 caliber net.
Ooh, High though, forcing a flash. Really nice 1v1 there. Gonna get Mickey's ultimate out of it as well, so High with some additional pressure.
Yeah, and he'll get this turret if he wants to pressure it. He's got balls on the top side. Dardoch's gonna walk up. He's got the Trinity for it.
Ooh,
oh, another one.
Another. It's Piglet actually farming too far forward. Fade's Call's not gonna save you.
And it's gonna actually throw Matt in to the Wolves.
All right, he's got flash. Gets slowed there by the Bramble Smash. Good flash there from Matt over the wall to get himself out, but FlyQuest gonna clear out some vision. Gonna take this mid tower, and guess what's back up in 40 seconds? Infernal Drake number 2.
Yeah, Infernal Drake. FlyQuest got the first one. And they'll be in a really great spot if they're able to pick up that second one here. It'll help out the Renekton on top of it too, who's been a split push beast so far. You know, if you want to keep Lorlo in that side lane as well as the Nautilus, who really wants to look for those team fights, it's definitely ideal. He's gonna have to build some magic resist too, because now you have High with magic penetration. He's also got himself the Trinity Force, so if he actually hits that Nautilus, he's going to be doing a decent amount of damage at this point. And that's just a snap engage there for elimination. And these are 2 tanks on the AD carry, just throwing so much CC. Piglet barely gets to use his martial poise at all. Pops the ultimate there to try and escape, but the heal also blown on top of it. And they got the flash from Matt, so no big combos coming out for a bit here.
A bit of a bonus there.
Yeah, and that's great to get right before the dragon comes up, because you didn't have to use summoner spells for that except for maybe the Ignite, but look at this.
In again! Hook not going to land onto Turtle as Lemonation pops the ultimate, tanks up a lot of damage there on the front line, but Piglet finally going to join the team for this team fight here. FlyQuest do have to find the right angle for this fight.
And FlyQuest are actually giving up mid priority very heavily. They just had a whole minion wave die to the turret because they were looking for a fight there. And now Mickey's just going to push, farm. They don't want to get caught here, though. They have vision that the Drake has been started. They don't have vision on the side here. As soon as somebody walks by.
Great flank there. High moves forward. Elimination with a double knockup. They're in onto Lolo. It's high into the back line, but a lot of damage there as the Pulverizer is going to come out. Dardoch melting low as Moon finally takes him down. Mickey. Shockwave. That was the burst damage to start it off, but a 1-for-0 there. FlyQuest winning a team fight.
Yeah, it's the burst damage that started off, but he doesn't have the penetration. He has the Swifty boots, but FlyQuest right now on top of the Infernal Drake after picking up Lorlo, who, like I said, is not actually very tanky at this point. He's got no magic resistance. And so Corki does so much damage to him. I would even say the Maokai does a lot of damage to him at this point, too.
Big bouncy castle of a team fight, but FlyQuest win it, get 1 kill, and do take the second Infernal Drake away. I mean, kind of look at the investment they've got in these types of carries on Corki, on Caitlyn for High and Wild Turtle. They're going to be very happy to have that scaling Drake, because this was such a nice trap set by FlyQuest.
Yeah, Elimination's going to actually headbutt Pulverize 2 and Lorlo and Dardoch, and now the calls go on Lorlo. And you can see just the damage there High's able to deal. Even though they try to turn it around, Lorlo already got chunked out, and just these barrages that are being thrown in there, and Wild Turtle's damage to boot. And it's just a lot, and Ball's just in the thick of things. Like, pretty much all the damage dealers of FlyQuest were able to contribute in very meaningful ways in that fight. Whereas TL were still kind of figuring out how to trickle in, didn't have Fate's Call. The Shockwave wasn't as effective as they would have liked it to be. And so, still struggling in these fights now. And it's only a 1.5k gold lead, though.
Yep.
But FlyQuest do have the double Infernal, so it's something to kind of track in terms of invisible gold.
And I think this is a very similar situation to the last game, really. 2 good carries, Turtle on a good late game carry, High on Corki, who also scales nicely, and just kind of patiently playing through this mid game, very calm. Really a FlyQuest I haven't seen kind of at all this split so far. So impressed with the composure they're playing with. I think they're just, again, picking themselves very simple comps. We criticized their drafts a lot in recent weeks, and now Moon and Balls are both willing to play Maokai, and they've picked it early in the draft. Like, a little adjustments are adding up here for me. And even Wild Turtle being in a side lane, but FlyQuest kind of guiding him to safety and giving opportunities to get stronger. He was behind again in this game, and I think has caught up well. So Fly just kind of sticking to a simple game plan, but executing very effectively.
So far, like you said, simple game plans have been the name of the game here, where it's really easy for them to just continue doing what they're doing. But they're going to have to kind of accelerate the pace of the game at some point. I feel like these Orianna Shockwaves get very deadly, and then the Blitzcrank is always that thing in the back of your head that you have to watch out for, because one Blitzcrank hook can make the difference if it's on high, if it's on Wild Turtle. Even later on, like Balls may be able to take a hook for a bit, but it looks like his build is going semi-tanky route, but we're not talking about Titanic Hydra into Gargoyle Stoneplate. This looks like Randuin's Omen, could be a Dead Man's Plate. I expect the Randuin's personally, just so you can slow down the Callista.
Makes sense. And I think Balls, again, still has a lot of good side lane pressure, but will not be nearly the same tank that he was in the last game with Maokai. So we'll have to see just how much room Balls can kind of create and what damage he can do in these side lanes, because he's still very far ahead of Lolo in total gold CS and overall pressure. But FlyQuest still playing it patiently. I think they know that Caitlyn wants to get to those 3 items, get the Static Shift, get the Infinity Edge, and the Rapid Fire Cannon, and you kind of need one more on top of that, either a QSS or probably in this game, given the tank, some sort of Last Whisper upgrade. So FlyQuest just going to play it patient, make sure Turtle gets the majority of the farm in this game, and if they can keep this lead, or even maybe get a couple kills here and there and make sure they get the objectives, FlyQuest have a very clear avenue to win this game. They just need to get there safely.
Yeah, and FlyQuest pretty much at all stages aren't really out of this game either, because the fact that the Corki does so much magic damage with those crits later. And Wild Turtle, I mean, is Caitlyn, I'm looking right now on Leaguepedia, 31 wins, 5 losses. One of his highest win rate champions ever in his career.
Another great hook though from Matt's going to start to kill him to high, but he's actually relatively tanky. It was a Blitzcrank and a Java that tried that as the ultimate. He's going to actually find Lolo, who's now on the front line, going to try and get something done, but he gets done and taken down by Balls. Now it's a 5v4.
Lolo? He completes his teleport there. Piglet's not in position. The rest of the team isn't in position. That's a sacrifice there for no reason. You don't have to complete that.
Yeah, which is net negative as far as the play goes. Well, FlyQuest actually just going to return back to their same lane assignments, it looks like. Balls back down to that bottom side, going to keep the turret up. Does have his teleport. He didn't use it again. Balls has been really good at walking to engagements most of the time and maintaining his side lane advantage. And you can see just how quickly he melts these minion waves. Lola's going to be back in a couple seconds, but again, FlyQuest just get their kill, react to Team Liquid's play, and then go back to those same lane assignments. Wild Turtle is already back into that top lane, continuing to get farm.
Yep, Wild Turtle just shoving it out, and like I said, very high win rate, his highest win rate champion in his career, aside from a few that he's played only 3 times. This one,
checking the back.
Very good form.
Can't get in though. I think they might be still on it here. Hard to say, of course. FlyQuest can't see, so
they don't know. We don't know. They're still on it. TL, they don't. Oh wait, what? That was a smite. They're giving it over to Piglet. He's
really
gonna try to
big
Ren.
Commit. Fates Call Burnt Turtle trying to find the flank, but Matt actually has found Mickey with the shockwave, and the Ren does get it down.
They got Turtle.
Kills Turtle, does fall a high. Managed to take out Piglet. TL just have to book it. Try and save as many lives as they can. Oh, it's actually back into Mickey with the Baron empowered recall. It's going to keep him safe. Only one. Nice aggressive Baron from Team Liquid.
Well, they traded 1 for 1 as well. They got Wild Turtle for Piglet, and they were trying their damnedest to kill Piglet to make sure he can't get the Rend off in time. He gets it at 300 HP after Moon went for his own smite. But that was just a burst down. Really hard forced Baron there for TL to try and get back in this game to overcome the gold deficit, but also the 2 Infernal Drakes there from FlyQuest.
Going to even up some turrets here as well. 3-2 as this mid lane turret's going to fall. Lolo again the target, but his ultimate will help disengage, and FlyQuest push will be called off here in that top side because TL are still pushing with Baron, don't forget, here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they're going to keep pushing right now. Wild Turtle, level 12. Doesn't have the traps fully maxed just yet. The 4 points in, that's going to be that tier 2. And there's turrets for them to take still. Ocean Drake is up. Bottom tier 1 is still up and very close to going down. Remember, TL had a large advantage in that bottom lane and then had it kind of taken away from them because of the fact that the top side of the map was where they were making plays.
Yeah, Turtle still playing catch up here, so he's going to need to keep moving towards those major items, but Fly back in on the Drake should have an advantage there, but we'll see this Baron attempt once again.
Yep, just deny vision over and over and over again. And FlyQuest, I mean, they're kind of getting the high Baron play on high. So right now, the Smite came through very early. Smite's going to come through now from Moon, down to 300, and then the Ren came through right then. On the side, Wild Turtle already had to get out of the pit, and then he got hooked there, and Dardoch is like, let's go.
Yep, again, to kill Turtle, crediting his new mid laner with a nice little play.
I like how he's all, he's all smiles there. When a jungler doesn't get flamed for smites, he's like, yeah, it would be Piglet's fault this time. That's the win-win situation as a jungler. It's the Callista's fault.
Yeah,
I didn't even have smite up.
To Moon's credit, I think he was just trying to guess there. Wasn't really, like, just, I
Oh,
think
yeah,
hoping Piglet would
you
run.
have to. You have to. Yeah.
So that makes sense. Might look like kind of a random smite from Moon, but trying his best to, I guess, read Piglet's mind there, but unsuccessful. Baron goes over to TL, and they pick up a lot of turrets off of that. Now 4-3 in turrets. They take 3 already with that Baron and have a minute and a half of it left. FlyQuest, now they're the ones that are playing from behind, but only 1,000 gold so far for Team Liquid, but this will be a nice Baron power play for them to get them back into the game.
It's already swung at about, I would believe, 3,000 gold. So already getting them back in that driver's seat. Still have the bottom turret to take as well, so that's another 1,000 waiting to be picked up. So they're looking pretty good so far, right? Just Glory completed, Locket also completed here from Dardoch.
Nation's caught out, doesn't have a flash. Does have an ultimate, not gonna burn it, but High.
Oh!
Good double shockwave there from Mickey. And that's High going down. Dardoch gonna kill him for his Fate's Call, is gonna knock up Lemon Nation. He's gonna fall as well as Piglet gets his 5th kill.
That was such an interesting shockwave as well from Mickey, because he was looking for just High, and then Lemonation threw himself into it, so was kind of predicting that there would be the backup there, and then he ends up landing a great one. So this is a much better game so far from the new mid laner here from Team Liquid, who's also been farming incredibly well too.
Yep, looking good so far. Kind of Orianna with 3 items is where you want to be.
Yeah, the 3-item spike, when you get that Void Staff, I don't really care if you have like Morello's and then whatever you want on top of it, even Banshee's Veil. As long as you get that Void Staff, that's the big power spike for the Oriannas when she gets that penetration.
Yeah, and you can see TL going to take a mid inhibitor off of this as well. FlyQuest just couldn't quite get their carries in the right position this time. Turtle just kind of lacking behind in gold, and Corky's items are very expensive. So the investment not paying off just yet for FlyQuest. TL kind of poised to take over this game with the next possible push.
Yeah, and right here, they catch on Lemonation, who's backing in a pretty suspect spot. They ward over, they catch him, and then High goes in, gets knocked up, and then it's the shockwave onto 2 there, which ends up netting them both kills. And High had flash there, so if he hadn't been knocked up by Matt in that moment, he would have flashed away from the shockwave. But that's just the CC layering. You're hit by one, you're going to get hit by another. So Mickey was very quick to hit that shockwave button.
Certainly looking good here for Team Liquid as another Infernal Drake is actually coming up next. I'm not sure if it'll see the light of day here in this game. And I don't think that FlyQuest will get it even if it does. So TL going to move back towards that top side, going to try and clear out some space. And yeah, pretty insane Baron power play. 6,500 gold or so.
Yeah. And that's exactly what they needed as well, because if you look at the gold now, they're 4,000 up. They're 2,000 down right before that. They're 3,000 up right now, so yeah. Down a decent amount, but we're able to kind of reclaim those turrets. Now we're taken from them very early on in the side lanes. And now they get to push up. They have that inhibitor down, which is kind of the goal whenever you get a Baron. Aside from like killing the Nexus with it, you do at least want to get an inhibitor, right? It's kind of the gold standard for that was a good Baron power play.
And that was a good Baron power play. Team Liquid just trying to put the last finishing touches here on this game and pushing it to game number 3. Total still farming up, needs a little bit more.
Yeah, this isn't
over.
over.
A lot more actually.
This ain't over yet. We're seeing like gold advantages pretty much across the board except for Balls in the top lane. Ooh, he's up over his opponent, but TL, they have the pick potential, they have good team fight, and they have the gold exactly where they need it. Whereas FlyQuest, they have catching up to do, but then it's on TL, this team that's shown that closing games has not been their forte.
We're going to get poked. Dardoch cancelling it back, very cheeky. But do have enough marksmen to clear this out. Mickey and Lolo, though, 2v1 against Balls. Huge amount of damage there done through an Ecton, so Tower's going to be under threat. Baron has dropped off, but it's back up in 55 seconds, and that Drake will respawn in a minute 30, so...
Yeah. And I like that they put Mickey up against Balls there for a moment, because Balls has no magic resistance aside from his Merc Treads, and that's it. So, able to shred through that. And look for another big-ticket item here. Assume that it's going to be the Death Cap from Mickey as his 4th completed item.
Yep. Turtle also has 3rd items now, but does need, I think, at least Last Whisper to be truly teamfight impactful at this point. We're also looking at High to complete his 3rd item as well. Should be that rapid fire cannon. But FlyQuest maybe thinking they want to start a fight now. Well, getting very aggressive.
The fact that High has an Elixir of Wrath means that they are probably looking for something right as that Infernal Drake is coming up. If you can get that Infernal Drake, they'll be in a good spot. Elimination.
Oh, Matt actually a little too far forward. Good ult there from Maokai as the Fate's Call pulled Matt to safety.
There's TP canceled.
No root. Actually just barely hits Matt, but No follow-up on the team fight there for FlyQuest. Big cooldowns burnt there.
Yeah, Baron's on the table. There are so many control wards in the inventory of FlyQuest, and there aren't any to place down from TL. So theirs are getting cleared out right now, and that leaves an open dragon. The Infernal would be the third one for FlyQuest. And High goes for the package.
Whoa,
looking for Mickey!
But he flashes out of the way. High packaged in. And now Elimination caught on the front side. Ultimate's going to wear off soon enough, and
that's going to force Mickey back, though. He's out of mana, and he's also out of almost to HP here. You need a Morello kill and a reset to really be effective in this fight. He has the Shockwave. He's going to have to make it count. There's the TP from Lorlo.
Yeah, this is very bold for FlyQuest. I think maybe hoping for another pick, but they'll get the TP at least. Lolo forced off the bot side. Now Fly have to retreat, but they're into the waiting arms of Lolo Turtle.
They got to kill him fast.
Up there. They do need to kill him, but I'm not sure he's going to go down that quickly. Moon zoning off as Lolo flashes into the back of the Baron pit.
And now it was about getting summoner spells and buying time because bottom tier 2 goes down. FlyQuest also have this gigantic wave that's crashing into their top turret. So their top inhibitor turret also took some damage there. Trying to kind of panic them with minion waves. So TL with the side lane control.
Oh, Lemon again, back on to Mickey, but yeah, he's alone.
Yeah, and there's no ulti on Elimination or Flash. So if he makes a mistake here, then he's just going to get blown up.
Yeah, he'll die real quick.
Yeah.
All this damage on TL as Fly do actually get control back over the Baron area. I wonder if they dare to sneak in that Drake. It doesn't look like it. Turtle able to play up an aggressive.
Oh, yeah, that was a net forward from Turtle. Oh my god. If a hook lands,
there's a hook. It's on the balls. Matt looking for another angle. Does hit on the high.
Oh, he got his knockback
as well, but the shockwave not enough as Dark tries to get the lead. Another big knockback at FlyQuest. I think they're doing a massive team fight for TL. Their carries will stay alive. High is up for a little while longer, but Moon, he's so tanky in that front side. Lolo finally goes down. What a mess.
2 for 2. And they don't kill Matt at the end either. So yeah, 2 for 2 at the end of it all. But the carries stay up for FlyQuest and Team Liquid. But that's going to be FlyQuest with the inside track on this Infernal. They'll get their third one here.
Not enough health left for Team Liquid's carries. Moon did so much work in the backline as FlyQuest will get Infernal number 3.
Yeah, Moon jumping into the backline is huge here. He actually disrupts 3 people alongside Elimination. Elimination's headbutt pulverize where he's zoning here. He waits, sees the opportunity, headbutt pulverizes, and it stops the Blitzcrank from flying in because the Fate's Call stops on the first person, and now they're putting threat on. Balls ends up dropping there as well to Piglet, and Moon almost picking up Mickey, almost picking up Piglet, but Lorlo was kind of the trade back there, as well as Dardoch, who were trying to threaten. That was the backliners diving. When they'll dive situations, it's whoever can kill the tanks faster.
And I will put money often on Corky and Caitlyn being able to do that. I mean, you can see just the total amount of damage done by both sides there in that fight, but we have been looking for kind of that pivotal moment for FlyQuest carries, and we're kind of at that point right now. Last Whisper, done for Turtle. High, 3 items also completed, as he has Infinity Hedge completed.
Yeah, and so I was just talking about how when you have 2 teams that have people diving each other's backlines, it's whoever frontline inside of their divers. Whoever's divers live longer will usually win the team fight and give them a chance to regroup. Dardoch has just completed his Gargoyle Stoneplate. This will drastically increase the time that he can stay alive and could be the difference here.
Moon actually caught a huge amount of damage. Almost Moon with the ultimate, but he gets a lot of shields there. Ultimate still moving through. His Piglet's locked up forever. High, he's going to eat the depth charges. They try and get the hook back in with the Fate's Call, but they do go back in with the knock-up. Damage is still there. High.
Oh, Mickey!
Mickey in the backline as Ball's able to kill him as he died straight through the rest of Team Liquid. Piglet, though, still outputting damage. Lolo needs to live a little while longer, but Turtle, he's got a hook. Piglet flashes forward. Team Liquid should be able to sweep the fight. There's the kills. Piglet getting everything else, and that's an X for Team Liquid.
And that'll be game. Matt with the pulls in the fight. He got Wild Turtle at the end of it, but he also got High at the very beginning, locking him up and stopping him from getting away with a Valkyrie or anything else they wanted to use there.
Well, Team Liquid going to knock down this inhib for one last time in this game. 20 seconds on FlyQuest or thereabouts. They're going to go for it.
They have Piglet. They have a lot of damage on these turrets. The minion wave is going to show up now, so they'll drop that backdoor bonus. It would have to be High with a Miracle Blade, but this is going down so fast, and Dardoch will give extra attack speed to them. High may be able to get in here. This would be very close, but they're saying,
they have
screw
to
it.
Piglet. They have to kill Piglet. High. He knows that they're going to go in for it.
Oh, the crit.
Oh my God, Elimination. A 3-man knockout. FlyQuest will save the game. High with a triple kill. TL.
And they make a liar out of me too, because here comes the TP to the bottom side. Is this the opposite? Mickey's gonna shockwave to clear the wave and take the threat off. They were going for broke. It looked like one of those calls that even I said it was over, but High and FlyQuest say, more game to play.
High leans back in his chair after that as well. He knew what he needed to get done to keep this game up, and this was so close.
Yeah, I think he grabs the package here too. As soon as he spawns, he takes the time to grab it so he can use it, goes over to Piglet, knocks him to the side, and then right there, the flag and drag went over, but High ends up with enough damage and the triple kill and the call on Baron, and FlyQuest are back in it.
They got Baron. I think it's time to go for the throat. FlyQuest know that their time is now still 2 dead for TL as Dardoch and Piglet are respawning. FlyQuest can do so much damage here. If TL make a mistake, the game could end.
Yeah, and man, that was so close to being over as well. The Nexus was under threat, and they're gonna try to come back. Lemon goes.
Nexus goes in, looks for the front line. Everybody diving in, but the damage is matched from the death charge. Mickey with a decent shockwave, but
Turtle's dead.
Turtle somehow dies in and amongst the mess. Piglet able to take him down. They need to kill Piglet as High.
They can't kill him.
Still firing away, but it's not enough. Matt is looking to go down here, but the stun should be enough. Root lands in. Lawler doesn't land the hook. It's actually a little bit of terrain, but Piglet already got the triple. Dardoch should be able to lock this down. High has got nothing left. The ace happens again, and Team Liquid gonna do it right this time.
I don't know if it's game yet, Pastry. I don't want to say it because last time I was wrong, but this time it looks like it's for sure.
I think you're safe this time. 30 seconds on FlyQuest, and the Nexus is open. That inhib will not respawn for a number of minutes, so that's going to take a victory march straight down the mid lane.
And it'll look like Game 3 is on the docket up next because TL, they never said die in that game, and they just kept going. They tried to go for broke, didn't work. Do it the second time. And Mickey with a shockwave.
Liquid hold on to their chances of staying in the safety spots. Lolo!
That's not even the person
out of his chair.
That's not even the person next to him. Usually you see, yeah, man, I got you, jungler, let's go. That was support. He ran across.
All the way down to Matt.
That's the top lane roam to the support. But Matt played that like a monster. His hooks onto Wild Turtle and onto High in these fights were insane. And in that last skirmish, I believe he got another set of really good hooks there to set his team up.
Well, we'll have the pleasure of breaking down this game here as we move ourselves out of Game 2 and into eventually a Game 3. But I think FlyQuest, again, they came in with the same plan and just couldn't execute quite as well. Liquid's pressure was much better this time.
Yeah, they were much better at kind of pushing what they had. Piglet had a lead. He ends the game 12, 3, and 6, able to keep him much safer and stopping that snowball from happening on the other side with the Caitlyn. They never let the Caitlyn get ahead, and it was really kind of controlling that Renekton in the top side, who had so much farm and got that first turret, if we remember.
Yeah, it just felt like FlyQuest, again, felt comfortable, but maybe a bit too comfortable, to be honest, moving in to the later stages of that game. Yes, Turtle was getting farm, but TL were like, our comp is better right now. We can keep applying pressure. Yeah. It's kind of the awkward thing that happened there, but we will have a look at the bottom lane here. A replay at 7 minutes in. Team Liquid, you talked about it. Their bottom lane did so much work in this game. We'll watch one of the early moments here.
Yeah, and this is where High is like roaming down. This is where Matt kind of overextends as well. They try to get Wild Turtle, who's just baiting in, buying time for High to roam down, because that ward is not inside of the tri-brush. It doesn't see High coming up, and then they'll see him here, and Piglet's like, wait, I don't have any minions to hop and skip around, so I have to kind of kite backwards. They go after Matt. There's no level 6 yet for Piglet. They get him with that rocket and then the ignite, and then they try to turn there onto Piglet, but then it was, you turned this one around, they turned around the turnaround with Mickey coming in, who will get that 2-man shockwave that's avoided by High just barely, and then they'll pick up both High and Elimination here as Wild Turtle just barely gets away with just an auto attack left.
And that was pretty much the thing that catapulted Piglet up into this game. 2 kills there for him. He picks up both of them, and from there, he just was Kalista that was ahead and stayed ahead.
And he had a cull at the time as well. You think back, and he was trying to kind of further that lead. And when you buy a cull on a champion like Kalista very early on for the on-hit damage or the on-hit heal, you're saying, all right, I'm better than this guy in lane, and that's where I need to buy my advantage because his team is going to prop him up. So you're trying to kind of cash in on the fact that this guy's not going to punish you in lane, and they had pressure with the Blitzcrank, and that is something that I have to highlight here is that Matt played out of his mind for the whole game.
Yep, certainly did, but FlyQuest made them work for it. We'll have a look at another replay. It's not the final moments, but it's very close to. FlyQuest somehow defend this.
And this is the Kalista just not having enough damage to kill structures fast enough. And they have the jungler who's built full tank, and they have the support here, same boat. And so it's up to Piglet, and High knows that. Gets a crit, Valkyrie's forward after the package, gets another crit, and that's 3 there. in terms of his crits that he landed back to back to back with the Trinity Force empowered ones in there too.
And you wonder what could have been if FlyQuest played a little more slowly, but was not to be as Liquid do find the last few moments.
And that jump there in gold, that's the Baron. That's Team Liquid pulling a high Baron on high, and they did it in the first game, and they have been loving this objective. I feel like you cannot leave that Baron unwarded against this team because they are showing they have nothing to lose and everything to gain by trying that Baron.
Turns out it's a lot easier when you have a Kalista on your team. The teams are all tied up here. So meet us back here for the conclusion of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid right after the break.
What the hell is this, dude?
Yeah, it's born in the 80s.
Dude, you're hella cool.
Holy shit, I'm just a fucking 80s.
Yeah, that means you grew up watching Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I did. I read the books.
There you go, empowered stun. Here comes Maokai.
Flash.
Perfect bait
from the Arcane, and there's Lolo. First blood over to Moon.
Behind.
Go, keep going. Maokai ulti.
I'm flanking.
Go. Alisa. Alisa, the flash.
Okay, nice.
Does have an ultimate. Not gonna burn it, but high. Oh, good double shockwave there from Mickey. And that's high going down. Dardoch gonna kill him for his Fate's Call is gonna knock up Lemonation. He's got an hook. Piglet flashes forward. Team Liquid should be able to sweep the fight. There's the kills. Piglet getting everything else, and that's an ace for Team Liquid.
Reaction's dead.
Die.
I'm coming, Sam.
Go.
Okay, Ivy Q.
Hook in two.
I don't know.
He has nothing.
He's slowed.
Go.
And
Okay, now we can.
oh my god,
You're fucking good.
MSG Co. acquires CLG is the next bit of news. So that's Madison Square Garden Company, Dolan family owns the Knicks, all that stuff. So big money coming into CLG essentially.
And remember, what was it, like 4 weeks ago or 4 episodes ago or something? I brought up the Immortals were bought by LA Live. So, people started talking about the localized teams or whatever. We technically have like LA Immortals right now and possibly,
New York CLG.
New York CLG?
I mean,
Question mark?
There's a lot of teams that are investing. I think it was like Boston like Garden that invested in Splice.
I mean,
believe,
yeah,
and there's, like, around the world,
there's
there
a ton
more
of
and more
them.
teams
Sacramento
are
Kings
happening.
invested in
Sports money
someone.
is coming in a big way, I think, especially with franchising around the corner. And I think this is just CLG arming up for that application process.
Yeah.
It's pretty much all it seems. I mean, FlyQuest, the Milwaukee Bucks basically own FlyQuest, right? We have
FlyQuest.
I think I saw a list where it was like there's 32 sports teams now that are invested in esports teams, like professional
varying
teams.
degrees,
Yeah, of course. It's not all like you're owning the team, but sometimes it's their managing group have some sort of money in it or whatever.
The interesting thing about this, from COD's perspective, is that they acquired a controlling stake in COD, which is pretty clear in the announcement. So if they wanted to, they could technically do whatever they want to the team. The messaging now is clearly that, like, oh yeah, George and the rest of COD is the experts in this space, so you'd think it would stay that way, but that always leaves that door open, essentially, if they wanted to make big changes.
I mean, it is a bit scary, I guess, like for CLG fans, and I know I saw a fair bit of discussion about that, like, oh God, what if this happens, what if that happens? But I mean, you have to kind of give the benefit of the doubt to the investors that they know enough to know they don't know anything. You know what I mean? It's one of those situations where if you're investing into
They are self-aware.
Yeah, like you're investing into this new market, essentially. Well, not that new, but a new market for them. Like a lot of these people are not going to have much expertise. Yes, they have business savvy, and they should be able to use that to kind of help push the brand along and help push the team along. But I don't think it would be a scenario where they're going to come in tomorrow and be like, Aframu, you're out, and this Jack guy, he seems to know what he's talking about. He's going to be a new starting support.
Yeah, is he as high ranked as Consensual Clown? I think we're going to start him on CLG next week.
Yeah, so I mean, you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, like until they show that they're trying to do something kind of crazy. I wouldn't think so. What I do think that you want controlling interest for is more running the business side of things, how you think it should be run, right? I think that an organization like that should be able to run, the social media side, the promotional side, like this sort of side of the business probably better than CLG can. At least you would expect them to be able to, with all the experience and the history that they have doing that. So that is something where I think they should have control, and perhaps that could actually really benefit CLG and their players. But you'd hope that like the micro stuff, the day-to-day on the individual teams will not really be touched.
Yeah, I mean, you always hear like rumors floating around about which teams are either paid better or have all this behind the scenes stuff that you're talking about, and the operations. And I love George and I love that organizations because I was there at literally the very beginning. But it's one of the names that comes up most when people are talking about all those rumors.
And at the end of the day, CLG fans should be happy about this, because this like really strengthens your application for franchising, right? If you do not have outside money like this, I really don't think that the teams can come up with like 10 million or whatever it is, right? Like they can't come up with these massive amounts of money without this outside investment. Like it's just not at that level yet. And that is why all these teams are getting outside investors. So it's preparation for franchising. And if you want CLG to stay around, you should be happy about this. Hopefully, it goes further than that and it's beneficial for both sides. But step one is getting into the NALCS franchising, and that's what CLG is prepping for. So it would be sad to see a team with that much history leave the league, and this is going to
I actually can't even imagine it.
Yeah,
I can't even imagine North American LCS without like some of these really big
like
names.
C9 or TSM or CLG or like any the teams that have won all the championships, like if any of these kind of historic teams did not get in, that would be insane.
We are back and heading into game 3 of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid.
Hey, you know what I can't imagine? NALCS without page.
Oh, that's very nice of you to say. Well, we're also going to have a look at our player of the game from last series. It was Team Liquid's Matt. Supports starting to pick a lot more pugs.
Matt kind of got his confidence back near the end of the split here, and I feel like when they're playing not so much for going into playoffs, but trying to avoid the promotion tournament, it's kind of he can go make those ham plays, and even if they don't work out, they're kind of where you were, and if he lands those hooks and he makes those plays, then he's kind of putting Liquid on his back and on his shoulders, and that's what they've been doing. Is he's been very confident, very aggressive, and his team fight hooks were something that you have to go back and watch those team fights to see just how impactful they were. His knockups at the right time to stop people from flashing away, those types of plays made the difference. And that's that support synergy. Coach Kane, giving him his power.
He's like, you did well. Here you go again. We'll give you Thresh. It's going to be great. You want to play of the game? I'm going to give it to you again. I like your style, says Kane. As for the people joining us from NALCS 1, welcome. And I assume you haven't seen the first 2 games of this series, which I have to say is a bit of a shame because it's been a fun one. Very back and forth, very high action. FlyQuest playing a little more passively, trying to scale in towards the late game, and Liquid ramming their head straight into FlyQuest. Didn't work so much in game 1, worked a lot better there in game 2.
It's been quite the barn burner. We've had back and forths. Overall, it's been pretty much a lot about those bottom lanes. Wild Turtle player of the game in the first game, and then in the second game, it was Matt who got off to really good start in the lane, and then it was the team fights that really made the difference. But Team Liquid, that Baron, can't let them back in the game with having a Baron go unchecked, and that has been a big thing here in this series, is that Liquid, even when behind, has been able to sneak those Barons from FlyQuest.
Yep, I mean, they tried it 4 times in a row in game number 1 and didn't quite get it, but only needed 1 there in game 2, so we'll see what changes here in the draft.
And we move on to game 3 here, and with a loss for Team Liquid, they would be locked into playing the promotion tournament. They would not be able to, even with a victory against Dignitas, have a head-to-head or game record over FlyQuest or Echo Fox. So, at this point, Team Liquid, this is do or die to avoid having the promotion tournament. And that's what they made these changes for. They brought Dardoch in, they brought Mickey in, they've shifted people around constantly. And at first it was go for playoffs, now it's avoid promotion, and a win here would delay that being a possibility for them for another day.
Of course, be great news for FlyQuest, because they would be in a very good position, breaking the tie that's currently in 8th place with Liquid. As first pick Maokai will come once again for Fly, Elise, Galio, and Gnar with their 3 bans, and Caitlyn, Zac, and Kalista actually banned by Team Liquid.
Well, the Kalista gave so much to not just Piglet, but also to the team to rush the Baron, and for Matt to just be the Blitzcrank who's going to play aggressive. Even if he gets caught, you can go ahead and pull him out with Fate's Call.
Well, see what Liquid do here. Jarvan already selected. I have to think that's going back into Dardoch's hands. Matt is going to get another hooking support here with Thresh. Going to revisit that after the first game. And our FlyQuest kind of have pretty similar openings that they had in the last game. They can take a mid lane here for high if they want something safe like Corgi. They can pick up their bot lane and secure something like Tristana if they want to take that away.
Yeah, Tristana jumps out to me. Orianna's another champion that jumps out to me as well. And Wild Turtle had the Caitlyn last game, but the Tristana was the one that he got the player of the game on, had the resets and had the mobility in the team fight, as well as back then he actually had the Morgana Black Shield to help him out. And that was what they had actually picked here to counter the Thresh. I feel like FlyQuest may just go with Morgana here again.
I think you have to. I mean, this is Team Liquid showing you pretty much the same draft, maybe even the exact same draft from game 1.
This is exactly the same draft from Team Liquid and FlyQuest as game 1. Only difference is Gnar was banned instead of the Taliyah that FlyQuest had put up there. So saying they didn't want to have to deal with that. And this will be a departure.
It will if it's locked in. We'll see if Varus is the selection there for Liquid, but I think now realizing that, all right, they've already picked their bottom lane. Piglet's like, please don't get me trapped in another bottom lane I don't want to be in.
Well, it was Kog'Maw last time in game 1, and they're going to go with the Varus here, so this is a bottom lane that's all about pick potential and trying to catch people out. And so far, it's been good for Team Liquid in terms of winning the bottom lane and being aggressive. And FlyQuest, once again, in a situation where this Thresh and Matt, who've been looking on point today so far, they've been dominating the bottom lane. We'll see if that happens again.
Well, there's a Shen ban from Liquid, so again, respecting the fact that Moon can also play Maokai that we saw in the last game. Is a little tougher with less income, but isn't too bad, as LeBlanc will be the ban there for FlyQuest. Going to take that away from Mickey.
Yeah, I would assume the Taliyah comes out next, but Mickey has shown that he's okay with playing Orianna, which would then be the pickup afterwards.
Yeah, kind of tough here for High because he can't get that pick out of this phase if he wants it.
Yeah, the Lucian ban to kind of force him towards Corki again. So I think we may have kind of the same draft here. FlyQuest, last time in this spot, they had actually banned Gnar, but they had already banned Gnar. So Taliyah, Orianna, could ban either of those here. I would assume it's the Taliyah if you were scared of it in game 1. Yep. And then that would mean the Orianna gets picked up by Team Liquid. But
If you want to ban the Ori, might give you a better matchup.
Ooh, they actually banned the Cho'Gath, so they're going to keep that away from Lolo this time, who took it in the first game. They did beat it, but it was a little troublesome. Toto needs to shoot a lot of times to be able to get that kill down, and Mickey is actually not going to go for the Talia. We'll take Orianna for the 3rd straight game here.
Yeah, having it all 3 so far in his debut with Team Liquid, which will prompt FlyQuest to go for the Corki. And then last time they went for the Rengar here. So, don't know if that'll happen again, but they did win that game. But I wouldn't really say it was off of the back of the Rengar.
No, I don't think so either. There's Corki locked in for high, so same mid lane matchup 3 times in a row, and now FlyQuest have to show, but is there another tank? Is there an aggressive jungler? What's happening in this final pick?
It's like, if you like Corki versus Orianna,
this is the series for you.
Yeah, and you really like it, well, it's absolutely the series for you. But I feel like this is also a takeaway, because if there's an Orianna plus Dardoch on Rengar, like that's a very deadly combo to have. And then you would have Jarvan plus the Rengar, which would give you so many ways to actually dive the backline. And is it going to be the Nautilus?
It
here?
is.
All right, okay.
So back to tanks there for TL in that top side, with Nautilus getting picked into Maokai this time. Balls had his counter pick and did a lot of work individually, but wasn't enough to kind of win the team fight. So Moon is going to be back on the aggressive pick this time around. In fact, FlyQuest have literally drafted the exact same way in game number 3 here as they did in game 1.
This is the game where they won, though, right? It was off of kind of a comeback later on because the Baron had gone over to Team Liquid. They were able to kind of get back in it from Wild Turtle, out-farming Piglet very heavily. Had a Flame Horizon, 100 CS up about 27-ish minutes. And a little bit later than that. But Team Liquid, it's kind of a mixture of their game 1 and their game 2 composition here, kind of taking some of the parts that worked, some of the parts that didn't, throwing them out the window. Like the Kog'Maw, placing that with the Varus, and then the Thresh instead of the Blitzcrank. They had the option for it, but the Thresh is the one that they prioritize a little higher. That's where my eyes are, is this bottom lane and what's going to happen here. Because, once again, Hook City for Matt. He teamed up with Lorlo, who was ecstatic after last game, and you have to have that confidence coming in here and that momentum from game 2 if you're Team Liquid, because promotion tournament on the line. If you lose here, you will be in the promotion tournament if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, and if you're FlyQuest, you hold on to those championship points, maybe.
Yeah, they had to play Phoenix 1, and even the fact that Team Liquid has taken FlyQuest to 3 games hurts FlyQuest's chance, because game record will matter when they play Phoenix 1 if Phoenix 1 beats them.
Well, a lot on the line here, but there's only one more game left between these two teams here. Have to see exactly how it all shakes out. Certainly Liquid investing heavily into the aggression of their bot lane. Have to think that Varus is the kind of pick that Piglet and Matt can really just get aggressive in the 2v2. They're already doing it with a Kog'Maw and Thresh. Now significantly better enabled to try and get work done early. I'm expecting action. We'll see what happens here in game 3 as we move out onto the Rift.
Yep. Looks like Team Liquid, 5-man. They're rushing in. They're looking for a hook. They're looking for what worked for them last time with Matt on the Thresh, the Flash Flay.
TL trying to get very aggressive. I mean, we already talked about them wanting to get stuff done early. This is just an extension of that to the extreme. High is going to spot them all, though. I think Lolo lagging just slightly behind, but a good ward from Mickey. Going to get vision onto the Raptor camp. Moon hasn't moved from his spot just yet as TL pinging towards that brush. So FlyQuest will not return some vision right now.
So TL gets wards on both the Raptors in red, and they don't return any wards, which is a pretty awkward situation to look at for jungle starts here. Balls is going to have to actually just set up some saplings if he's going to help Moon out. He's got to do it now. Move over and throw down 2.
And he's going to do that. Looks like pretty similar jungle starts for both of these guys.
Yeah, the whole idea is they don't want to have Rengar start on the bottom side. He does Raptors very quickly, and you could super leash him on this team composition, which would put him on the top side at level 3, and then that means Lorlo on the Nautilus has to watch out for a twisted advance into the Rengar jumping out, which would be such an easy gank to do. But because TL just don't want to have that happen, and they understand Rengar pathing, mostly because of Dardoch, I would assume, they just don't want that to be a matchup that Lorlo has to deal with and kind of protecting him in the early game.
Still a big help there from Balls' Moon. Gonna go blue to Gromp. I imagine Dardoch's gonna do the same buff to Gromp part that he's done, I think, every single game if he does it this one as well.
It looks like Raptor's here, so he has the Hunter's Machete, and he's not gonna go for just buff to buff. But this might be, yeah, it's gonna smite the big Raptor because it takes a decent amount of time. It's gonna queue through the rest of them and then finish them off there. The final few hits and head over to the blue buff. If he goes for the wolves, then you know it's one of those clears where I call it the I hate Krugs clear, because I hate Krugs because they take so long to do. And you just do everything else in the jungle, leave them off on the side. They're so far away that don't even deal with them.
Just abandon them forever. As looks like Dardoch is going to blue buff. So he's going to be a bit more aggressive. It's Turtle almost getting hooked out by Matt, who's been so accurate all series long.
Yeah, and just this bottom lane in general, the TL bottom lane has been doing very well here. And once again, Elimination with the Get Ardent Sensor in the build has the Stoneborn Pact. So whenever he lands a Q or R, he'll actually trigger Ardent Sensor on if people hit that target. So, kind of get the benefit of having the Morgana Black Shield and the range CC for catch. Because you think about the other Ardent Sensor users, they don't have the same distance on their catch. You could maybe run like a Nami, but it's still not the same in terms of travel speed and distance and lockdown as the Morgana. So, a pick that Elimination is definitely adept at. I was trying to think, like, maybe he runs Zyra with it. You give up a lot of your power for, helping out your AD carry with Stoneborn Pact.
I mean, and that is important to note here in this lane. Part of the reason this 2v2 feels so clean for TL is that Stoneborn Pact, Morgana, and Tristana aren't doing very much at all.
Yeah, Coin doesn't really give you combat stats at all. It's 5% cooldown reduction, and then that's it. You don't get any AP, you don't get mana regen unless you're picking up the coins. And I wouldn't even consider that really a combat stat. It's kind of just a laning stat. So you'll always have a little bit of mana to get back. And Morgana's W actually costs a decent amount. It costs 70 mana, the Tormented Soil. So when you're throwing that out constantly, you're really going to put yourself in a bit of a pickle when you're starting to run low, but the coin stops you from that happening.
And again, certainly makes you enough money to get that sensor quickly. Well, we'll see kind of how that develops right now. Bottom lane getting pushed in, but looking okay for FlyQuest. High taking a lot of damage there in mid lane as is looking topside. Dardoch there as well, though. Both level 4. Moon already back, though, so it does have 2 longswords. Going to be very effective in this early gank if they can find it.
And Lorlo caught the wave, and that Moon actually going all the way up. And so this is going to be a 2-on-2. Interesting thing to note here is that the longswords came out for Moon. He's a little stronger.
Yeah, Lolo flash, but he's going to fight his way onto the turret with the Q. Dardoch will reveal himself as well. And Lolo's going to live this time.
Yeah, Moon actually had a large advantage in that gank because he gets the jump, and then the second Q actually misses Lorlo there. Was a little fast on it, and Lorlo flashes over it, so he doesn't get the second part, the empowered. And now Matt, so much damage there. Just that auto attack from Matt.
Great binding, though. Hook is going to miss.
And that wasn't even a black shield from Elimination to try and react. That looked like the animation from the hook, the windup, was a little bit canceled by the lantern being taken. You couldn't hear it. So if you're going off of audio cues, it was just something that was covered up and masked there. Could have been bad for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and you can see 10 CS up for Piglet. There's 6 here for Total to try and pick up, but it's going to be tricky with Team Liquid Duo pressuring them here. Gets almost all of them, I think missed 2. But again, Total's going to struggle to farm safely given how aggressive Team Liquid play in every single bot lane matchup. Other than that, kind of looking in, see if High can kind of keep that CS continue to be even. And I think if he can keep up pressure, he did a great job roaming in the last game, I feel like, kind of beating Mickey to the punch in a lot of ways, but going to burn his TP here. Should be better equipped to, again, get around the map. And going to need to apply some good pressure. Yeah. Nice one to Mickey. Lorlo's
Mickey wants to clear it, and he's actually going to blow Ghost here as Lorlo comes down.
It's a 1v3 right now. Hook is going to miss. Great flash from High.
Yeah, but that's a trade of flash and TP for a different back timer that Mickey's actually going to get the cannon minion, so he's in a pretty good spot. But gets the Ghost in return. It's good roam from Lorlo for sure.
I think, again, a lot of it's just how much priority High can get here in this lane. Dardoch's going to assist. Mickey gets all of them. Nice synergy there, actually.
Yeah, just throw the Q. It actually looked like Dardoch was maybe trying to steal him, but you never know.
You know what? If that happens,
sets him up.
Probably doesn't mind too much.
When the jungler, if I'm a jungler and you call me to your lane to like help you push the wave, I'm pushing the wave as fast as it's up to you to CS it. You're taking my time for CS in the jungle.
Yep.
Efficiency.
Instructions unclear to Koyoku. Yeah, but I pushed the lane for you.
You told me to push.
Well, Mickey gets one back cancelled, but going to complete that next one. Lost Chapter now finished. Going to be joined by a Dark Seal.
Yeah, it looks like Lorlo, no TP, no flash. It's going to be Moon coming to the top side again. Has ultimate. And Lorlo would have to peel and play this quite well. He's low on mana as well.
That's a super fast 6 from Moon, actually. He's kind of been hard farming, but Dardoch, again, also doing the same job. So
yeah,
very efficient from these two.
Yeah, remember, Balls also has 6, and he has flash just in advance. So they would be able to close this distance quite quickly. I think you go now. Here comes the ultimate. Lorlo's got to get to a wall. There's the twisted advantage. Or the frag.
Up with the depth touch. Could be enough. Double knock. Run to the top lane to save his top laner. And now going to play back on a Moon. Lands the hook.
And here's Dardoch.
Hook going to land in. That's going to be first blood. Dardoch swoops in for it.
Matt with the roam. Oh, that was so clean. Coming in with the lantern. And that's the thing. That's not even an 80 carry and support roam. That's him saying, something's going to happen after his back with the Moby boots. And now Elimination going to roam towards Mickey. Gets the flash there. Even though Matt was there with the lantern, he had you, man. Matt's too good that even his own team isn't expecting him to be there.
Elimination, good little binary. Now he's actually caught out of position. Does have flash and exhaust, but going to take a lot of damage. Hook not going to land, but Piglet flash ultis. That'll be enough as Mickey gets a kill.
And Dardoch with the flag gets himself an assist. Love me some Jarvan.
He's doing well today.
Yeah, he's helping.
Certainly is. As a nice read on that first top lane play. I just feel like Moon definitely outpassed him in the last game, but games 1 and 3 has just been red so hard.
Morlo puts it onto Moon, who doesn't get enough damage off there, and also got the ultimate, which went through, hit Balls and Moon both up because of the flash, and then Dardoch comes through, and Matt, that was just so well played from the lantern to the hook to the roam after the mobility boots coming through early to allow him to roam and catch Elimination here on the backside. Yeah, flashes. Matt gave him the lantern, but they have to know Matt is there because he threw down the lantern and gave Mickey a shield. You got to assume that. And Elimination ran off to the side to try and go back to mid, to go back to bottom. That is not where you should be heading after you saw Piglet leave the lane and shoving. And then they catch him out there. And so, yeah, it was another hook there as a prediction from Matt. Didn't quite land, but Piglet had his back there.
Yep, DL up 600 gold as a result. Things going well as Matt is back on display here on Thresh. That blue buff over to High, who's going to run over and get it. All that early pressure from Fly not really paying off. Lola's got his TP and his flash back up, so does Balls, to be fair. And now High with the package, maybe he's the one that can get the next roam going, because FlyQuest do want some sort of lead here.
Yeah, and when you're looking at FlyQuest to generate some sort of lead, it's usually High or Moon that you're looking for. And Moon's tried twice, got shut down once, got countered the other time. So High, it might be his turn, like you said. Infernal Drake on the table. And TL, honestly, in not the best of positions with the flashes down on their carries. No, I actually feel like if you're FlyQuest, you wouldn't mind fighting this after getting another back here. And they're going to try to go mid, try to get something here onto Mickey. With Dardoch in position as well to counter.
Jump lands, great shockwave. Dardoch around, but Moon already took down Mickey. High, though, could be the next target. It's a double buff Jarvan. High is getting slapped to death. High is going to try and fight, but Dardoch should have enough. Dunk! There we go. Dardoch with the double kill.
Yeah, he saves it. Maybe he doesn't have to use it, but then he throws it out there just in case to get the damage there. And Dardoch right on time. The roams from Dardoch and Matt have been perfect.
Yep, 3-0 on 1 as well for Dardoch. Been involved in every single kill so far. Is he even going to get damage done here? With the ultimate, but Turtle looking to try and take it down. Not enough. Oh my god, it is enough, Matt. Gets the slap at Elimination. Now locked into supportal combat with Matt. I don't know if he can do too much. Lemon already burnt the ulti. Matt, he's just going to find the flay, but the binding. Oh, Matt jukes it. Then lands the hook, but a black shield is going to miss it. But Matt still moving forward. Going to try and get the lantern over Matt again. Going to look to try and turn it back around, but the TP is going to make everybody else leave. Balls going to get cancelled over. No, that's High. Excuse me.
Rengar's here too.
Coming in from mid. Matt might get shot down here by Corky. Enough there as Moon grabs the kill.
And that was good from High to actually let Moon get the kill. A stack of the necklace, at least get some action on that and get back into this game because he's tried multiple times for things. He's gotten a kill on the mid laner, but now he gets one finally on the support. So he's stacking up that necklace, trying to get that Rengar snowballing.
Starting the Drake briefly. FlyQuest, though, pretty quickly pull out of that play as we watch this mid-fight once again.
And they see Dardoch. There's a ward that actually sees Dardoch on the side, but he's so fast to this because Mickey with the shockwave on himself that hits both of them, delays the damage just enough and groups them up for Dardoch to flash, EQ, and now he does enough damage at this point, even with Cinderhulk, not Warrior, to kill a one-on-one on High, even though High had blown stuff before. This will be Piglet walking forward. Remember, CC here goes through minions. He doesn't have to wait for it, but then just so much damage. The knock away there from Wild Turtle as well with the explosive charge on. There's enough burst damage. We see Tristana's try to do that to style, and then they save the person, but that was one that was right on point for Wild Turtle.
Yep, certainly someone that is very practiced on this champion, and lane's actually going much better than I expected here for Total. He's up 15 CS, managing the trade kills back and forth and keep that going. So Tristana at maybe a slightly better clip than we may normally expect, and given that FlyQuest plan in 3 games so far has been to get Total to 3-4 items and then try and go from there. It's good news for Total to be having a good start to this game. And Moon back down to this bottom side.
Yeah.
Dardoch also here. 3v3 potentially brewing here in bot lane.
Yeah, you have to think about what happened with Matt, where he started to roam and pick up kills in other lanes, both the top and mid. So it's a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-1 for a bit on the bottom side, which has given Wild Turtle a little more freedom in this bot side. So he's been able to kind of have a good time up against this Varus, which should by no means be able to kill him. Look at this.
Oh, no,
elimination.
The box is there. Elimination. He's going to die to Piglet. Matt, just so many plays in a row. TL also get the Infernal Drake, so finally getting that first Drake for themselves. Ball's going to follow. Lolo does get away. Pretty tanky at this point, so not too worried. And even mid lane taking a lot of pressure. Dardoch's looking for another kill on high.
Yeah, and that was a really good hook as well from Matt, because what happens is he sees elimination for just a half second, dip through Fog of War, and then dip back, and he predicts where he is going to be based off the movement. It's very well done.
There's a reason his looks so good on playmaking champions. Just really accurate with these skill shots, and that's 3 games again in a row for him. Thresh, Blitz, Thresh, where he's just been very, very good. We'll see if it's enough to kind of keep TL up in this early game. 1,000 gold lead for them is nice. Piglet's going to have to go back and spend some gold. Although he's going to get cancelled as Turtles threatening these turrets.
Yeah, and Piglet doesn't have enough mana to actually ulti here and has flash and heal. So Moon may actually pop ulti or jump out. They don't have complete vision. And just the bottom side jungle of FlyQuest pretty much belongs to Team Liquid. And we'll see this again here. No vision, and Matt saw a while ago that Morgana dipped out, but then he just, that's all it took for Matt to be like, there's a play here. Just Morgana walking up, showing herself for just a half second, and then dipping back into Fog gave him the time to do that.
Really nice there from Matt. It looks like High's turret's also pretty low. Doesn't have Trinity Force now, so High is equipped to make another play with this second package, but just feels like TL have done a really good job again getting ahead, and then hopefully for their sake staying ahead.
Yeah.
Only 1,000 gold is not a huge lead, but they're back in the position that they've been in all 3 games.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different kind of mid-late game for TL, because we're going to see Dardoch, who has most of the gold, get to a very quick Knight's Vow, which I assume will put on Mickey or Piglet. But Piglet going for a build that requires a lot of items and attack speed for Varus. And then for Mickey, more of the penetration build, though. The Sorcerer Shoes instead of the Swifty Boots in this game. But the rotation to topside, where Lorlo has been struggling a bit, is going to be the first turret for FlyQuest here.
Moon actually even threatening Dardoch as he pops the ulti and runs down. Turtle was going top, but now going to move himself onto the turret. TL, though, should be able to get it. Mickey's solo work did so much there.
And this is 2 for 1 in turrets. This is actually not a good play from FlyQuest, because they're not going to be able to push top out as far as they want. They're not getting a Drake off of it, and they're not getting Rift Herald off of this either. They get control of the top side jungle where nothing is spawning, but they'll trade it for bottom side control. And that's TL actually getting two waves of pushing farm. They'll push out top lane, which gives them a longer lane to kind of work with. And then right here, it's just if TL overextend, that's where the play can actually rubber band back on them. But they're going to have Mickey here for a 4-on-2 if they decide to go for it.
Yep, Turtle will take down the rest of that wave, so I think should be safe to go static shift first after that BF sword. So lots of early wave clear and farming potential for the Trist.
Yep, get yourself up again in terms of CS. Remember in game 1, Wild Turtle went for 100 CS up over Piglet after the team started grouping. And that's the thing, is now they're going to put Wild Turtle in side lanes as soon as they become long lanes. And now it actually looks like TL is going to swap, try to go for the tier 1 turret top. And now it's the possible counter. If Tristana can get this bottom tier 1 turret and they can get this Rift Herald, then it actually ends up being an even trade and an advantage for FlyQuest because of the fact that they get the Rift Herald on top of it. And that could get them that mid lane turret. They just have to not lose their top lane turret. So this is all about map movement, then a counter, and who's getting just the tiniest bit more.
And I think Fly's kind of doing the right thing with their comp. I mean, as soon as Trist had static shift, they're just moving Turtle towards that side to look to take a turret. High with a nice roam, doesn't get a kill, but does manage to take down a turret joining up with the rest of his team in top lane. So certainly evening those turrets back up for now. We'll see what other damage can get done, but looks like, again, simple lane assignments here for FlyQuest. And we've seen this again 3 games in a row. They are just going to sit in this pattern for 10, 15, whatever it takes, and just farm up until they're ready, feel comfortable to teamfight. TL, your job is to stop this from happening.
Yeah, and they have the Jarvan with the combo alongside the Orianna, and they have the picks from Matt. So if you lose vision, and like you could see, look at TL, you talked about how it's their job to make sure nothing happens and that they can act, or something happens, sorry, that nothing goes unpunished. The top side vision is insane. They have so many wards in one quadrant of the jungle. I believe there's more wards on this quadrant of the jungle for TL than there are for FlyQuest in the game right now.
I think so, as Piglet does get bound up, but again, no vision here for FlyQuest on this side.
4-man top. Because they control vision here, it could be a 4-man dive on top side. They're looking for elimination of Wild Turtle, and they don't even have defensive vision here. They just have to kind of see this coming, and he's going to get him before he can Black Shield.
Well, does flash out of the way. Black Shield's himself. Turtle
there it is.
He's going to try and kick him out. Does get Mickey out of the way, but Dardoch able to take that kill. He's on a rampage as Moon running up towards that top lane. Not going to be in time to save this one. TL make the play.
Yeah, and now they'll have tempo. They can push this top tier 1, go for a tier 2. They can also try to get this faster than High can push. And remember, Rift Herald on Moon. He may use it mid and try to go for 2 turrets here, but Lorlo will be the answer.
Yep, they're going to channel it, so just make sure to get the out of it. Team Liquid should be able to get this tier 2 turret, so a very uneven trade here for FlyQuest.
Lorlo's going to have to back up as this turret dies.
Let's get away now, though. Hook on the Moon does a good amount of damage. Rengo just going to run away. Depth charge committed.
That's going to burn the flash.
They keep going. Moon actually just going to turn around.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
Not high there, but yeah, no, never mind. Lolo has enough damage with the Abyssal Mask to take down the Rengo, who's got no defenses at all, really.
Yeah, he got locked on. He flashed away, and that still got the flash out of him. Baron in a minute, and you're going to want that flash for a possible fight. And this Ocean Drake is going to give TL even more power. So TL get those 2 turrets on top side. They have perfect control of the enemy jungle right around Baron. I feel like Team Liquid started a big grind on how to do Baron, when to do Baron, and they are just forcing it down the other team's throat. They're like, this is our area. We're trading you for this part of the map, and they've done this in all 3 games. They've tried to go for Barons with very aggressive calls, and I think we're going to have another one here in just a moment once they reestablish the top side vision.
History would certainly indicate that, as Infinity Edge is done for Turtle. We'll see just how many attempts that Baron does take here for Fly if they go for it. They're already up 2,000 gold, which is nice, but it's not a monumental lead just yet as High sneaks into this bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like TL, though, have the... Even though there's like 2 item spike on Wild Turtle, and he's up right now in CS, still have to worry about Piglet and his ability and the calls that TL have been making to go for those Barons. And yeah, Moon just takes so much damage here. Even Roots, but then the flash not getting him over the wall. There's the difference there. As Lorlo may have had to flash after, but this gave him a clear avenue to get in there. And yeah, that's... Oh.
Yeah, you can see Moon not too happy with that play.
Yeah. High's going to try to, you know, get him one back.
Revenge. Well, good damage onto Lolo, but High not really there with the big damage items just yet, so Lolo able to tank most of that up relatively well.
Yeah, now they're going to try to get him up top. They're like, you messed with our friend?
And Root's going to come out as well. Lola should be going down if they can find a little bit more highs. Yeah, but he's going to flash for it. Once the kill, he's going to get it.
You can't do Moon dirty like that and get away with it, Lorlo. What were you expecting?
They can do
But they're going to get the Baron. Oh, there's TP from High, so he took TP this game to change it up. Lemon,
a little too far forward, gonna get a big stun. No, doesn't complete. Mickey getting that next kills. Turtle gets out barely. Wrong direction on the play, but forcing the flash for Turtle.
Yeah, that was Turtle getting the buffered rocket jump through what was the flay there right afterwards. And then Piglet threw out the ultimate. It didn't connect either with Wild Turtle, which allowed him to flash the hook afterwards. So just seriously, that's playing on the knife's edge from Wild Turtle. Like, that is just fractions of a second. Ending up being in his death.
Both TPs down though, so TL are just going to go back to Baron. FlyQuest are here to fight, but there's the TP in from Lolo. Baron is already low. They've got no vision inside of it. They need to get in now. It's low, 3K almost as Balls is going to just go in and try and tank up the rest of this fight. Turtle needs to free fire onto the right targets, but I'm not sure it's enough. High, he's going to get dope moves for the assassination onto Matt. Of all people, Mickey's going to shockwave to save his teammate. He grabs the double kill.
That's 3.
Liquid 3-0 in that team fight.
Oh, can he get Dardoch?
Oh no, the
he's dead. He's dead.
Goes down to Lemon. Stoneborn Pact. Somehow kills the jungler.
Who needs it? Yeah.
Another one?
Nope.
Not this time.
He doesn't have enough AP. It's a single point in W, I would assume. If he's not, yes, it is 1 point. Whew. I was like, no, let's not make this a thing. The Stoneborn Pact is already hurting my brain. But yeah, Lorlo TP's in. You can't cross that TP line, only balls can. And so Lorlo decides to go on the tank, have everybody else kind of collapse with him. But then the EQ from Dardoch onto high, that was just the flag and drag into the root auto attack from Nautilus, and then Dardoch followed up. And really, Dardoch has been all over in terms of this game. He is 5-1-5, highest KP on his team, but then right there, the coin, give me the coin.
He even took the gold out of his body, rubbed him as he lies there on the ground, and
he stole his money.
A very critical kill there for Lemon, because the smite being off the table means that TL gonna have to go for Baron attempt number 3. Again, 4 was the number in game 1 that they went for before getting it, so we'll see if they can break their own record from the series.
Yeah, these attempts can get you some things. They got him a few kills there. Dardoch died, and I actually feel like that's a net positive still for FlyQuest. They lost Lorlo on the top side, TP'd in, but then they got 3 kills for that one, and then Dardoch. So it was 2 for 3 overall in the entire thing, going in favor of Team Liquid, despite having to stop the Baron.
Well, don't worry. We're going to have another attempt very shortly.
It's like this game is just who can bait Baron better. And I feel like TL is just on it more frequently than FlyQuest.
Not really a bait if they're always trying to take it. Yeah. Maybe that's the secret. Dardoch leaps in on Elimination. Put an ulti from Balls, good turn it back around the map. Hook lands again, finds Turtle. Corruption chain is going to land, but Ball's still tanking up a lot. Moon just can't find an angle for this fight at all. So flash forward, is they going to get a knock up in onto the tank? Ball's going down, not just yet. Massive Bramble Smash. FlyQuest just don't have the damage. Turtle even went Last Whisper now just to try and shred through some of these tanks.
Yeah, so the Energizer build's going to take a little longer to get online with the Rapid Fire Cannon for that extended range. But right now, TL, like they're sacrificing farm in side lanes, which is something they did last time, but while Turtle got a large CS advantage, and now it's like risky play after risky play. This is a bait with Matt up in the front. He's going to hook high. That's what they need.
Shield though is enough. He's going to Valkyrie out of the way. Turtle trying to get himself out of the way. Needs to live, but Mickey on a rampage takes down Lemon. Hook lands back in from Lorlo onto Moon, and he dies. Baron again, wide open for TL. This could be attempt number 4.
But I feel like the only healthy people on the team, besides Lorlo, and Ocean Drake's going to help him though, would be Piglet and Mickey.
TP in, all right.
What's going on, Pastry?
He, again, can still break that record. Oh, Baron is so low, though. I think that's going to be enough. They can't quite get in there just yet. Looking for a steal. Could have got it. Lolo able to take it down, but only takes them 4 once again. Team Liquid secure the Baron.
It didn't take him 4 tries this time. It was just about, almost getting there. This is Matt kind of posting up, and there, the Scuttle Crab was the hero. They would have known that Matt was in the bush because Moon threw out his E, and it hit the Scuttle Crab instead of Matt in the bush. So Scuttle Crab's that 6th man there for TL, because that kind of gave the false sense of security there to the rest of the team to walk up. Sometimes the Scuttle Crab, it's better not to take it before you do Baron.
Well, 4,000 gold up for TLs are going to take yet another Drake. And I think this, to me, is the real difference maker. In game 1, FlyQuest got 3 Infernals and an Ocean. This time they have 0 Drakes to their name as TL grab a Earth to join their Ocean and their Fire.
Yeah, we're looking at Dardoch with that 5-1-8 scoreline, but Mickey, 2 levels up, 5-1-6, Majai's Soul Stealer, 10 stacked.
He likes his scoreline. He thinks it's going to get better.
I think he rolled a 6 this game.
Quite possibly. We'll see if you can roll even higher, but like we said, gonna have to change dice for that one.
Like, I feel like Majai's is just doubling down on how awesome you are, but hold on.
Oh,
the bird.
Dead Mickey! That's what you get for purchasing Majai's. The commentator curse strikes again. Cyrene, that was your fault.
That was my fault. That was absolutely my fault. Oh, man. I'm sorry, Mickey. Now Dardoch going to find High there, who's going to flash after. Matt, he has to juke this hook, but he's up against the wall.
Ooh, good ult from
You
Piglet.
can't juke them all.
Black Shield maybe a little late, but High's like, fine, I'll just fire away and take down Piglet.
Ignite!
Not enough. Turtle leaps forward, but no one to kill.
I feel like he got saved there by Ardent Sensor, Stoneboard Pack from Morgana.
Probably.
I am not joking. He was actually saved by that. No, this isn't supposed to happen, Pastry.
It worked in game 1. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to say. Turtle is also getting stronger. LDR is done. Just needs that fourth item to really kick things into overdrive as Mickey. I mean, this is FlyQuest classic.
Yeah, the flash route onto Mickey. No reaction, no flash away. Just gets blown up. And that gets him back in the game, though. And this right here, High gets so low. And then the binding from Lemonation with the Stoneborn pack will give Ardent Sensor over to High, and it gives him enough HP to live here. This binding here that hits Piglet as he shifts up. Now he has the Stoneborn pack. You can see High's getting the Ardent Sensor, the extra damage in there, and then he lives just barely.
I'm telling you.
Checking for the exact number on his HP there.
Coming to solo queue near you.
Oh, please no.
Stoneborn pack Morgana.
He went down to 19 HP. 100% was saved there by Ardent Sensor, Stoneborn pack.
That is not very many, as it turns out. Thankfully, Piglet has realized this. He's bought an Executioner's Calling.
Ah.
Gonna cut all that down.
Let's see, how much, because like, we're always looking at effectiveness of this, because it's like, how much is he really getting off there? This Stoneborn pack, this Ardent Sensor has allowed Lemonation to give 627 health drain. That is actually a decent amount for an Ardent Sensor, especially on a champion that relies on a skill shot to get that off.
Well, Fan Push still coming here for TR. They've got just 5 seconds left, and it's good enough for that tier 2 turret in bot lane. FlyQuest have done a good job defending, but again, gonna have to wait till those next few item breakpoints. High on the way to Infinity Edge, Turtle on the way to Rapid Fire Cannon, and at that point, if this gold lead stays about where it is, Fly will likely feel comfortable enough that they'll be in control of this game. TR, again, need to push the pace a little bit longer. It's not that they can't fight when it gets later, it's just going to get harder. And there's no reason to make the game more difficult on yourself, given how back and forth the series has been already.
Yeah, and they lost some momentum as well on Team Liquid's side. Like, they've picked up some Drakes, but that Majai's Soul Stealer, there it is. He sold it immediately. Because I talked about how he had 10 stacks on it. When you die, you lose 10 stacks. So he immediately lost 10 stacks when he was trying to play a little more aggressive and got punished by a clever play from FlyQuest. Forces him to sell the item to pick up the Death Cap. Doesn't have his Void Staff yet, which I consider the very big power spike that you would get as the Orianna.
Well, Mickey again trying to get some higher rolls perhaps. Roll a 6, got Majai's, roll a 1, died. Feels bad, but we'll see if he can keep it a little more even keel this time around. Still farming up a Storm, so it should be all right here and able to protect some of these squishier carries as well. Again, we've seen these fights. It's frontliners running in. It's damage dealers trying to kill off those tanks. You said it. The one that dies first is usually, if your frontliners die first, your team loses. So Mickey maybe even just happy to take that Death Cap and get even more shielding power and just make the fights last that much longer.
Yeah, why isn't he building Ardent Sensor?
Shield. You know what? That is an excellent question.
But yeah, the Ardent Sensor also goes off on the Black Shield, so whoever he's Black Shielding will get the Ardent Sensor on top of it. But like, right there, it was so good from the binding plus the Black Shield going back. But yeah.
I got no lifesteal except Warlords. It's just like,
yeah.
Fine. Lemon, build me some lifesteals. Like, I got you, boss.
Yeah.
All good from there. And again, Flyer, so much free time in these side lanes has got to feel a bit worrying for Team Liquid. Drake up in a minute 25, Baron up in a minute 30. Like, there are objectives they can fight for, but all this free time is just getting them closer to some of these item breakpoints. Tyrene only cares about one item breakpoint, though.
I know, I'm watching this Ardent Sensor where it's almost 1,000 healed from Elimination. Like, the Ardent Sensor will like not require the skill shot only because it goes off of ultimate Q and E, but the Stoneborn Pact is only the Q and the R here. So the Stoneborn Pact healing is just hilarious to me because he can give it to the whole team if he actually like hits somebody with a Dark Binding.
Got shield and heal power.
Pretty hilarious.
Gets even better.
Like,
I'm telling you.
Please no. The Ardent Sensor is just incredibly powerful. Like, Lemonation is 1, 5, and 3 as a support, and he's still doing a lot of work here for his team with the Ardent Sensor.
Well, it looks like we're setting up for that next major objective, so we'll see just how good Lemon Sensor is in a moment. Team Liquid, their new favorite place on the map is just to the left, where Wild Turtle, Lemon, and Balls are all recoiling from. And you can see already in position, Piglet's like, I'm ready. Let's do Baron. It's up in 25 seconds.
Yeah, and I like this from Dardoch. He now has the Knight's Bow, Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Locket combo. So the Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Locket will give big shields to his team if they're in trouble and will allow them to kind of avoid big burst. And now we're seeing lots of Gargoyle Stoneplates across the board here. So this is going to be very difficult for both teams to kind of navigate these fights. A lot of tankiness. Frozen Heart for Lorlo as well. And now it's going to be Moon trying to jump on somebody out of position.
So
Lorlo,
Mickey.
Lorlo has TP. He's trying to
Yeah,
book
they're
it
going
here.
package there. They're going to try and take down Mickey. They need to assassinate him as
Gotta
good
get
as
him
possible. The shockwave is good. High going to leave it. Takes him down. Ball. TP's in. The death touch is going to let High go down, but he healed quite a lot on the other end of it. FlyQuest still going. Ball flashes in. Roots up Piglet. He's dead as well.
One more.
Oh, it is enough. Turtle able to get it. Binding lance for Lemon. They're going to keep going for it. Turtle looking for that triple kill. He's going to get it.
It's the Wild Turtle special. Who turned on the crits? Because he gets like 4 in a row there, and they end up killing Piglet. They're going to push down mid.
That's what you get for buying a Zeal before that team fight happens. That little bit of extra time to farm gave FlyQuest maybe just enough power to win that team fight. 4 dead on Liquid side. Mid inhib turret getting threatened. That minion wave is finally there.
We're back to even gold here in just a second, but that inhibitor is going to go down, and the map is going to be FlyQuest's for the taking with both that Mountain Drake and then this Baron. This Baron, they have almost no vision in that area. It has been control warded after control warded for Team Liquid, and this was one that FlyQuest just forced super hard with the Rengar ultimate. They got the teleport out of Lorlo as well, and this will be the TP from High.
It's just a race.
To try and get here fast. They're not even going to care about that control ward. They are taking it very slowly.
Dardock's going to get there, but the Baron is so low. The damage is enough. They get it. Now they're going to have to actually kind of get out of there.
Oh boy.
Death Charge, he runs out of the way, but High gets protected by the Black Shield, throws out a binding TL.
They need to get out.
Oh, they found a hook. It's Wild Turtle! Mickey shuts him down. Team Liquid managed to find their way back into this game. He's going to get a kill. Lolo flashing in towards High.
And there's this gigantic wave on the top side. They have to clear this out. High's got to put some shots on it. Baron buff up those minions.
Balls just uses that ultimate, trying to buy time. 40 seconds left until Turtle is back, but TL should be able to break the base now for themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be the tank here from Lorlo. He's going to hand off the aggro, and they're going to try to get an inhibitor for themselves here. 1 for 1, an eye for an eye.
And that's been really, I think, a lot of this series just so back and forth. It's been a number of roller coaster rides in a row.
I mean, FlyQuest really want to win this so that they can go into tomorrow and have, like we said, their own fate in their hands, and whether or not they end up in promotion. Team Liquid, if they lose this, they are in the promotion tournament.
That was a great cancel on a couple backs using the redemption there from FlyQuest, but I don't know if they've got quite enough. Turtle just respawning. The rest of TL is going to move back.
It's the base that they were more concerned with there. The redemption actually interrupts the recalls. It allows the turret to go down, and this will give them enough time to go do that Mountain Drake.
Look at that super minion just getting in there. Slapping down the Nexus turret.
Like, that's one of those moments where if Balls was a carry, he's TPing in. You would TP in and try to end the game there.
This time around, though, ooh, it's going to be quick on this Drake. Elimination.
They got to be fast. They got to be real fast.
Gotta be really, really fast.
Get out.
Everybody get out.
Get out of there.
Turtle got the way pushing in bot side as well, but don't forget the supers in the top lane that FlyQuest will also have to contend with. Those inhibitor respawns are pretty close together as well, given how much action transpired. So FlyQuest going to do what they can right now in this bot lane, but Bald's like, I gotta go. There's a huge wave for me to deal with.
Yeah, and they have Baron buff on Balls, who will be able to push that wave out, and they have Baron buff still on a few members here of FlyQuest, which will be a 4-man unit pushing because Balls has teleport. Lorlo doesn't have TP yet. And so actually, staying around a little bit longer, okay. And now Elimination will back.
And as always, at this point, despite FlyQuest having a pretty nice comp for themselves, feeling comfy with the scaling that they've built in, execution is going to be the name of the game in these last final fights. Baron still up for a minute longer, but I don't think FlyQuest are really doing much more damage with it. So take a breather. Got about 1 to 2 minutes to soak it all in, and then our next objective fight's going to happen.
I wonder what Elimination's going for here with that needlessly large rod, because Luden's Echo, Rabadon's Death Cap, Archangel's Staff, I don't feel like those are items that you want right now on the Morgana. He doesn't really have enough AP to warrant the Rabadon's Death Cap. The Ludens would be interesting. I feel like you go Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You throw down the W, give everybody Stoneborn Pact on that person. Let's go.
I think so. Helps your ulti.
Yeah, it doesn't build out of that anymore, though. It's the Blasting Wand, Amp Tome, Ruby Crystal. It's cheaper as well, remember, 2600-ish.
Maybe he's just like, I want more AP.
Yeah, that's maybe what it is for the shield, to just have a more intense shield. Because once it's harder to break, it's very difficult to actually get that that Tristana or that Corki. So he may just be looking at raw AP numbers here, and it could be the Death Cap, despite not having a large multiplier, saying, hey, the AP ratio is really good on this thing.
I don't know. You get last item Charles, then you got multipliers everywhere. Don't have to worry about that too much.
That's true.
Hey.
Oh, Guardian
There's
Angel.
an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, for total, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's his 6th item there. Whereas you look over at Piglet, and he's still got 2 items to go. And he's 2 levels down. So more of the same happening here, and he's about to be Flame Horizon again.
He's more than 2,000 gold behind, actually, so total.
It's like one of those things where like you stop looking at the CS, then you look again, and you're like, wait, what the? Because the Tristana is picking up way more in these pushes, and Piglet is not. And the Tristana gets to push the side lane, and Piglet played Varus game 3 so far, and in game 1 he played Kog'Maw. These are not safe champions to farm side lanes with. So he gets out farmed because he has to be grouped up with people all the time and share experience.
All right, well, some fun is about to happen as Mid and Hib's going to respawn for Team Liquid. FlyQuest is not that far away, so it looks like a time to duel is once again upon us. We'll see how these teams set up. There's no objective to take right now, so FlyQuest is like, let's just find you and fight you.
Yeah, if you don't know what to fight over, and there's nothing to fight over, and people don't like risking the end of the game.
Could fight over Mid and Hib. Just respawn.
I would think you would, but
still got to worry about supers in top lane as well.
You gotta worry about side lane pressure too. I think High should actually be split pushing more because he has teleport. And I don't feel like the Nautilus would answer.
Guess who's in the top lane?
Hey, it's the 6th item Tristana who will not buy anything else except he sells boots.
I think he's probably going to sell boots this game.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer?
Turtle's he's committed. He's already level 18 as well, so he's not even getting XP off this.
Yep.
The plan is going to his head, taking every bit of farm. He just wants to pad those stats over Piglet. Look, there we go.
There you go.
There's the Flame Horizon he wanted.
And you can see how far back Piglet has to play there. Like, Wild Turtle just gets to shove up. And even with, like, worse vision control of certain areas, like we've had throughout the entire game, Wild Turtle just gets that free farm on the side. And Piglet has to kind of group and get protected.
All right, Blue and Hib back. Baron up in a minute 10. Elder Dragon up 40 seconds after it. I'm sensing some fun about to happen, Zyrene.
Fun for one of these teams.
Fun for me, because I get to comment on whatever happens.
And then my brain will explode, depending on what happens. I mean, it's already kind of mush in this series. It's 40 minutes in almost, and it's even gold. It's just been back and forth, and really, it's been some bit of fiasco.
This has been a very long series at this point, I think. The games have
especially this patch.
Yes, the games have extended. Every game, I think, has been longer than the one before, and this is certainly the closest of the two, despite the fact that TL were able to find themselves a lead early-ish into the game. It just never really grew out of control like it did in that second game for them. FlyQuest are at a point where they've shown this draft once already. They've shown they're comfortable playing this sort of way, and everyone's pretty much stocked up now. Even Piglet's catching up. Mickey's full build on the Orianna has that void stuff we were kind of lamenting before.
Dardoch's actually going to get out, and here's the Rengar ultimate from Moon on the side. This is Baron in 2 seconds. The side waves are actually in favor of FlyQuest, so fight over mid priority.
Yep. Hook.
Outplayed, and they went in.
They're going to go for the fight instead. Looks like they're actually going to keep going. Dardoch in the backline, dives on a high, and then ulti's back in towards Balls, but he's so tanky as Hook is going to miss Turtle. Maybe going to get collapsed. Somebody moves out from under the root, and a massive Turtle
getting free firing.
Going to wrap them up. Turtle, he just can't find a kill, but he made it close.
Yeah, Turtle was trying to find a way into that fight where he would get some free time to fire, and he was actually a little bit too far at the start. They started that fight a little bit too fast on FlyQuest's side, and Turtle wasn't in position just yet. They've blown some ultimates there, like the one from the Maokai and the one from the Morgana.
They're hoping for a catch here instead of rushing down the Baron, and now they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're looking at the Baron and the side lanes at the same time. They have a control ward, while Turtle, he's actually taking a decent amount of damage here, but the Ardent Sensor is going to help him a lot.
Moon can't get in right now, by the way.
There's a TP to try. Oh.
You have to flash. Hook and a miss from Lola, who already TP'd in. FlyQuest might just want to fight high. He's going to TP back in for it. Does he have the package? My guess is yes.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
You don't complete that unless you have the package. Absolutely right, Pastry.
Oh,
look at Moon.
Lolo, taking a lot of damage. Turtle able to free fire out high. Does look for the angle. Wants to try and isolate someone. Piglet. Oh, he's on the side. He's going to take it. That's a kill. High able to take it. Almost goes down, but Turtle now firing back away from Mickey. That black shield, I think, saved Turtle's GA.
Yeah, saved his GA there. Now they'll turn onto it. They'll have to trade for that Elder Dragon, but that's a 3-stack Elder Dragon for the Baron, which would give TL some fighting power. If they do this quickly, with Piglet down, that Elder Dragon, we'll see. Is it a full rush there?
I went top lane.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna push mid and they're gonna push top on FlyQuest side.
Can they cancel back? Slemon does have his redemption not up, so...
Is Moon going to be here in time to smite?
Oh,
I don't think so.
Lemon, is he going to be able to steal this? No, good smite from Dardoch, but the fight actually continues 3v4 right now as Mickey hit the recall button. No ultimate as Dardoch zips out of the way. Moon barely missed that lead.
Turtle
Turtle
went in!
straight in! Wild Turtle style! High still going into that top lane. That's a kill. They're going to cancel one more back. Lord,
they're going to get Lolo!
Not going to make it home safe.
FlyQuest are trying to send TL to the promotion tournament
and keep themselves in the race for the World Championships. They really want another run at the gauntlet. High took down the top inhib. He almost took the mid inhib as well, and the rest of the Fly are down bot lane.
Exactly, they're going to push down the bottom side of the map. Piglet is back up. This will be a triple inhib here shortly. Elimination with the full heal there onto Wild Turtle. And that's going to be triple inhib, like I said. Mickey going to have to clear out Baron buff minions. Dardoch and Mickey survived with the Baron buff.
Oh no, that's the root, and Lolo is dead for so long.
Wild Turtle keeps getting Black Shield, walking up and hitting the turret.
That's all he needs to do.
And these are Baron buffed up super minions that'll be coming in shortly from the mid lane.
I just don't know if there's enough here.
They're trying to force it.
There it is, the Nexus is open. Hold in from Piglet, but Turtle just get a fire
Nexus!
TL trying desperately, but the Nexus goes down for FlyQuest. Keep their dreams alive.
And they push TL down into the promotion tournament, locking them in into the 9th, 10th spot. And FlyQuest, they'll hold those championship points for now. Their match against Phoenix 1 tomorrow will decide who is in the promotion tournament alongside TL and who gets to hold on to those points.
High was always one for dramatic endings.
Because now I believe we're at the point where between FlyQuest and Phoenix 1, the 3rd and 4th place teams from last split, only one of them gets to keep their championship points tomorrow.
That's going to be a fun one, but FlyQuest, some tired smiles, I think, on their faces. Moon looks exhausted.
Oh, yeah.
After that series.
Well, as somebody who's playing that Rengar that's squishy and then having to build a little tankier early, you have to think about every engage. You are mentally kind of distraught at what is going on. The engages that don't work and you get blown up, if you enter at the wrong time, if you overcommit, there's so much CC between a Nautilus, a Thresh, there's so much to stop you from going in. It's frustrating to play against, but it's the reality of the situation that you have to play into that scenario because you picked it. And so I don't blame him at all for being exhausted at the end of that. And FlyQuest hold on another day.
Yeah, looking, you know, FlyQuest, I guess I'll say at the end of the day. I like the clear game plans. I like what they're going for with the things like Wild Turtle Trist. I think they played pretty much the same way for all of those games. And even though they did have a stumble in game 2, comfortable in that style, just doing simple things and doing what it takes to get over the finish line, because that's all they're looking at now.
Yeah, because you think about how that game was going at the start. Matt, roam top, hook. Matt, roam towards mid. Elimination gets caught, right? These are things that were really going in favor of TL. TL wins the game or loses the game with more kills than FlyQuest, but it was the objective play, it was the snap decision-making that made the difference there at the very end of who's going for Baron. Are we going to be able to contest both? Because they went for Baron, High went top not to overkill the situation, and then they won the 4-on-4, killing the Lorlo, killing multiple people on the bottom side of the map as they were trying to recall. So it was a fantastic play in a high-pressure situation from FlyQuest, because you don't always have a clear head in those parts of the game where it's been back and forth, and you don't want to take those risks, but they took that risk, and they came out on top.
It just finally feels like the FlyQuest we knew and loved from last split is maybe back to some of that form, but that's enough from us for a first-hand account on how that match played out. Let's hear from Overly and the FlyQuest.
She's new. Get her name right. Overly.
Thank you so much, Pat Pastry. Great cast on the day over there. I am here with FlyQuest Wild Turtle. You guys had such back and forth games, extremely tense. How did you guys pull off the win?
It was honestly pretty nerve-wracking. Like, these matches actually mean a lot to us this weekend. Is a really big deal, considering we really need to win these matches to have a chance in the gauntlet and go to Worlds. So these matches mean a lot to us. And it was really great that it was a really close series, and I'm really glad that we were able to pull it out. And it took a lot of resilient strength for sure.
Now I want to highlight one point in that game. It was the end of game 2. High came out with a triple kill, and I mean the crowd went crazy over here. What was going through your team's minds through that point?
Game 2?
Was it game 2 or end of game 1?
I think it was the end of game 1 where he played Corky and went in. And yeah, that was like pretty insane. Like I didn't expect High to like be able to kill any of the carries. I thought we were already disengaged. So it's really awesome that he randomly got the kills on the carries and we just ended the game.
Now, this is the first time that we've seen Mickey come out and play for Team Liquid. Did FlyQuest do any special preparation for him, or were you just ready to take him on?
I think for the most part, we were ready to take on any player. Like, I think what matters most is how our team plays, and we were pretty much focused on our 5 objective, pretty much.
So you said it yourself, tomorrow's the big day. You play against P1. If you win that, you secure your championship points. You talked about a little bit what it meant to you, but what about for the entire team?
It definitely means a lot for the whole FlyQuest organization. Like, we've been trying really hard this late. We obviously came up pretty short. So to be able to compete in the gauntlet and maybe pull a dream type of thing, it would be pretty awesome.
Are you guys already looking forward to the gauntlet? Any preparation for that, or right now are you focusing here?
We're just really focused on tomorrow's match. Like, if we lose that one, it probably ends our season right there. So.
Well, thank you so much, Strudel, for taking the time to talk with us. And we are to break down those games, we're gonna go ahead to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Avali. FlyQuest getting the victory here today in 2-1 fashion over Team Liquid. All 3 games following essentially the same storyline. Skirmish, 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 skirmish. Eventually, we get to a late-game team fight where the death timers are long enough. Somebody kills enough people on the opposing team in order to push for a victory. And it just so happens that here in Game 3, it's off the back of a very, very decisive move from High, of all people, to initiate a fight.
I mean, that's why High is so great, right? One of the all-time greats. It's because you give him a long enough game time, it's a scrappy enough game, he finds the chance to make the big play and drag your team back into the game. And it happened in Game 1. Happens again in Game 3.
Yep, and again, when we look at those picks there on your screen there for FlyQuest, to me, once again, a quintessential FlyQuest comp. You've got, High has played Corki God knows how many times, too many.
Quite a few.
You've got balls on an engaged champion from the top lane tank. Moon, very comfortable on that Rengar to play it aggressively, and then Wild Turtle even at times throughout, showing once again his ability to play the Tristana in an aggressive fashion. And I think it fits right in his wheelhouse where he's always been criticized for flashing forward. Well, guess what? He's got that move block put into his kit so that he can close that gap, still have the flash to blow defensively. It enables him to be more aggressive.
It did feel like one of the few times in the series as well where Team Liquid didn't really have the scaling on their side, at least, you know, close to even, or have like a really strong playmaking champion in the early game. Game 1, they had the Kog'Maw. Game 2, they have the Kalista. Both those have really strong power points. Varus a lot lower tier of a pick in that sense right now in the current meta. So it did feel like this was one of those games that as it went later, Piglet's effectiveness dropped off.
Right, they don't have that scaling, and that's where they might be kicking themselves for giving up some advantages that they had built, because they did have the gold lead in the earlier portions of this game. And so with an early game, more early game focused composition, if you play it 100% cleanly, should come away with the victory. When you allow it to devolve into skirmishes the way the FlyQuest wants, you eventually get to that 41-minute fight where High decides, on a whim, I see a Piglet left out in the mid lane. Let's go, let's fight, and comes away with a big play.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that a lot of people don't have the guts to pull a trigger on something like this. And here, High teleports in, draws all Team Liquid to him, and then it kind of leads them to get split up after all that running back and forth, and he finds the opportunity to just jump onto Piglet. Barely lives through that, and that's why we're talking about it takes guts, because you don't know 100% I'm going to win this skirmish.
Especially when you're playing the game of crits,
yeah,
right? I mean, we saw Piglet throw a couple crits in there. If it just goes the wrong direction in that late game fight, he could have cost his team the game as well.
And he has, you know, the gumption to go for something like that. Gets that kill, then it forces Team Liquid into a weird spot where they're trying to trade Elder Dragon for Baron, but it just takes too long to get it down without their AD carry. FlyQuest are able to get in range to collapse, and then they get a couple more kills, and this is finally what's going to be able to get them the game, as Fly had dipped out from that Baron and just gone up to the top side to take down that top inhib.
Yeah, I like the play call from Team Liquid to try and trade Dragon for the Baron. The problem is the one person that died on your team is your DPS bot for those objectives in your Varus, your ADC, and so therefore, as you mentioned, not being able to close out the global objective in time and get home safely. With that Baron, 3 inhibs go down, and it's just kind of a super minion push there at the end for the easy victory.
Yep, in FlyQuest, you see another one of those kind of heart race monitor graphs where for the goal where it's just up and down constantly, just kind of the story.
Glad to know that's not attached to a human.
Nope, that would be very scary.
A very dead human.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than being flatlined the whole time, I guess.
That's
at least it's moving.
Right,
but
there's a story there somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what story that is.
It's the story of a very scary game. Your heart rate is erratic, it's jumping around. That's how this series went.
And here's the thing. It doesn't get any less scary for FlyQuest.
No.
Team Liquid now is locked into the promotion tournament with that loss. For FlyQuest and Phoenix 1, everything's on the line tomorrow. The team that comes away with the victory is the team that moves themselves up into that 8th place slot and will secure their spring split championship points to qualify for the regional gauntlet here in summer. So again, you thought that this was a high intensity matchup in terms of what was on the line for both of these 4 and 12 teams. It just gets amplified by 100 tomorrow.
And I think this is where, once again, FlyQuest experience and leadership will hopefully shine, just because this was a game that had huge implications. Both teams probably felt the pressure. I like that neither team played scared, really, for it.
Yes.
They both played aggressively, but you saw that as time went on, FlyQuest just were able to find slightly better fights and eke out these wins.
All right, Team Liquid is going to the promotion tournament, but now that we've had 3 games of evidence, I'm going to return to the question we kind of mulled over at the end of game 1, which is Mickey, Dardoch, this roster, this version of Team Liquid. What are your thoughts?
I don't have a definitive answer which one's better, because they lost this series today, but a lot of games they were winning, and you look at them and you say they should actually win those pretty decisively. This game, let's remember, started with some great roams by Matt and Dardoch comboing together to get huge leads for the team, and then they faltered when it came to actually closing the game out, much like game 1 and game 2. Now, that said, old Team Liquid with Reignover was not known for particularly being great in the late game either. So it's not like, oh, well, this team has this clear weakness and this clear advantage. For the most part, it seems like Team Liquid's still very, very snowball reliant.
Yeah.
And if they ever kind of drop the ball once, it's going to get very hairy very quickly.
I agree, right? They didn't necessarily cover for the weaknesses that they had in terms of the late game shot calling and team play by bringing in both Mickey and Dardoch. Dardoch actually played very well today in my mind, and so did Matt in the support position. But great, you're playing well as an individual. You guys are making things happen. You're establishing those leads. But again, as a full 5-man unit, we're not transitioning that cleanly into objectives and building that gold lead.
Right, Dardoch played well, but at the same pace, Reignover had been playing well previously.
Right.
Mickey steps in, goes fine in lane versus High, but High's not a super lane dominant player anyway.
Right, jury's still out on Mickey, in my opinion.
Right, the same way I'm feeling. So it's not like, okay, he subbed in for Golden Glue, massive upgrade, thank God we got this guy. I didn't get that feeling either. It's still kind of like, well, he had some good plays, had some blah plays, so who knows exactly.
Jury's still out, but a tough loss for Team Liquid, as it does bring an end to their ability to climb the standings here in the regular season. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings coming into the final day of the regular season. Immortals end today in first, and now it's just up to the 2nd place team, TSM, performing against the 3rd place team, Counterlogic Gaming, to see who ends up with the actual #1 seed. And with their loss, Team Liquid is our first team locked into attending the promotion tournament. Our last day of the summer regular split kicks off on NALCS 1 with Cloud9 versus Echo Fox. Then the first place decider match, TSM versus Counterlogic Gaming. Over on NALCS 2, Team Liquid take to the Battle Theater, opposite Team Dignitas, followed by a battle to protect championship points between FlyQuest and Phoenix One. We obviously hit that one a little bit already. But the big ticket matchup, TSM versus CLG. Let's just get a little bit of preview. I'm sure we'll talk about it plenty at the beginning of the show tomorrow. What are your initial thoughts on that matchup and how it might go?
I am really concerned a little bit for Omar God, just because one of the things that TSM does super well is kind of combo their mid-jungle pressure together to go around the map and take over objectives and things like that. And I'm not going to say, Bjergsen's going to destroy Huhi, but when you put Sven and Bjerg together, they are probably one of the best mid-jungle duos in the league. And it starts getting a little bit hairy for the young jungler to try and step up and match that. Luckily, it's not that aggressive of a jungle meta where it's like, oh my God, this Lee Sin's killing me in my red buff anymore.
A good point.
It's a little bit better than that, because that's something Sven Skaren did to a lot of people in the past. So he doesn't have to worry about that, but it is still that kind of, oh, we lost mid priority and now they're roaming down and I'm not in position to cover a bot dive.
It's funny, I feel like every time we go to the TSM versus CLG matchup, I'm indexing very heavily on the individual strengths of TSM members. You know, again, looking at that mid lane, Huhi's no slouch, Bjergsen's just a god, right? Sven Skaren is a veteran who has practice on this stage, whereas Omar God is trying to make his stamp. I mean, Darshan has had his fluctuations throughout the split, and Hanser has, at least domestically, relatively stayed at a high level. But what we have to take into account is that kind of nebulous CLG team play factor that it's so hard to put a value on it.
Especially around top lane. Like, I think that's the best one to point out, where like Hanser's just like getting solo kills, has tons of damage and going crazy, and then Darshan takes, Shen into Nasus and makes a million plays for his team.
What was that?
Yeah, so it's two very different styles in the top lane especially.
It just makes for an exciting matchup every time rather those two teams meet. For today, though, the casters, myself, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
Hello everyone, I'm Riving Division III, and joining me today is someone whose high five could split an atom. Joshua Chatleys. How does that work? You got it? Oh! It looks like they have the last few shots. Nice Kalia wall here. Monster says, I can hop that. That's not tall enough. It looks like Tyrion actually puts himself in the grave. Double bite and smite is still great from the Shyvana. They're going to go for it. It's going to be stolen by Svenskeren. Right off the bat, a kill onto Expressor from Bjergsen. And it looks like P1 is turning the heat up. Triple kill for Ryu on the Corki. Finally goes down as he is shut down. And double lift coming up with a triple. TSM take down P1, 2-0.
Kill number 1 as C9 now falls backwards. A big shockwave finds 3, and Envy is eradicated from the river.
Eden, no shorty.
Header! As Ian goes contracts, he got it. There's no way to stop it with the play this time. Let's bounce on the big targets as now the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Envy goes out, and Seraph tries to stand, but will not today. See you later. Cloud9, 2-0.
To continue on, they're going to go for Pobok, and the damage not there. Support doesn't have the punch in. Oh, he got it! And Acadian wants Cody, but can't get it. Cody says stays alive. Popped by Pobok is staying alive. 2 kills picked up on the frontliners. They are gone. Damage simply was there for Cody-san. He wants a 4th. He wants Skate. He's not going to get him just yet. Now he wants Frog. Gets the 4th. What? Frog get the pizza! A bit of a barrel slow. Here comes the engage. So on to 2, looking for Acadian. And he is not taking it. The second going to fall as well. Pobok's going to heal. He's alive. 2 kills out of the turret for Immortals. Immortals 2-0 over Echo Fox. They're going to hope that COD gives the helping hand.
Careful, Ori has ult, I think. I killed them. They're dead. They're dead. Can we end?
Piglet able to take him down. They need to kill Piglet as high.
They can't kill him.
Still firing away, but it's not enough, Matt. He's looking to go down here, but the stun should be enough. He's going to get Dope Moonless for the assassination onto Matt. Of all people, Mickey's going to shockwave to save his teammate. He grabs the double kill. Flashes in, roots up Piglet. He's dead as well. Oh, it is enough. Turtle able to get it. Binding lance for 11. They're going to keep going for it. Turtle looking for that triple kill. He's going to get it.